In 2023, a man who is now the acting secretary of the United States Navy told a podcaster that witches had taken over a city in California, specifically Monterey. His name is Hung Kao, and the podcast he was on happens to be hosted by a Christian nationalist activist. And what's really interesting to me here is not so much the fact that Hung Kao said it, it's more that the word witch is being used to accomplish the exact same political ends that it did in Salem in 1692. All right, quick crash course here on the Salem Witch Trials. The Salem Witch Trials were about land acquisition, they were about fears from First Nation peoples, they were about mental illness, they were about a lot of things. They weren't actually about witchcraft. It began with a single accusation from a slave named Tituba. She accuses one person of witchcraft. A few months later, 20 people have been executed by the state. Now, basically every single politician since the Salem Witch Trials in the United States has known that you can't say witch hunt or witch trials in this country without striking a very specific chord in the hearts of the citizens. In 2023, Hung Kao goes on this Christian nationalist podcast. And he says, quote, "A lot of witchcraft and the Wiccan community has really taken over." He's talking about Monterey, California. And his evidence is that a beach called Lover's Point used to have a Christian name. I'm not going to say anything else. That's it. That was his proof. Hung Kao then lost the Senate race next year. Sorry about it. Maybe he should have prayed harder. Unfortunately, he's now in charge of the United States Navy. So here's one of the things that Salem teaches us, and I feel like it teaches us this lesson every century or so. The accusation of witchcraft coming from people in positions of political power is never, ever, ever about people doing actual magic. It is always, always, always about who is in a position to hold power, maintain power, and who is not. That is it. End of story. Period. To a politician, the witch is the woman, capital D, capital woman, meaning not the man, capital D, capital man, aka the one who's in a position to hold power in the patriarchy. The woman is a dissenter. She's an outsider. She is the inconvenient one if you are trying to maintain political power. So how do you weaponize the specter of womanhood? You call it a witch so that you can disregard it. For a politician to call someone a witch is to clear the road of them. And that road is, of course, the road to power. To all of my Christian brothers and sisters out there in the United States, please recognize this for what it is and stop falling for the same trick they have been pulling on you since before the country was even founded. Stay weird, witches, and you know what? Stay weird, Christians too.
Morning.
Oscar?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone called?
No one at all.
Has the maid returned yet?
No, she won't get here until 8 tonight.
Take my car to the mechanic. Have them check the brakes and the steering. Better wait for them to finish.
I'll do that right away.
Seriously. Where's that cat? Gerda, what are you doing here?
I came to punish you.
To punish me?
We are angry with what you did.
Listen, Gerda, you're completely wrong. Let me explain.
You can explain when we get there. Let's go. Titi's hiding.
Gerda? Gerda!
It was all because of that stupid cat of yours.
Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Gerda, please wait. You're mistaken.
I'm not mistaken at all. I had strict orders to take you to the others. Titi. Titi. Titi, where are you hiding?
Please. Give me just 2 days. You can't deny me that. I beg of you. Wait a minute, Gerda. Please wait.
Titi.
Please. Listen to me a second, Gerda.
How could you live with that revolting animal? Now I can't find Titi anywhere.
Gerda.
Maybe she's in the garage. You know, she just loves cars. Titi, where are you? We're in a hurry. That old cat won't bother you anymore. I killed him. Look, there she is. Poor Titi. She's all upset. Calm down, my little one. We're going now. Carla's going to take us in her beautiful car. How could that cat frighten you? Calm down. We're leaving right away. You know what, Carla? Titi loves the smell of gasoline. Isn't that marvelous?
Carla, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you.
How did you get in?
I still have a key.
No, that's impossible. I didn't know myself that I'd be coming back today.
Well, I wanted to see you, and I kind of guessed you'd be coming back. Are you that surprised to see me? You don't love me any longer?
Don't be ridiculous, Carla. Tell me why you come here.
Because I love you, that's why.
You know you're forcing me to be disagreeable.
It's just that you haven't gotten over the surprise of seeing me. You can't be serious.
I've never been more serious in my life.
Another woman?
Don't be silly. You know perfectly well we can't live together. Have you forgotten?
Mario, listen to me.
Come on, Carla. Let's forget about it. End of conversation.
Sit down, would you please? I guess it was a mistake to come by without calling first. I wanted to surprise you, darling. Mario, 2 plane tickets for Brazil. I knew you were going to take a vacation, and I thought we might spend it together, you and I. I need you now, more than ever.
Kramer Publishing? This is Mario Valdor calling. Give me the head of photography. Is that you, Dan? Doing okay. Just now, I have something important to tell you. I don't want a vacation. No, your hearing's not going bad. Give me any assignment you want. No, I'm not drunk. You want me to do what? Am I hearing you right? All right. I'll do whatever you say. I'll leave tomorrow. So long.
You'll be sorry for that, you hear?
You shouldn't be so melodramatic. I'll see you to the door.
Don't bother. I know my way out.
Nice place. A lot of privacy, too.
I thought the same thing, but I see I was mistaken.
Can I stay a while?
You take a picture of me?
Several.
What was the object?
I just like beauty. You see, I'm an artist. I'm sorry if I bothered you.
I don't mind. Photograph me as much as you wish. But give the negatives to me.
You shall have them. And as punishment for my impertinence, I'll invite you to lunch.
All right. It's not a bad idea.
What are we waiting for? Excuse my asking, but are you from around here?
No, I came to work here.
What do you do?
I'm a writer.
Very interesting. Have you been here very long?
Almost 3 months.
Do you know where the mountain is?
No.
I have an assignment up around the lakes. Would you like to come with me?
Thanks, but I can't.
Are you married?
No. And you?
Not yet, I'm not.
There you
Yeah. Bring the check, will you, please?
Certainly.
I'm sorry you can't come with me. I'd like to have made the trip with you.
What time is it?
It's 4:30.
Could you take me home, please?
Oh, sure, of course.
I live 2 miles from here.
Do you live alone?
Yes.
Don't you get bored?
No, to the contrary.
Would it be possible to see you again when I come back?
Yes, sometime. That's my house there. I've decided to go with you to the mountains. Wait a minute.
Sure. What kind of music was that?
What music?
Didn't you hear that song?
What song?
I've never heard anything like it in my life. It was very loud. And for a moment there, I thought I had all those voices in my head.
You must have been dreaming.
still can't understand about that music.
You still thinking about that? What are you trying to do, frighten me?
Oh, you're just trying to kid me.
Me?
Suppose you have loudspeakers outside the house. You put a record on, and then you turn up the volume.
What an imagination you have.
The music stopped when you came out. Go on and laugh. I found you out.
Are you still thinking about your music?
Now, let's forget about it. I think this is the inn they told me about. What do you say we take a look?
I hope this is it. I'm hungry and sleepy.
Shall we go in?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What can I do for you?
Do you have rooms?
How many do you want? All right. Would you like something to eat? There's soup, bread, and bacon and eggs.
Anything's all right with me.
How's that?
She said anything will be all right. Give us whatever you have to eat.
Oh, all right. I'll give you a little bit of everything I have.
Since I have a lot to talk to him about, I'll wind up with laryngitis.
Why did you look at me when you asked for the room?
What would you have said if I'd only asked for one room?
What do you think I would have said?
Your dinner will be ready in a minute. I fixed soup, bacon and eggs, and venison.
I think that's great. Will it be long?
Right away.
I'm sure it'll all be wonderful.
How can you say that if you haven't tried it yet?
Shall we bring the luggage in?
Mhm. I want to ask you something.
What's that?
What made you decide so suddenly to come with me?
I felt kind of bored.
Only for that.
There's another reason. You seem like an interesting person.
No, I don't seem like I am.
Whenever you want, I'll show you to your room. I have to go to bed. I have to get up early.
So do we.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Here's your room. See you in the morning.
Delia, what time do you want to get up in the morning?
Whenever you say is all right with me.
Well, when I wake up, I'll knock on your door. Get a good night's sleep.
See you in the morning.
What are you frightened about? It's only me. I forgot to tell you, we turn the electricity off now. I brought a candle for you.
Delia! What's wrong? Why did you scream? What happened? Who turned the lights out?
What did you say?
Who turned the lights out?
I know that. It happens every night. It's the main station that connects with the mine. They're back on. They'll go back off again in a very few minutes.
Don't worry, Delia. It was just a short circuit.
There was someone in my window. He was looking at me.
In your window?
Her face was there on a level the same as mine.
If you don't mind, I'll go to bed now.
Do you have a ladder?
A ladder? What for?
Somebody in the window frightened the young lady. And to get up to her window, they had to use a ladder.
I don't think you're right.
Then how did they get to the young lady's window?
Easy. Because her window is only 5 feet from the ground. The back of the house is against the mountainside. Is it all right if I go to bed now?
I'm too frightened to sleep alone.
Can we spend the night down below in the bar?
If you like. By the fire you can stay warm, can't you?
Yes, thanks. That's if it's all right with you.
Sure, why not?
Forgive me. I didn't want to be a nuisance.
Don't talk nonsense. You're an excellent traveling companion. Go on now. Get some rest. We have work tomorrow. Try to get some sleep. Delia? 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 Pardon me.
Are you leaving?
Have you seen the young lady? The young lady! Where is she?
You two are the strangest pair I've ever seen. Would you tell me what's wrong now?
The young lady has disappeared.
Don't worry about that. She just went out for a walk and is looking around the countryside, that's all. You and your girlfriend are a strange pair.
Mario! Mario! Mario!
It's all right now. What happened?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I woke up in the middle of the forest.
Why did you leave the inn alone?
I just don't know.
Maybe you're a sleepwalker.
I felt like someone was following me.
You can tell me all about it in the Jeep.
Something hot will be good for you. Don't you think?
Thank you. Are you sure you don't want to rest before we leave?
No. I feel much better now. Thank you. After we've had some breakfast, we'd better take off. I'll go up for my baggage.
Right. Fix us a lunch to take with us, would you?
Would you talk louder?
Fix us a lunch to take with us. We're leaving.
Would you mind answering me a question?
Of course not.
Are you going very far?
Mm-hmm. To the lakes.
Is the young lady going with you?
Mm-hmm.
The mountain is very, very difficult. You must take care and be awful careful for the young lady.
Don't worry about it. We're only going to go as far as our car will take us.
Don't forget that I warned you.
Thanks all the same. You know what the innkeeper told me? He told me that you shouldn't come with me.
And what do you think?
Maybe he was right. Maybe it would be better if I took you home. He said it might be dangerous for you.
Don't you worry about me. This trip interests me. I have no intention of backing out now. Hey. Mario,
Did you see that? I've never seen such shy people in my life.
hurry, will you? Those animals horrify me.
I think I'll climb this hill. You're too tired. You can stay in the Jeep and rest.
I wouldn't think of it. I didn't make this long trip to continue sitting in the Jeep. Or did I?
You ready to climb?
Of course.
All right.
Mario, someone's driving the Jeep away.
Hey, come back here! Hey! That's my car! How do you like that? If you'd stayed in the Jeep like I asked.
And if you hadn't left the keys inside.
Excuse me, Delia. That was a stupid thing for me to say to you.
Forget it. What do we do now?
I don't know. I suppose we'll have to start walking.
Of course, we could always hitch a ride, huh? There's a shepherd. Maybe he saw someone.
Good afternoon. Did you happen to see a Jeep pass by here a little while ago? Which way did it go? Do you remember?
happened to the shepherd and his goats?
What do I care? The only thing I care about is my Jeep.
We should have asked him where this trail goes.
What's the difference? We have no other alternative than to go where it goes. It looks as though they didn't take a thing.
Are in the ignition. Who do you suppose drove it here? This little village looks abandoned.
I'll find out right now. You stay here.
Wouldn't think of it. I'm going where you go.
You're the boss. Let's go. It's not as abandoned as we thought.
What can I do for you?
Good afternoon. Could you tell me who drove that car here?
Didn't you two drive it?
Someone stole it from us several hours ago. We just found it here.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Would you know if it was someone here in the village?
There isn't anybody else. I live here alone.
Alone?
Yes, young lady. The old folks have been dying, and the young people have been going to the cities.
Would you like to stay overnight here?
Yes, all right.
Do you happen to know of some place we could stay the night?
If you're not too proud, you can spend the night in my house. The spare bedroom hasn't been used in a long time.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll spend the night.
Won't you come in?
I'll go down and get our luggage for us.
Come in, miss, and make yourself at home.
You have a very pretty house.
Oh, you're just being kind, young lady. It's poor and old. Poor and old like its own.
No, really, I like it.
Please sit down, miss. You look awfully tired. Get out of here. Get to your place. Go. If you'll excuse me, I'll finish what I was doing. After, I'll fix us some coffee.
No, don't worry about me.
Lauren.
What are you making?
Just some home remedies. The doctors don't get up this far. These recipes are centuries old and have been around for generations.
And do they give results?
Like nothing else.
Why are you preparing so much if there's no one else in the village?
Can't you see what a wreck I am?
Well, you seem to be in very good shape.
Well, the truth is, I make my living from it. There are some shepherds who ask me for my medicines from time to time. Besides that,
Excuse me, I must have knocked something over when I came in.
Oh, don't worry about that, my boy.
I still can't figure it out. Who stole the Jeep? And why did they steal it? There's absolutely nothing missing.
Maybe the thief didn't know we would find it. He may come back later to take it away.
This time I locked everything. I even took the distributor cap. Oh, ma'am, where can I put my things?
Leave it in here, where you're going to sleep.
Thank you.
Is your husband a photographer?
Yes.
Few travelers pass through the village. Only hunters, normally. And less of them come through now.
I'm going to have to thank the thief who brought us here. This place is incredible. I'm going to take advantage of the remaining light outside. Would you like to come with me?
No, I think I've worked enough for today. I think I'm getting an inspiration just now. What do you say to that?
Don't go too far from the village, my boy. And when the fog comes up, get back to the house immediately. You might get lost.
Don't you worry about me. I'm a good mountaineer. I'll see you later.
Don't be too long. It's getting a little late. Where do you suppose Mario is?
It's not dark yet. Your husband will get here. Go ahead writing. I never once heard that little noise.
It's getting awfully late. Something must have happened.
I told your husband it was easy to get lost in these mountains, didn't I?
Do you think he's lost?
Oh, I'm sure of it. He doesn't know his way. And with this fog, you can't take one step in the clear. Where are you going?
I don't know. We must do something. He could have fallen and hurt himself.
And you, if you go out now. Don't worry about your husband. He said he was used to the mountains. He's probably taking shelter in a cave, waiting for dawn. Have dinner and go to bed. He'll return.
We ought to go look for him.
No, even me, who was born here, knowing step by step of this mountain, wouldn't think of taking a step outside in this fog. Don't worry, your husband will return, I'm sure of it.
He's not my husband.
Would you believe I knew it?
How did you know?
Because I'm very old. You have to stop worrying. And eat.
I'm not hungry.
Have a little hot milk. It will make you feel good. Go on, get out of there. Go on, go away. Go on.
I'm coming toward the nothing, toward the destruction of the fire. You who created the terror in the human heart. I'm coming toward the nothing, toward the destruction of the fire. You who created the terror in the human heart.
Calm yourself, young lady. You're awfully nervous. You must have had a nightmare just then.
What time is it?
Just before dawn. You must be patient. He'll come back before daylight. You should eat something. Then sleep a little more now. It'll make you feel a lot better if you do. I put a little something in your cup so that you would sleep better. Mm-hmm. coming, young lady. He's coming.
What happened to you?
I'm so glad it doesn't seem to be serious.
I fell and then I got lost in the fog. Then I slept a little while. Give me a little cognac, would you? It's in there in my suitcase.
You were lucky, young man. You could have broken your neck if you'd fallen off a cliff. I'll heat some water to wash that off.
Thank you.
Here. Worrying about me being hurt on the mountain. And now it's you that's the victim.
I saw something that I'll never forget as long as I live, Delia.
What did you see?
A very strange procession of women dressed in mourning. Some of them didn't seem to have any faces.
The witches.
How can you believe in those stupid things? It was nothing more than a funeral.
It was a lot more than that.
But did you see it before or after you fell?
Before.
You don't think it could have been an hallucination?
That's what I thought. But anyway, it'll be in the photographs I took last night. I shot 2 reels of the procession.
Your bed is ready for you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not going to bed until I've developed these photographs. We'll soon know what's going on. This never lies.
What do you think about the procession?
I don't know. I certainly don't believe in the old lady's witches' stories.
Do you believe that everything has a logical explanation?
Yeah, of course I do, don't you?
Some things don't happen to have an explanation.
Only on the surface. Everything has a logical explanation when you discover its cause.
How much longer?
It's ready.
Something strange? Tell me what you see.
I have to make some copies.
There's something there, isn't there?
I have to amplify them. Let's get back to the old lady's house.
How are they coming?
They're almost ready now. You can come in.
Where are they?
Nothing came out of the procession. However, something much better came out. Maybe I should say stranger. I developed both roles.
Who are those women?
That's what I'd like to know.
I don't understand this.
When I took these yesterday morning, the village was completely empty.
I'll ask the old lady. Maybe she can explain it.
There's still more. Look at this one.
But that's you and me.
This is the photograph that worries me so.
Sansa! Sansa! You better hurry. We have a serious injury.
I know this path. It goes to the clearing. It's best you wait in the Jeep. Here are the keys. I'm going to follow them.
I want to go with you.
All right, let's go.
Please, Maria.
No.
Let's get out of here.
Don't you think last night was enough? And once and for all.
Please, let's go.
But not to approach him until the right time. Until the right time. Do you hear me?
What are we waiting for? We have to leave before it gets dark.
That's true. But there simply has to be an explanation.
And if there isn't?
There has to be.
All right. If you believe an explanation exists, look for it.
You know, I think I'll go speak with the old lady and the other women. You'll see how it's just an absurd joke. After all, I'm not too worried. I have enough material for a good photographic layout. You'll be all right here, won't you? I'll be back as soon as possible. Don't worry about me. Santa! Santa! Where is Santa? Where is Santa? Where is Santa? Let's get out of here.
Here's a distributor kit.
Here it is. I don't remember coming this way. This must be the main road to the highway.
We've already come 30 miles.
That's another reason why I think we're on the main road.
There's nothing to be worried about now.
Yes, there is. Fog.
Why are you worried about the fog now?
It's treacherous when night falls. I can't see the road. We have no other choice but to spend the night around here someplace.
It won't be bad in the Jeep.
In the Jeep? No. I have a camping tent in back that hasn't even been used yet. I'll have it up in 5 minutes.
Fine. Here.
Thanks. It's all set. Wait a minute. It's better this way, no? Carla! Ah! Delia! Delia! Delia!
In a village in West Bengal, a woman named Rani Kisku is not allowed to say her mother's name aloud. If she does, the same neighbors who killed her mother will come looking for her. This is not 1692 I'm talking about. This is now. So what I'm going to tell you today is going to be really heavy, and I don't mean to diminish it by mispronouncing things. I apologize if I do. I hope you can give me some grace on that front. India's National Crime Records Bureau claimed that 85 women were killed for witchcraft in 2022. 2023, 74. In September 2024, just before the Karam Puja festival, a mob in the village of Harisara dragged 2 women out of their homes, Logi Kisku, 54, and Dolly Soren, 40. They then proceeded to tie them up and beat them to death. Then they dumped their bodies in a canal. Fortunately, 15 people were eventually arrested. In another village, Chapuri in Purulia, on the night of Kali Puja, a 37-year-old woman named Padabi Tudu was hacked to death by her own relatives in front of her 13-year-old daughter. Now, it isn't only superstition that's motivating these accusations, and if you know much about the Salem Witch Trials, which we talk about a lot on this channel, what I'm about to say is going to sound very familiar. The pattern repeated over and over again in these deaths is land. We see women who are widows with property being accused. A Dalit woman with a deed accused. A woman who is the only person in her household who can read accused. Brand her, kill her, take what was hers. This is exactly what happened in Salem. But, like I mentioned at the top, there is a second form of violence committed on those who were left behind. Ranny Kisku is not allowed to mourn her mother. Her mother's name can't be spoken in the village square. A funeral was forbidden. They don't just murder these women, they erase them from the social fabric of the communities that they lived in. It's abysmal, it's horrible, and it is happening today. So please, if you're at all interested in the sort of things I talk about on this channel, do yourself a favor, look up these women, get a little bit more informed about what it means to actually be accused of witchcraft in other places in the world that aren't as accepting of it. Thanks so much for checking out this video. Stay weird, witches.
Friday, June 10th, 1692. A cart rolls from the Salem prison southwest to a grassy hill just outside of town. The carriage is flanked on all sides by guards, some on horseback. Onlookers, anxious and excited about the events soon to come, follow behind the macabre procession. The cart crosses a bridge covering a salt marsh, then turns left and angles up to a nearby ledge. There are screaming girls everywhere. They cry out against a specter that beats them invisibly with a crooked, gnarled wooden crutch. Later, the owner of that crutch would find himself in a similar cart, headed toward a similar destination. The person in the cart today, however, is one of no small distinction. She was among the most likely to have been accused of witchcraft in 1692's Salem. She had been accused multiple times in multiple places before, and her bewitchments supposedly went far beyond signatures and devil books. No, this person had supposedly killed using the dark arts. Her hands were bound behind her back. The bottom of her dress was tied shut to stem the oncoming flow of human waste and fluids. The woman cried. She begged. She pleaded and re-pleaded her innocence. It didn't matter. The noose was placed around her neck. She was led halfway up the ladder. With one swift kick, her death was sealed. It's exceedingly likely that her neck did not break as the rope snapped taut, so the woman probably dangled there for some time, her muscles tense, blood escaping from every opening above the rope, waste evacuating its host. And then it was over. The crowd gathered now dissipates. The corpse is buried in an unmarked mound nearby. Sheriff George Corwin makes his way to the court clerk and declares,
I have taken the body of the within named Bridget Bishop, and caused the said bishop to be hanged by the neck until she was dead.
Thus ended the life of Bridget Bishop, an enigmatic Salem woman whose tragic and troubled life was met by an equally tragic and troubled death. She was the first killed by the court of Oyer and Terminer, the first push into the horrors of the Salem Witch Trials. Bridget Playfair was born around 1632 in Norwich, England. While her early life is shrouded in some degree of mystery, we do know that by spring 1660, at the age of 28, Bridget was married to a Captain Samuel Wasselby at St. Mary in the Marsh in Norwich. Bridget had a boy with Samuel that the couple named Benjamin. Sadly, Benjamin, like so many newborns of the age, died in infancy. Perhaps it was the heartbreak of losing their first child that spurred the young Wasselby couple to undertake what was likely the most difficult decision they'd yet faced, the transition to America. Bridget Wasselby arrived in Boston in 1664. Now take a second to imagine what this moment must have been like for the 32-year-old Bridget. She had just made what was certainly the most harrowing journey of her life. Crossing the sea took several months in many cases. Passengers were crowded together, crammed into tight quarters below the deck. As such, diseases like scurvy were rampant. Food was scarce and lacking in nutritional value, and at any moment, the entire venture could be overturned by privateers or a storm raging in the Atlantic waves. Now imagine you're enduring all of this while pregnant, because at the time of the Wassabie's voyage, Bridget most certainly was, with the couple's second child, Mary. Either directly before, during, or after their journey, Bridget's husband died. The cause of his death is unknown, but it would become the subject of much speculation later. In any case, consider that by the time she stepped foot in America, Bridget had already lost or was about to lose both her first husband and her first child. And so she faced the new world entirely alone. Bridget gave birth to the couple's second child, Mary, in Boston in January of 1665. Unfortunately, Benjamin's sad legacy would continue with his younger sister, and Mary would also not live past infancy. By 1666, Bridget was finished with Boston and moved on to the place she would ultimately lose her life, Salem, Massachusetts. In July of that year, Bridget married Thomas Oliver, and on the surface, there was a lot of commonality shared between the two. He was also from the Norwich area. He had also lost a spouse, but where he differed from Bridget was that he had been fortunate with his children. He had also had a much more storied past in Salem than newcomer Bridget. His first wife, Mary Lehman, whom Thomas had married in Norwich, then immigrated with to Salem, along with their two children, was not well liked. Unfortunately for poor Mary, she was a few decades before her time. She was a vocal supporter of one of the nation's first prominent abolitionists and the founder of the colony of Rhode Island, Roger Williams. She was also feverishly religiously independent and spoke out publicly against the religious order rapidly gaining a foothold in Salem. For these and other offenses, she was whipped, scorned, and tortured on a number of occasions, even in public. At some point before 1648, Thomas had returned to England, the cause of which was unknown. We do know that Mary's fervent attitude did not sit well within the conservative, highly puritanical early Salem elite, and in 1649, she was banished from the colony and forced to return to England to be with Thomas. There is no record of her leaving New England or arriving in England, but at some point before 1654, Mary was dead. What we do know is that Thomas Oliver was a savvy real estate entrepreneur, and so when he and Bridget were married in 1666, she came into vastly more wealth than she'd ever had before. She also became the stepmother to Oliver's fully grown children, who were still very much around Salem at the time of their arrival. One of these children would potentially become responsible for Bridget's death, but we'll get to that later. Up to this point, we've explored Bridget's past, but not her character. But since you all ultimately know the ending of this story, her arrival to Salem is as good a moment as any to begin laying out some of the reasons that Bridget Bishop ultimately became the first victim in the Salem Witch Trials. Now please understand that what I'm about to say has to be framed within the context of the moment that Bridget lived within, not our own. You see, it seems that most of what doomed Bridget Bishop was her own character. In this way, she is distinct from many other victims of the trials who were seemingly accused for political or social gain. No one gained very much from killing Bridget Bishop, except that her voice was silenced. And why would anyone want that? Well, when it comes to women, it seems Thomas Oliver had a bit of a type. Bridget was also notoriously difficult, independent, entrepreneurial, self-righteous, and quick to anger. These traits in a man like, say, Giles Corey, would have endowed that man with a social status ranging from annoying to admirable. In a woman alive in the 17th century, however, these traits were absolutely deadly. In addition to her character, Bridget was also known for donning racier clothing than her Puritan counterparts. Now, this could have simply equated to enjoying and being willing to spend money on a wider variety of colors than the standard brown of the age. Still, the difference made her attract attention, and a few of the men whose attention she attracted would ultimately cause her murder. Perhaps it's no surprise, considering what we know of Bridget and Thomas up to this point, that their marriage was fraught with contention. Look at it from both sides. Bridget was in her mid-30s, which was not a spring chicken in Puritan America, independently minded and desperate to get her footing in this new land and finally begin her life in earnest. Thomas, who, by the way, was some 30 years older than his new wife, had seen what this community did to women like Bridget firsthand. He was likely desperate to rein her in, even as her spirit endlessly attracted him. This push and pull resulted in a lot of fighting, and I mean a lot. So much that neighbors and courts were frequently drug into their disputes. Mary Ropes of the world-renowned Ropes family even recalled seeing Bridget's face black, blue, and bloodied after one of the couple's infamous bouts. But don't think that Bridget was without fault either. Mary also later recounted that Thomas had confided in her that Bridget had also beaten him on a number of occasions, and considering what we know of Bridget up to this point, and based on the accounts of many later public sightings of mutual violence, this was most likely true. The marriage did bring something great into the world, though. In 1667, Bridget gave birth to a baby girl named Christian Oliver. Christian would be the first of Bridget's children to survive infancy. This blessing did little to cool the tensions in the Oliver home, though. 10 years later, Christian's parents were both sent to the court after a public dispute. They were ordered to stand for an hour back to back in a public marketplace with a paper on their foreheads on which was scrawled their offense. Thomas's daughter paid for him to escape this fate. Bridget, however, was not spared. The crowd jeered at Bridget Oliver as she stood bound and gagged with a paper pinned to her forehead. This would not be the last time that 17th century Salemites would cheer at her misery, degradation, and despair. In the subsequent few years, the rumors that would ultimately lead to Bridget's neck meeting the rope began. People reported seeing Bridget in their dreams, having strange interactions with her in public, and a slew of other mysterious events. One that would go on to have dire implications was with William Stacy. Their relationship began when Bridget visited young Stacy as he was racked with smallpox. The meeting must have gone well, for Stacy professed a great love for Bridget following the interaction. He later claimed that this infatuation was not at all natural. Once he'd recovered, he decided to repay her visit with one of his own. He did some work for Bridget around the Oliver home. She paid him 3 pence for his efforts. However, after he left the homestead, the money vanished from his pocket. Stacy, a typical Puritan man, told everyone of the strange occurrence. Not one to be a shrinking violet, Bridget confronted Stacy when the rumors ultimately found their way back to her. He admitted to spreading the gossip and dared her to object. She left in uncharacteristic silence. Keep that interaction in mind, as we'll be returning to William and the rest of the Stacy family very shortly. At some point around 1679, Thomas Oliver, Bridget's second husband, died. He would have been in his late 70s, which was quite a long life for a man of his time. In spite of this, Bridget was accused even at this time of having bewitched Oliver to death. Having left no will, Bridget was made the executor of his estate, which included a large home near the meeting house in Salem town and an adjacent apple orchard, the contemporary location of which is supposedly quite haunted by Bridget's ghost. Bridget now had something she'd never enjoyed before: security. The land and everything on it was hers for the rest of her days. Salem town was booming, and she was in the heart of it all. Unfortunately, Oliver's estate carried with it crushing debt, and the following years would see Bridget doing everything she could to manage the encroaching threat bestowed upon her. One such adjustment was transitioning the Oliver home to a sometime tavern, which she began operating soon after his death. There are a number of stories about the fun she had, staying up well into the night, laughing and playing games with the fellow residents of Salem town. Unfortunately, the tavern wasn't enough to keep up with the debts. For the rest of her life, Bridget would scrape by. A wave of rumors and accusations painting Bridget as a thief began. In 1681, Bridget was forced to sell some of her land to schoolmaster Daniel Epps. The arrangement between the two was presided over by Justice John Hathorne. I wonder if Bridget could sense, as she did what she needed to in order to get by, that the man presiding over this particular sale would someday send her to the gallows. If she could, she showed no signs of it. In the years that followed, Bridget's strength of character only intensified. As such, the now well-spread accusations of witchcraft and thievery increased. It was also around this time that another victim of the trials began to be accused, Alice Parker. Perhaps the two knew each other. At this point, however, it's unclear. In 1685, Bridget married again to Edward Bishop, a prosperous sawyer living in Salem town. Unfortunately, there is little known about Edward, since there were in fact 4 different Edward Bishops alive around Salem at the same time. I like to believe, and there is some evidence to support, that Bridget's final marriage was a more peaceful one and supportive for her and her daughter. But again, we don't know. What we can say is that to begin their relationship, the newlyweds decided to either entirely tear down or severely renovate the home on the Oliver estate. John Bly and his son William were asked to assist in the effort. The Blys would later claim that during their demolition, they found poppets in the walls of the home. Poppets were handmade dolls, well-known instruments of the devil at the time. Their presence in the walls was regarded as a sure sign, according to the Salemites of the age, of witchcraft. One should keep in mind, however, that Bridget Bishop was not actually present at the time the house was built. Oliver's first wife, Mary Lehman, was. So it's equally, if not more likely, that either she or any of Thomas Oliver's female children actually stowed the poppets. At any rate, this piece of evidence would later come back to assist in dooming Bridget. The beginning of the end for Bridget centered again around the Stacy family. The elder Stacy, Thomas, ran a mill near Bridget's home. In the summer of 1687, a piece of the machinery in the mill, known as a mill brass, went missing. By today's standards, this was just an innocuous bearing made out of brass. But in 17th century America, this was quite a valuable object to have suddenly disappeared. So valuable, in fact, that if you ran a mill and one did go missing, you likely would suspect that it had been stolen, and Thomas Stacy did exactly that. He instructed his son, William, to run to the local pewterer, Edmund Dolbear, and inform him that the mill brass was gone so that he could be on the lookout should anyone attempt to sell the brass on the market. Keep in mind that William Stacy is the young man who was racked with smallpox and had expressed no small amount of admiration for Bridget Bishop years earlier. A month later, Bridget and her now 20-year-old daughter Christian were weeding in their garden when Christian stumbled upon the brass. Christian took the item to Edmund Dolbear to identify it. Presumably the pair had a mind to return it to its owner, but simply didn't know what it was. Dolbear then informed the Stacys of the mill brass's whereabouts. In December of that same year, the Bishops were brought before the grand jury on suspicion of having stole the mill brass. In court, Thomas Stacy claimed that he had gone to Bridget's home and confronted the presumed thieves. While there, Bridget supposedly fell to her knees, admitted to the crime, and begged forgiveness. Thomas Stacy claimed Bridget repeated this apology some weeks later at his mill. That was all Justice Stephen Sewall, a nephew of one of the Salem Witch Trials judges, Samuel Sewall, needed to hear. He issued an arrest warrant for Bridget Bishop so that a higher authority could try the case. In March of 1688, Bridget stood trial before Justice John Hathorne. She claimed Stacy had never been to her house and she'd never confessed. She had seen him at his mill sometime later, but claimed she didn't confess there either. Hathorne and the court decided a full trial was necessary and issued one to begin in nearby Ipswich. Bridget was to be committed to jail pending her hearing. Fortunately, she was bailed out by Edward and a family friend. Her case in Ipswich was forgotten, dropped, or dismissed, we're not sure which. But it is clear that the Bishops don't seem to have suffered any punitive harm from the affair. Unfortunately, this would not be the end of the Stacy and Bishop clash. In 1690, William Stacy's daughter Priscilla died in infancy. The younger Stacy suspected, and was very vocal in his suspicion, of Bridget Bishop. There remains some vagueness about why exactly Bridget Bishop was accused of witchcraft for the final time. One theory suggests that one of the remaining Oliver children was quite upset about Bridget having inherited their father's land, and so, through back-channel connections, ensured that Bridget's name was on the lips of the accusers. While this certainly sounds plausible, it didn't actually need to have happened for Bridget to have been accused. As we've covered already, Bridget's reputation as a thief, harlot, and witch had been established in the region for decades already, so there were no shortage of people who testified against her in the hearings. And these new accusations, the ones that would lead to the Salem Witch Trials, were also well dug in by the time Bridget Bishop was arrested. But those accusations began relatively far away from the Bishops. Bridget's home was in the heart of the urban Salem town, while the teenage girls that began the accusations were in the adjacent rural community of Salem Village. Apart from Alice Parker, there's no indication that any of the more prominent accusers or victims in the Salem Witch Trials knew Bridget personally before she was accused. But the likelihood that they had heard of her was remarkably high. She was, unfortunately, among a handful of Salem women whose reputations for darkness had preceded them for decades. Whatever the case, Bridget Bishop was arrested alongside Mary Warren, Giles Corey, and Abigail Hobbs on April 8, 1692. She was carted to Salem Village and held in a meeting house overnight. By the time her hearing came the next day, she was entirely astonished, though not surprised, I'm sure, by the otherworldly accusations being lobbed against her. Enough evidence was found that Bridget was held in captivity and then pushed forward into the actual trials where, again, she knew almost no one. Her date in the court of Oyer and Terminer is one of the most enigmatic in the trials. She held her own, denying claim after claim, dismissing the feverish hysteria around her. She had seen this before, she had been here before, but she hadn't been here with these people. Another Salemite's coat was torn. An accuser seized the opportunity, claiming Bridget's spirit had ripped it. Bridget denied the claim. And then a bit of legal argumentation tripped her up. Confused, Bridget attempted to reorient her defense, but the men trying her were too clever, too educated, and too well versed on what the watchers in the pews wanted to happen. Faced with the ultimate price, Bridget chose to preserve her dignity rather than to admit she had been beaten. The girls raged in her presence. They shouted accusations. Justice John Hathorne spoke up.
Do you not see how they are tormented? Why, you seem to act witchcraft before us, by the motion of your body, which seems to have influence upon the inflicted.
I am innocent to a witch. I know not what a witch is.
How do you know, then, that you are not a witch?
I do not know what you say.
How can you know you are no witch, and yet not know what a witch is?
It's here that Bridget has a chance to say she simply misspoke, and she doesn't understand what he means to fall to her knees and beg for mercy. It's here that she just might have the slenderest chance to save her life. But no, that's not who Bridget Bishop was. I am clear. If I were any such person, you should know it. In effect, Bridget basically looked one of the head authorities in the Salem Witch Trials in the eye and said plainly, if I had magical powers, I'd be using them on you right now. That was all the court needed to hear. After a few final questions, her trial was over. She was returned to the Salem jail. On June 10th, 1692, she was led to the gallows. She was the first to be hanged. Unfortunately, in the years since, her legacy as one of the brave few who stood up to the court has been overshadowed by others like Giles Corey and John Proctor. This is largely thanks to her characterization by Arthur Miller in The Crucible and other fiction and film writers. Bridget has been relegated to the ranks of the victims whose names we know, but stories we don't. When I look at Bridget Bishop's life, I see a courageous woman, one who dared to be herself in a time when such an act opposed the burgeoning fundamentalist mentality of the Puritan colony. I see someone who didn't break, even when she was tempted to it. I don't see a martyr or a perfect victim, but I do see someone worth remembering as more than just a somewhat vaguely familiar name connected to the Salem Witch Trials. Bridget Bishop lived a hard life in hard times and paid the ultimate price for it. But in the end, she had her land. She had her family. Far removed from the country of her birth, she had a chance to make something of her life, and she took it. She remains, in my mind, one of the most inspiring and fascinating victims in the trials, and I very much hope you agree. Thank you for checking out this video. We're going to be going person by person in the Salem Witch Trials, ultimately culminating in a very complete, comprehensive examination of the entire affair. If you want to stay up to date with that, please do hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to make sure you get notified whenever new stuff goes live. That's all for today. Stay weird, witches.
Well, here it is, 12 o'clock. Time for all ghosts to come out. Of course, there aren't any ghosts. Why, I never saw a ghost in my life. Ghosts. Ah, you can't fool me. It's all in your imagination.
Sextet, the pretty maiden's kiss. But we're the kind of boys that girls forget. We never have been missed. Now all we do is boo, boo, boo the bad little boys and girls. The ghosts of the gang who danced and sang with the Floradora girls.
Guess there's nobody to home.
Well?
I guess you wouldn't be interested in letting me haunt a house, would you? I'll show you how I do it. I ain't very good, though. Didn't think you'd like it. And here's another one. It ain't very good either.
Hey, funny, Cookie.
Shucks. guess what I got?
A cow?
What color?
Red.
Uh-huh. Want to buy a cannon?
Well, here it is, 6 o'clock. Time for all ghosts to be in bed. But I don't believe in ghosts. They can't scare me. They're a lot of baloney. Ghosts.
In southwestern Turkey, to reach the only temple in the world built for the goddess of the Crossroads, pilgrims drive through a three-way junction. This is next to a power plant that has 3 towering smokestacks. And they say this is no coincidence. The temple is at Lagina. The goddess is Hekate. And while the rest of the Greek pantheon may have been retired to the history books, Hekate never quite seemed to go away. And hers is a cult that never went quiet. In Hesiod's theogony, Hekate is a cosmic goddess granted dominion over earth, sky, and sea. 3 realms, 3 faces, 3 roads. The original guardian of the threshold. The line between living and dead, conscious and unconscious, what is and what comes next. Then Euripides wrote Medea, and Hekate became a patron of dark magic. By the European Middle Ages, an older woman at the crossroads was seen as something that you should fear. But the temple at Lagina is still standing. Part of the reason why is that the Romans actually invested heavily in it after 88 BCE. And held an annual festival in her name. And today, an organization calling itself the Covenant of Hekate still makes pilgrimages to the ruins. Devotees leave the same offerings that the Romans did. Garlic, pomegranates, apples, wheat, occasionally fish. Now, there was actually a ritual that the ancients held here. A young girl would carry a sacred key down an 8-kilometer road that connected 2 cities. Now, this key didn't open any door. It symbolized the ability to move between life and death, between knowing and not knowing. And in this context, to be the witch at the crossroads meant to be the person who decides who passes and who doesn't. Those 3 smokestacks outside the modern junction at Lagina, they're still standing. They're still smoking, and they're still pointing the way. Stay weird, witches.
Hello, witches, and welcome to Salem, the weirdest place on earth. So 7 days from today, one of the most astounding Halloweens of my lifetime will arrive. On October 31st, 2020, we will be experiencing a full moon, and not just any full moon,
a full moon on a Saturday, and not just any full moon on a Saturday, a full moon on a Saturday Halloween, and not just any full moon on a Saturday on Halloween, a full moon on a Saturday Halloween that happens to be the second full moon of the month. All these things aligning are super weird and cool and aren't going to happen again for some time. Now, if you're watching this channel, there's a good chance that you feel the same way that I do about Halloween. It is a sacred time of year that for me usually involves being right there in the main drag on Essex Street in Salem, Massachusetts, in costume, checking out other people in costumes, looking at the events, going to the attractions, doing the shopping, the whole shebang. But this year is not a normal year. I have decided that I will not be doing Halloween in downtown Salem this year. Halloween's sacred, Halloween's special to so many people, myself included. And if you're watching this and you've decided not to come to Salem or not to do Halloween this year, you're choosing caution instead of celebration, I want to commend you for that decision. I think that's a very, very mature, kind, decent thing to do. And what follows for the rest of what you are currently watching and or listening to is most especially for you. So, what is following? Well, for some time I have been working on a little audio drama called Salem's Ghosts. This is a full cast, feature-length audio drama featuring some truly incredible vocal performers in and around the New York City area, mostly. It is narrated, written, and directed by yours truly. Our story takes place largely, but not exclusively, during the Salem Witch Trials, and it explores the legacy of that era, both in the material plane and in the whispering void of the paranormal realms. This is my Halloween offering to you. Halloween's a bit different this year. I hope this can put you a little bit in Salem. I hope it can put you in spooky old New England. All right, there are a bunch of links down in the description from everybody who's involved in this production. I really, really encourage you to check those out. Now, please go make yourself a cup of hot apple cider, come back to your comfy little chair, put on some very nice headphones, crank those suckers up, grab yourself a blanket, turn off the lights, and enjoy Salem's Ghosts, a Salem Witch Trials paranormal audio drama.
George Corwin was only 25 years old when he was appointed High Sheriff in Salem, Massachusetts. He was the son-in-law of one of the magistrates on the court that ruled over the entirety of the Salem Witch Trials and the nephew of two others. 2 years prior to his appointment, he had joined Massachusetts Governor William Phips in the Battle of Quebec. The conflict was a brash attempt to seize control of the city from the French. It failed utterly and saw the deaths of hundreds of settlers. For his service, though, and no doubt owed to his integration with the Salem magisterial elite, Corwin was awarded the authority of enacting the court's justice as High Sheriff, just as the hearings were escalating into an outright fervor. Our story begins weeks after Corwin's appointment, in the dead of a spring night, in the courtyard of a palatial Salem estate. The year is 1692.
Orders, sir?
We wait.
Wait, sir?
Just give me a minute.
Footsteps lightly trod on Salem ground, approaching Corwin and his officers. The countenance of the man approaching is of dignity and simmering severity.
Magistrate Corwin, your grace.
Nephew, where are we?
My men and I were considering our options.
Options? There are no options. The woman was named along with the bishops. Take her.
Yes, but...
But...
This place, this family, if they resist, what could I possibly do?
I will say this but once, nephew. You are here by the grace of them you serve. The court's indictment is clear, the accusations verified. Representatives of Ann Putnam, Mercy Lewis, and Abigail Williams each confirm it. The harlot in that house has signed her name in the book. No grand adornments or earthly power will change that. She is no godly woman, and we will hear of her deeds. But in order for us to do that, you must do your work.
Yes, I understand.
Do not fail your God. Do not fail us.
As quickly as he'd come, the vision of Jonathan Corwin vanishes into the night. Sheriff George Corwin turns toward the building, straightens his overcoat, and approaches.
Yes?
It's High Sheriff Corwin. We're here from Mary. She's been named. Go and fetch your master.
Sleeps on a large framed bed. It's the kind of bed only a handful of Salemites own. The room around them is sprawling, the home adorned with carefully curated international artifacts and an accumulated motley of family heirlooms treasured now for many generations. The man in the bed is named Philip English. At one time, and possibly even now, he is the wealthiest man in Salem. Originally hailing from the British Channel Islands, Philip has worked hard and learned much in his life. He owns a fleet of 21 trading ships. He's also invested in Salem itself, and currently holds a large share of prime real estate in Salem town. He is a fastidious, proud keeper of his kingdom.
Go and fetch your master.
What hour is it?
The woman in the bed is named Mary English. She also comes from a well-connected, wealthy Salem real estate family. But Mary's progenitors are somewhat rougher than her husband's. They have been known to scrap, a trait which certainly has been passed to Mary. She, in a time when such is abnormal to say the least, runs various parts of her husband's merchant empire. Together, the Englishes represent one of the most preeminent families in not just Salem, but all of early America. They have friends in high places, a vast store of wealth, and are not to be trifled with.
Who is that?
What?
At the door.
Philip rises and leaves the bed. He walks down the steps and approaches the front door.
It's all right. I'll speak with them.
Good evening, sir.
What's this about?
Mary has been named.
So? You mean to take her? Now?
Yes.
No, you'll not have her. Good night.
Mr. English, it would be better for you if she came. Multiple people have submitted charges against her.
What those farmers yammer on about is no concern of ours.
It is now. There are whispers of your midnight deeds as well. I'll not barge in. Go and fetch her.
What is it?
It's the sheriff. You've been named.
Those children have named me? Us?
It seems so.
Well, then they've made a terrible mistake, haven't they, love?
What do we do?
Go back down those stairs. Tell the little Corwin that your wife is asleep and distempered, and should she be roused into wakefulness, there's no telling what peaks the volume of her voice will reach as she screeches through the Salem night. Tell him that every single powerful name that she knows of in this land will hear of this, either by the sheer sonic magnitude of her nocturnal yowling, or by the stroke of her decisive and merciless pen. Tell him I have ways in this world that would entirely eradicate him, and so, therefore, have no need of the devils in other planes for my will to be done.
Mary, you know I can't say any of that.
Yes, I know. Tell him to leave and return tomorrow. He is barely more than a child, Philip. Speak to him as one.
She'll not come.
What did you say? I am an officer of the High
She says you should
Court.
come back tomorrow. She says if you take her tonight, she will fight you at every turn. She'll see to it that all of our friends descend on this arrest. No man can stop them once they're in motion, and no man can silence her when she has an itch for a rabble. Trust me, I know. You'll have hornets for dinner, young sir. Is that what you want?
I'll come back at first light. Officer?
Yes, sir.
You are to remain at this door. No one leaves until I return.
As you say. Good night, Sheriff.
Well?
He'll return tomorrow.
Every day they take more people. There'll be no end to it.
What are we going to do?
Do you suppose it's all just farmer superstition?
What?
The girls, what they see. Do you think there's any truth in it?
Not when they look to us. I suspect it's far worse than superstition. Small fortunes have changed hands these last few months.
And now they come for the larger ones.
Aye, the church rewrites the past and destroys the future. What will we do?
I do not know. But I will, Philip.
Aye, you will.
This is Sheriff Cabot. It's June 29th, 1914. And I'm here with... Your name?
Doesn't matter.
I need your name to take your story.
No, you don't.
All right. You told Deputy Warren you had some information about the fire.
I have information about many things, Sheriff.
Well, out with it then.
Tell me about the blaze, Sheriff.
The blaze? You're supposed to be the one with the information.
When did it start?
In the early afternoon of June 25th, 4 days ago.
Incorrect. Where did it begin?
What do you mean, incorrect? We know exactly...
Just answer my questions. Then I'll tell you all I know.
It began at the Corn Leather Company in Blubber Hollow.
Incorrect. Why did it spread so quickly?
Building materials downtown. Too much timber. They've been warning this could happen for years.
Incorrect again. Final question. What started the fire?
Sunlight, we think. It sparked some celluloid. Spread to chemicals nearby.
The following morning, High Sheriff George Corwin arrives in the early morning hours to arrest Mary. She answers the door in her bedclothes.
Good morning. Good English.
Corwin?
I assume your husband told you about last night?
Yes.
Then, shall we?
Shall we? Is that how you arrest everyone? Well, I rather like it. There's a certain poise about it that counters its speaker.
I just
Corwin, look at me. I am clearly in no position to go anywhere.
But you must.
Yes, I must. Say 11.
11?
When you'll return? I should be composed by then, with a full stomach and a compliant tongue.
See here. I have already given you more time than I am inclined.
Corwin.
Hi, Sheriff Corwin.
Yes, High Sheriff Corwin. I swear to you, come the midday, I will go wherever you choose. If you take me now, I will fight you, and I will win. A grown man can wait. So?
11, then.
Thank you.
Bed-swerving devil spawn.
Corwin leaves and returns a few hours later. The sun is high as Mary English, now fully dressed, silently agrees to accompany Corwin. The pair do not, however, travel to the prison. Corwin instead takes Mary to the second floor of the Cat and Wheel Tavern in downtown Salem. By this point in the trials, hearings often draw large crowds, and this one would certainly be the same. With court space limited, taverns are often used as backup locations for initial interrogations. But before the citizens of Salem arrive, there is only the sheriff and Mary English. They enter into a room that Corwin has adorned with but a single chair. As the pair enter, Mary's hands are bound behind her.
please sit?
Are we to be here long? I'm rather anxious to get on with whatever comes next. Could you at least remove my bindings, Corwin?
You don't understand this. You don't understand where you are. Look around you, witch. Do you see great powers in the shadows waiting to spring to your defense? Because I see none. I see only you and me. I know what you did.
What I did?
Your daughter. Her father was with the crown for 5 entire months, 3 Augusts prior, and yet you had a spring babe only 4 months after his return. Curious.
Philip and I understand each other.
That may be true, but does God see it the same way? Ah, yes. Now you're beginning to understand. It's all right, of course. I've done things in my past, too. Just last year, there was the raid outside of town. Do you remember? 24 savages in the night. Oh, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to remember either. I didn't see much of it, but what I did observe would make the devil weep. I was indisposed, you see. Just as the attack began, something rather curious occurred.
George Corwin inches closer to the still-bound Mary English.
Goody English, have you ever had a moment of perfect understanding? One so clear that it made everything before seem dimmed somehow. One you were certain must come from God?
No.
Pity. I remember hearing the wails began from the tree line near the water. I was close, so I went to investigate. Having dealt with this kind before, I knew that remaining hidden would be the best option. So, I entered the woods north of the entry point of their raid. After only a few paces, a sudden movement startled me. I drew my weapon, ready to kill. Imagine my surprise when a young, dark girl of no more than 11 should step out from behind a tree with her arms raised. Her eyes danced wildly in the night. I could tell she was confused. Something had not gone according to plan. From some quiet place within me, I knew that I must take her.
Corwin now looms directly over Mary.
And perhaps she knew some of our language. Perhaps she could be persuaded to talk. Perhaps she was useful as a ransom. I told myself all these things and more, but the truth is, I just wanted her. I wanted to... I don't know what exactly, but this morning, when you came to the door, I remembered the feeling. It was the same, Mary.
Hi, Sheriff, you have...
Oh, please. I only want to tell you this story, and then we'll get on with what comes next. I took the girl to my home. I have a root cellar that flooded the month before, and so was empty at the time. Actually, it was very much like this room. I tied her to a chair. I asked her a great many things. She just stared down at the compacted earth at our feet. Not a single utterance. No emotion, nothing. Finally, after 2 days, the girl relented. And of course, I couldn't understand a word of what she said, but the curious thing was, it wasn't any conversational persuasion that ultimately ended her silence. It was this.
George Corwin leans down and places his hand around Mary's neck. He squeezes lightly.
Just this. So simple. So elegant. You have something I want, My hand can extract it from you. And since it can, why shouldn't it? Why should God give me this strength, if not to use it? Am I not of him? Am I not doing his will by eradicating godlessness from his new land? I saw it so clearly. I kept my hand there until the girl turned cold, and I felt nothing. Because she was nothing. They are nothing. This hand, Mary, it holds such dominion over the bodies of the wicked, such dominion over you. You have done evil, have you not?
Everyone has.
George Corwin raises his hand and places it on Mary's shoulder.
Oh, but you have done more. You are in league with the devil, are you not?
No, I am not.
Corwin moves his hand to her neck and delicately runs his index finger along her rapidly reddening skin.
Oh. Do you know where I'll be mere days from now? Back at your mansion. To take your silly husband. Oh, but he won't come here. Very few people want to see the men questioned, you see. There's no sport in it. I'll take him to my root cellar. Unless, of course, there's a reason not to.
Corwin places his hand on Mary's neck and begins to squeeze.
Did you sign your name in the book? Answer me! You are but a devil's whore, are you not? Yes, that's what you are. That's why you and your husband hold such sway on this earth. You have sold yourself. You will give yourself to me now. Who's there?
Me, nephew. Is it done?
George Corwin removes his hand from Mary. He looks into her bloodshot eyes.
Do you understand now, Mary?
Yes.
Good. Very good.
Corwin walks to the door, unlocks, and opens it.
Good afternoon, goody English. I trust my nephew has transferred you here in a fashion accustomed to your liking.
He has.
Very good. Now, let us attend the matter of your bond. I suggest 30 pounds sterling. What say you, nephew?
Mary's hearing took place in the following days. She then was moved to the Salem dungeons to await further examination and ultimately a formal trial. The hangings had begun. While Bridget Bishop was the first to die, several others followed in rapid succession. There seemed to be no end in sight.
You done with your little show? Are you gonna start answering some questions, or am I wasting my time?
It's miraculous, the number of tourists that are in Salem right now. How many do you suppose came here to gawk at the ashes?
500,000, we think. So far.
That's humorous. It won't be the last time Salem's tragedies bring hungry eyes to town. All right, Sheriff. Begin. Ask me what I asked you.
When did the fire start?
September 19th, 1692.
You're insane.
Where is next, Sheriff?
Where did the fire begin?
That depends on your perspective. Some would say at the very same spot that a sturdy ash tree on a craggy hill once stood. Nearby corn leather, but not at the same location. Others, like me, would say it actually began in a field on the other side of town.
There's no way it began on the other...
Just keep going.
Why did it spread so quickly?
Someone willed it to.
Who?
I shall take that to mean what started the fire.
Sure. For now.
A dead man.
In the days immediately following Mary's arrest, Philip English visits his wife 3 times a day. 5 days after Mary is taken, Jonathan Corwin knocks on his nephew's door with an urgent message in hand.
Yes?
It's me. Open.
Who today?
Sit, nephew. George, what would you call the process in which we are engaged?
I am not sure I understand.
The trials, the hearings, the executions, if you had to name it something, what would you say it is?
I don't know. A proceeding, I suppose?
Proceeding? No, George. Cleansing. We are cleansing this kingdom.
Yes, of course.
The devil cares little for the station of his servants beyond the utility those stations may serve. But in that even is great power. Who can do more evil in the devil's name? A millman or a governor?
A governor, of course.
Aye, a governor. But a governor is well protected, surrounded on all sides by a fortress of influence that shields him from God's wrath. And so, we must destroy it, stone by stone, until all that remains is the man within.
I understand.
Do you? Why do you think we have not yet arrested Philip English? He has been named.
I do not know.
No, of course not. We haven't arrested him because he too is surrounded by influence. We took Mary and not Philip for one reason and one reason only, so that he could see her in chains. And with that, his resolve would surely break as several husbands' resolves have now broken. Then, when he was weakened thus, it would be a far simpler matter to execute God's divine justice. But I hear he visits Mary 3 times a day. In the dungeons, I hear they whisper in secret language.
Devil tongue, no doubt.
Latin, actually. The nature of their language is unimportant, however. Nephew, it is the content of their words with which I am concerned. Philip English shows no signs of desperation. I have watched him these last few days. He is calm, poised. I fear our thinking was flawed. Instead of disheartening him, his visits with Mary seem only to reignite whatever hell work the two concoct.
Perhaps we should end the visits?
My thinking exactly, nephew. Now listen to me, and listen well. Today, you will walk alone to the English estate. Once there, you will execute the warrant for Philip English's arrest.
Aye.
Wait, this must be done delicately. His wife's imprisonment seems not to have influenced him in the desired fashion. So you must use some other means to convince him to come.
Can I not simply bind him?
No, you fool. Hands do the deeds of lowly souls. Men like Philip must have their minds bound. You must convince him that participating in not only his capture, but the subsequent hearings and trials is in his best interest.
But if he is in chains, what do we care about his mind?
Mark me, you do not become a man like Philip English or a woman like Mary English without being cunning, devilishly cunning. I do not know what they plan, only that they plan. And so must we, even as we rest in the certainty of God's holy light.
What do I say to him?
I have an idea on that front. After his servant beckons him to the door. Damn. I must go. We are hearing testimony. Listen to me. In order for the court to follow this trail of witchcraft to its source, it is vital that Philip and Mary English not escape justice. Whatever you need to say, say it. Do you understand?
Yes, Uncle.
Good, I have a brief window between hearings in 3 hours. I expect to find Philip English in this room then. Good day.
Good day.
An hour later, George Corwin walks alone to the English mansion and knocks on the large door.
Sheriff,
Where is your servant?
I've sent her away. I hope you bring glad tidings.
Grim ones, I'm afraid.
I suppose you have some ill-drawn tactic to coax me out?
Why should I coax you out?
Come now. Do you think me a fool?
I think you a man of great learning.
There is no need for such flattery, Corwin. I will go with you. I'm already prepared. Let us leave.
What? That easily?
Yes, of course. I respect the court. The cat and the wheel, then?
No. My home.
Just as well. Lead the way, High Sheriff.
As the two walk through the Salem day, Corwin's unease dissipates. By the time they arrive at Corwin's home, the sheriff has entirely forgotten all his fear and hesitation. After settling in, the pair begin chatting about politics, the merchant trade, and the ongoing conflict with the First Nations peoples. Finally, the entry door to Corwin's home opens a full 3 hours later, and Magistrate Jonathan Corwin enters the room.
Then Bartleby lifted up his crutch and slammed it down on Franklin's thigh, calling him a damned fine marksman.
Uncle?
Nephew, I see your day's deeds were successfully executed.
He's quite the sheriff, is he not?
Yes, quite. Well then, shall we begin?
No audience?
Not tonight.
A shame.
Philip English, you stand accused of witchcraft. Multiple witnesses have accused you of spectral contact and abuse. They claim you attained such powers by the way of a compact with the devil. Do you deny it?
I do.
Therefore, we must now administer a search for a witch's mark. Sheriff, remove his clothing.
George Corwin complies. Philip English is unaffected as Corwin removes layer after layer of expensive, well-tailored clothing. Eventually, English stands bare before the other men. Jonathan Corwin walks around him, examining his naked form. He lifts his arm and peers into his armpits. He spreads his buttocks, lifts his scrotum, shifts the curly mat of chest hair. Finally, he stops at a small pink mark above Philip's left nipple.
There. Look here, nephew. Is it not the devil's mark?
Aye, that it is.
Excellent. You may dress, English. You are to be escorted to the dungeon, where you will await a formal questioning. Bond?
100 pounds sterling.
Reasonable. I shall see to it that...
4,000.
Excuse me.
4,000 pound. That's my bond.
What are you
It's a fascinating place, Salem. So close to this new world, yet so removed. Now Boston, that's a burgeoning, vibrant city. We have many friends in Boston. One of them happens to be among the staff at their prison. So I put up a 4,000 pound bond to see to it that we were held somewhere a touch more understanding of our unique social position. The offer was accepted. What with your hands so full in Salem, this seemed like a far better option for all parties involved. My wife and I will be transferred in the morning, so unless there's a sturdy ash tree nearby and you should like to entirely upend the law, I would appreciate it if we moved along to the dungeons, or shall I sleep at my home tonight? I know floor space is so very limited in your little prison.
Get out. Nephew.
Right. I couldn't have known.
I heard you loose-tongued and jolly with him even as I entered. Did you not stop to consider why he was so jovial?
I did.
And yet, I did not hear you questioning him to get to the root of it. Did you ask him a single thing once you entered this house? I don't have time for you.
A dead man started the fire. Do you know how crazy that sounds?
Many things are crazy. Why should I be different? Why should you? You may now ask for more information on any of our 4 answers, and I will divulge.
Why did it spread so quickly? Did someone spread it purposely? Is that what you mean by someone willed it so?
The easy answer is that we are in a drought. I would have thought your men would have surmised the connection. The more difficult answer is that the man who willed it to be so was also in a drought. There's a strange line between things here. It's unlike any place I've ever been.
So you traveled?
Oh yes, very much. I have seen a great many things.
And how are we different here? What's this line business?
The past here echoes in miraculous, terrifying ways, Sheriff Cabot. Are you of any relation to Lori Cabot by chance?
I've never heard the name.
Ah, I am too early. Do you know that every single Salem sheriff for the last 222 years has suffered some mysterious coronary ailment?
I did.
You will too. Do you know why?
Because someone wills it?
Ah, now you're playing the right game, Sheriff.
The following day, the Englishes are moved to Boston. Their entire immediate family finds their way there as well. The Sunday before their trial, the prison minister reads to the inmates from Matthew 10:23.
You will be hated by everyone because of me. But the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. When you are persecuted in one place, flee to another.
Later that day, a prison break erupts. In the chaos, Philip and Mary English escape to a carriage waiting nearby. They ride into the night, only stopping once they've reached New York. They are now well outside the reach of Salem's courts. Their children are protected. All of the Englishes that remains in Salem is their massive mansion in the center of town. After word of the Englishes' escape reaches Salem, High Sheriff George Corwin, enraged, gathers a posse and ransacks the English home. The group steals or destroys nearly everything on the property. George even stows away some of the English family heirlooms, which hold only sentimental value, in his own home. While the English family is pacified, they still play a powerful role in the trials, remaining in constant communication with friends in and near Salem throughout the insanity of the months ahead. Still, Sheriff Corwin's attempts to dominate and topple one of the most powerful merchant dynasties in Salem ultimately proves to be a failure. So it should be no surprise, then, that as the body count from the trials escalates into the double digits and more powerful members of the Salem and Massachusetts elite are accused, the High Sheriff's dark tactics become more visible. Before long, however, he will commit an act so monstrous, its legacy will scar the American consciousness for centuries to come.
Giles Corey, you stand charged of wizardry by the members of this community. What say you?
I never did hurt them.
But your image did. In the dead of night. Tell us what your spirit did to these girls.
I have done nothing to damage them.
Have you never entered a contract with the devil?
I never did.
What temptations have you had?
Temptations?
Yes, temptations towards the devil's way.
I never had temptations in my life.
John Hathorne, trial magistrate, another relative of George Corwin, and colloquially known as the hanging judge for his punishment predilections, enters the interrogation.
What? Have you lived without temptation? We have it on testimony that you have been tempted to leave Salem, perhaps even to leave this world, which, as you know, is the deepest affront against our God. Many in Salem have heard of it.
I only meant...
Giles Corey, you have been marked by Sarah Bibber. She claims you were frightened by a hellspawn in your cowhouse.
I never saw nothing but my cattle.
Tell the truth. What was it frightened you?
Nothing frightened me. Nothing frightens me now.
We have 3 witnesses here that claim you told them directly you'd seen a terrible beast, one not of this world.
I do not remember it.
Abigail Halls. Stand, girl. Recount to us now what you did the day before last.
I have seen sights and been scared. I have seen dogs.
Ordinary dogs?
Devil dogs. They come to me in the woods with a dark man. He offered me many fine things if I would but follow his will.
And what was his will?
To serve him. To sign my name alongside Giles Corey's and the rest of the Night Flock. He say Giles Corey will crush me to death if I do not sign. He say...
Giles Corey, you stand accused. Dozens of your neighbors have entered charges against you. Now comes the time. Enter your plea. Guilty or innocent, man?
You must enter a plea.
Giles Corey steps away from the pew. He looks around the room. His gaze scans the faces of everyone he's ever wronged. He draws a deep breath and returns his focus to the magistrates at the front of the chamber.
Guilty or innocent?
With not a sound escaping his lips, Giles Corey simply shakes his head. Jonathan Corwin rises to his feet.
Enter a plea.
Giles shakes his head again.
Sheriff Corwin, take this man away. Hold him until he has come to his senses. Everyone else, dismissed.
George Corwin takes Giles Corey away in chains.
Who wills it?
You know his name. You know his story. And I will tell you. But first, we must complete our game. Another of the 4 answers.
When did the fire start?
Yes, that is the correct question and answer. Remember, I said...
1692. The witch trial.
Not just the trials. A certain date. September 19th. Do you know it?
No. I think it's close to the end.
That it is.
Later that night, the sheriff and his uncle speak at George's home.
It is clever, refusing to enter a plea.
Clever? It's devilish is what it is. Still, I admit there is a sharp point to his tactic.
Will he confess, do you think?
Not of his own accord. His wife, Martha, has been in chains for weeks. He'll not be pressed on that front either, it seems.
Pressed? His specter, the girls say, sits on their chests until they cannot draw breath.
Vicious magic, that. Nephew, I grow weary of these proceedings. There rises so much resistance to God's divine will.
Yes, and so few tools to root out them that resist.
Giles Corey must confess. Of that I have no doubt. He holds sway, even among them that hate him. The evidence against him is quite a deal larger than most of the accused. If we cannot root out the devil here, and quickly, I shudder at our prospects for the future.
What would you have me do?
Visit Martha in the dungeons. See if she would speak to him, convince him.
And if she won't?
Well, that decision, I'm afraid, rests upon your shoulders alone. We cannot have a repeat of the English affair.
No, we cannot. I think I know what I must do.
I'll leave it to you, nephew.
That night, George Corwin travels to the dungeon to meet Martha Corey. On his way, he fetches the silent Giles Corey from his cell. As he enters Martha's room, he leaves Giles in the hall, out of Martha's line of sight.
Goody Corey, have you been fed tonight?
Yes.
Good. That's good.
Why are you here, Corwin? Have you come to hurt me?
You are a godly woman, Martha. I am sure you have heard of your husband's silence in the court.
One of the exceedingly rare moments of silence from that man, I assure you.
You seem displeased with him, Goody Corey. I come to you with a request. By this time tomorrow, your husband's plea must be recorded.
And by your estimation, how is one in chains such as I a player in this tale?
If you would speak with him, implore him to respect the sanctity of our proceedings.
The sanctity? Did you say the sanctity?
Yes. Or at least the authority. If he does not speak, I fear I must do something I am not sure I am prepared to do.
Ah, now I see you, child. Now I see you plain.
Will you speak with him?
He is here.
Just outside. He hears your voice even now.
No. I'll not speak with him. I would have him hear this, though. We are stone, old man. Stone and tears. And I shall see you when all the days before us are golden and the eternal winds have shifted toward our favor.
Goody Corey, I would have you listen to me.
Some time ago, I met a man. A broken man. He had said and done terrible things. He had been scorned by his people. But after many long years, he had finally tamed the beasts raging in his heart. He could, at the very least, honestly admit to himself who he really was. That was a miracle. And though he sometimes faltered, I watched as every day he tried harder to live within God's love. The man broke and repaired my heart every day. He still does. He is my exact opposite, this man. He is loud and angry and vengeful in the light, but quiet and simple and godly in the dark.
How is that your opposite? Please, I don't understand what you mean. Am I to do this thing? This terrible thing? Or can you help me?
Corwin, you are before me and my kin and my God of little consequence. We have held fast to our ways, and we will endure for it, even if you kill us. Especially if you kill us. Mark me, boy. You are no devil. You cannot corrupt a willful heart. That is why you will not break my husband tomorrow. You will try, and you will fail. How could you ever hope to succeed, no matter the tactic? You are but a child who has attached his life to oblivion, and for what? What great riches have you gained from this affair that you will keep once it is finished? None. You cast away heaven out of obedience, like a child, like an animal. Look me in the eyes, boy. What do you see?
I see nothing. Just your eyes.
Of course you see nothing. You come to the cell of the wife whose husband you pursue on the dawn. You come to a pit in the earth where you have cast the woman you will slay, but 5 days hence, scheming for a method by which to unravel her husband. I'll give you something better. Do what you will tomorrow, because my husband has already won. I have already won. Play your part, little Corwin. Do the deed like the simpering, sore-addled simpleton you've allowed yourself to become. But spare me more breaths wasted. I have so few remaining. You have already lost everything you will lose, George Corwin. What's one more terrible deed? Or 100? Or 1,000? The ground has been seeded. You are empty. Now kill me or hurt me or leave me, child.
I am sorry I disturbed you.
No, you're not. Trouble me no more until my father calls.
As you say, Goody Corey.
George Corwin drops his shoulders and slinks out of the cell. As he moves down the hallway, carting an old, silent, grinning man, an elderly woman's voice begins to sing in the darkness behind him.
Such a worm as I. Was it for crimes that I have done? He groaned upon the tree. Amazing pity, grace unknown, and love beyond degree.
A sleepless night awaits the young sheriff. By midnight, he knows what he must do. It appears as a revelation in an unquiet dream. He awakes and immediately travels to a darkened field just outside of Salem town. There, he gathers his materials and prepares for the events to come. On the dawn, George Corwin composes himself, collects Giles Corey, a handful of officers, and a walking stick. He transports them all to the field. He stretches Giles out on a long wooden plank and instructs his officers to bind his limbs. A pile of large gray stones wait beside the old man. Onlookers quickly accumulate. Everyone, George, Giles, the Watchers, everyone knows what's coming, though few can believe it.
Giles Corey, you stand accused of witchcraft. Owing to the laws of the court of Oyer and Terminer, you must enter a plea. How do you plead?
Corwin slowly collects a second plank and places it on Corey's chest. Once it is positioned, Corwin directs his officers.
5 stones.
The men comply. They place 5 large, heavy stones on Corey's chest. The old man gasps for air.
What is your plea? Guilty or innocent? What?
More weight.
5 stones.
The men hesitate, then follow their orders. One of Giles Corey's ribs snaps under the weight of the rocks. He grunts and writhes.
Enter a plea, Corey. Guilty or innocent?
The crowd is silent. Everyone looks to George Corwin. In the hush of the moment, Giles Corey's eyes find the sheriff's. The old man grins. He whispers,
More weight.
10 stones.
Gasps erupt from the crowd. Some women and children leave the scene. Corwin's men hesitate.
I said 10 stones!
Slowly, they comply. As each of the stones presses onto Corey, the sound of his agony becomes more and more pronounced. Eventually, even that vanishes as the animal need for survival kicks in. Corey thrashes and grunts. He growls and spits and laughs and howls. Finally, as Corey's sternum cracks, as his throat fills with liquid, as he arrives on the precipice of death, Corwin speaks.
You are a wizard, are you not? Guilty or innocent?
Giles gasps. His lips move, but he cannot seem to raise his voice above a whisper. He nods his head to Corwin, beckoning him to approach. Corwin inches toward the dying man. He places his ear beside Corey's lips as the old man strains to speak.
Curse you. Curse Salem. The devil take you all.
George Corwin leans back and looks aghast at Giles Corey. A strained, delirious, maniacal grin paints the old man's jagged jaw. In a rage, George Corwin leans onto his walking stick and lurches one boot onto the pile of stones atop Corey. Giles exhales his final breath as Corwin climbs fully on top of the splayed corpse, its tongue now jutting out from its mouth in onset rigor mortis.
How do you plead? How do you plead? Answer me!
Corwin takes his walking stick and shoves the dead man's tongue back into his mouth.
You foul, loathsome blight! How dare you refuse me? How dare you?
Corwin lifts his stave high above his head, ready to strike the corpse. A sudden gasp erupts from the crowd and catches George's attention. His eyes turn slowly toward the gathered onlookers, who watch him in horror. Slowly, he lowers the staff.
This man was of the devil. And what was done here was in God's name. Do you understand me? Do you understand me?
A few people in the crowd nod. Most are too shocked to do anything. Corwin climbs down from his corporeal perch. He looks to his gathered neighbors. He looks to Salem in the distance. He tries to speak, but no words will come. He feels nothing as he lurks away from the scene at his back. He does not afford another glance or consideration to what once had been Giles Corey. Shortly after Giles' pressing, Martha Corey was hanged. They were the only husband and wife pair to be executed in the Salem Witch Trials. Their land remained in their family, their estate secured. Not so fortunate were Philip and Mary English. When the trials ended, Philip had no desire to return to the place and the people that had nearly killed them both. Mary, however, was desperate for home. They returned to Salem the year after the trials. Unfortunately, Mary wouldn't enjoy it for long. Mere months after their homecoming, Mary died of natural causes. Philip was crushed. For the rest of his long life, he made getting revenge on Corwin and the magisterial elites in Salem a primary focus. He sued George Corwin directly, over and over again, seeking the return of his precious family heirlooms and some remuneration for the massive wealth he lost as a result of the trials. All told, Philip English's estimated losses were between £7,000 and £10,000 sterling. A few years after the trials, the courts began to recompensate the victims of the hysteria. Philip only claimed £1,183 sterling for recompensation, completely ignoring his £4,000 bond and most of his losses. Of that, he was awarded merely £200. To put that into modern perspective, Philip English likely lost over $1 million 2020 American dollars. Of that, he asked for a little over $300,000 in remuneration. He received only a little over $50,000. But the remaining Englishes actually fared decently well financially after the trials. This was largely owed to a swift decision in the days following Mary's arrest. Then, it seems, Philip had used one of his many ships to cart the family's most valuable possessions out to sea. When they returned to Salem, the ship docked in the port and the English family's wealth was, at least partially, restored. There is little doubt in the mind of many that this was in fact Mary's idea. Philip English lived to be an old man. The same cannot be said of George Corwin, however. Only 5 years after the conclusion of the trials, he died of a mysterious heart attack. Philip English would not relent in his attempts to seek retribution, even in Corwin's death. English successfully sued Corwin's estate, which meant that Corwin's remaining family must pay for their direct crimes against the English family. Some local legends claim that Philip English, in an attempt to collect the payment that his lawsuit had afforded him, claimed that he owned the lien on the sheriff's corpse. Corwin's family, endeavoring to protect his body, interred him in the same root cellar where he had reportedly tortured the accused. Lydia, Corwin's widow, eventually relented and returned the heirlooms to Philip English. Following this, Corwin's body was relocated to the Broad Street Cemetery in Salem, where he remains to this day. The Corwin house was torn down some time ago. These days, the land is occupied by a boutique hotel, which is, reportedly, quite haunted by George Corwin's ghost. They say he chokes guests in the night. But George Corwin's specter and legacy pale in comparison to Giles Corey's.
Only 2 answers remain, Sheriff. Are you beginning to understand?
I don't feel well.
That will pass.
Where did it start? You said maybe by corn leather. Maybe in a field. Which is it?
Near corn is where 19 lost their lives at the end of a rope. The field is where one did beneath a pile of earth.
Condemned. And Giles.
I saw their faces with bulging, yellowed eyes. I smelled the waste to evacuate their shells. I watched their children weep and grow into broken people who broke other people. The final answer, man.
I can't breathe.
The dead man who started the fire. You know his name, Sheriff. Say it now. Be free from this.
I can't.
Say it.
Giles. Corey.
Alas, and did my Savior bleed, and did my sovereign die? Would he devote that sacred head for such a worm as I? Was it for crimes that I have done? He groaned upon the tree. Amazing pity, grace unknown, and love beyond degree.
Giles Corey's refusal to enter a plea and gruesome public execution helped to change the tide in Salem, and it would not be long after that the trials would come to an abrupt and decisive end. Giles Corey's ghost is probably the most famous in all of Salem. There are reports from several eras since the trials of Giles's specter haunting the town, especially in the field where he was executed. Presently, that land is Howard Street Cemetery, near the Salem Witch Museum. He is reportedly a harbinger of terrible things to come. In the summer of 1914, there were claims of over 300 sightings of Corey's ghost in the cemetery reported to local police. So significant were the accounts that the local sheriff stationed several guards around the cemetery just in case some elaborate prank was in motion. They waited and watched, but saw nothing of the ghost. 30 minutes after the men were recalled, a fire broke out near the site of the Salem Witch Trials hangings, present-day Proctor's Ledge. The fire destroyed nearly 2/3 of Salem and would have done more damage if not for a mysterious shift in the wind. Many claim the fire and other horrifying Salem events before and since are the work of Giles's dying curse, which still haunts Salem's sheriffs, residents, and visitors to this very day.
I love this thing so much. I'm so glad you listened to it. Wow. So many people to thank putting this thing together. You see the credits on the screen now. These people, every single one of them are phenomenal and deserve your attention and support. Check out the links in the description. Thank you so much for listening to this. I hope it made your October season a little bit spookier. Please, if it did, share the heck out of it. Put it everywhere. Put it on your social profile. Share To Salem itself, whatever incarnation of To Salem you happen to have come across to enjoy this content. Subscribe to the channel and the podcast and all that goodness. And most importantly, I hope you have an incredible Halloween this year, even if it's a little bit different. I know I'm ramping up for a really incredible one. Leave me some comments down in the description about what you're planning to do this year, especially if your plans are a little bit different than they normally are. Would love to hear how you're celebrating. Let's give each other ideas about how to keep this thing spooky. My heart goes out to everyone watching or listening right now. I'm so privileged that you have spent this time with me and this incredible cast of creatives. Stay weird, witches. I'll see you next time.
Hello, creatures of the night, and welcome to Twisted Salem, the only podcast dedicated to grisly murders, unsolved crimes, and paranormal phenomena in Witch City, USA. My name is Tyler Aldean, an unformed mass of human flesh, eager to be molded by the terrifying woman before me.
And I'm Marina Bishop, local skeptic and debunker of pretty much everything Tyler believes.
The moon is full, the bodies are piling up. This is Twisted Salem. Well, it has been one hell of a week.
Yes, it has.
Salem is quiet. We're just a few weeks past Yule.
Christmas to the rest of the world.
And I, for one, am still very much feeling the spirit of the day. I mean, it's my favorite holiday, as you know.
You've mentioned.
And this year my family went to Portsmouth.
Ah, Christmas Town. How very commercial of you.
After the hell that was 2020, honestly, I am ready to be as commercial as my accumulated wealth will allow. And how was your holiday, Marina?
Ah, the usual. Did some writing for the old murder blog. FaceTime with family members in New York, each of whom I deeply despise. Watched Grinch renditions.
There are a surprising number of those.
Dr. Seuss would be thrilled, I'm sure.
Well, Elsix hounds, it's Friday, and we have a whole undulating, slippery mess of murder and oddities to get to. But as usual, we begin with you. Starting in a hot second, our spiffy internet phone line will go live.
Spiffy?
Well, I also said internet phone line, so if you're gonna insult me, please do keep up.
We'll be taking calls from you. Any and all topics are fair game, but the bloodier you bring it, the juicier we vomit it back onto you. So don't be afraid to get gory, you filthy lot of heathens.
Is it getting hot in here, or is it just my corporeal form disintegrating into its constituent parts?
God, you know how to get a girl going.
Questions. Answers. What is reality?
Okie dokie. Accepting calls in 3, 2, 1. Hello, caller. What did you get wasted on this holiday season?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sure can. What's your name?
Charlie.
Hey, Charlie. And where are you?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking about what you was drinking.
What a hilarious and entertaining misunderstanding. Okay, Charlie from Eggnog, what you got for us?
Okay, yeah. Did you guys hear about the fire in Lowell last week?
Nope.
Nada.
Oh, hey, Tyler. You're gonna dig this, man.
That sounds ominous.
Oh, okay. So this guy comes home after work, right? And he walks in the front door and he calls out for his wife and 2 kids, but they don't answer. But that's not like a big surprise because when he pulled into the driveway, his wife's car wasn't there and the garage door was closed.
I'm assuming he wasn't expecting them to be gone.
Nah. So he kicks back, grabs a beer, probably takes off his pants. Dude stuff, you know?
Yeah, man.
And he's sitting there in the living room, right? And he's watching Sports Center or Stocks or something.
God, I love Stocks.
Jesus Christ.
Then he smells this weird thing, right? So he starts to follow it and it goes into the garage. He opens the door and in the garage, the interior of his wife's SUV is totally engulfed in flames. And they're like, starting to come out and get into the garage. Okay, so the dude literally bends over, just throws up, right? Because the smell is just so intense. So he like wrenches on the garage floor, and his wife and kids are roasting in the SUV, like 6 feet away from this dude's face.
Wow. Is there a coroner report or anything?
I don't know, man, but they said it's definitely looking like a murder-suicide thing.
That's pretty messed up.
Yeah, man. I just keep thinking about that smell. And like, what it would be like to know you're breathing in your wife and kids.
Well, I'm gonna be sick.
Congratulations, Charlie. Usually it takes a good 20 minutes into a call before our little guy loses it. You, sir, get a black star.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Ray Ray and Cindy at Tanners. What's up, Bobby and Trish and Brenda? Gil socks!
Salt of the earth.
Oh, sorry about that.
You all right?
Charlie still around?
No.
All right, well then, let's take another call. Hello, caller, what's your name and how many fingers am I holding up?
Lydia, and just the middle one.
Correct. How you doing today, Lydia?
Oh, fine. Trudging through the meaninglessness of existence.
Amen, sister.
I saw a ghost.
Oh, really? Where at?
Charter Street Cemetery. Seemed like it was probably Giles Corey.
He does haunt that spot.
You know, they say he usually portends some great calamity that's soon to befall Salem.
I can't imagine things being any worse.
Well, aren't you just a bright ray of sunshine? You got anything else for us, Lydia?
No. You should know, though, that your show is moderately enjoyable.
Thank you?
You're welcome. Goodbye, friends.
Okay, that was weird.
I liked her.
I'll bet you did.
There is no news. There is only news. 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 There is no news.
All right, you ghoulish Kate Bush lovers, we are moving on to the news from the week. And what have we got today, Marina?
Well, I'm sure that fire in Lowell was big news. We've also got a handful of other reported ghost sightings around Salem, as usual. Corwin's Curiosity Shop downtown is holding a public seance on January. What is it again?
A faculty dinner, basically, but they're honoring my achievements over the past few years. It's a pretty rare occasion, actually.
And you want me to ask Tyler why exactly? I hate when you look at me like that.
Like what?
Like I'm supposed to know what you're thinking.
You don't?
Clearly not.
I can't believe you're going to make me say it.
Mother, I have zero idea what you're talking about.
You and Tyler have been...
friends.
Friends since you were in elementary school. Inseparable since your father left.
He didn't leave.
You've got the podcast with him. You spend most of your time together. Just seems like it's probably time for you and Ty to... you know.
Get a timeshare?
Jesus, Marina. You know what I'm saying. He's probably shy about stuff like this, you know? Maybe if you ask him, that would get things moving.
First off, he's not shy. He's a social titmouse.
That doesn't mean what you think it means.
Don't correct me when I'm criticizing people. Second, he's a really good friend. But I don't know why everybody keeps thinking there's more to it than that.
Why do you keep thinking there isn't?
Because there isn't.
I know you won't tell me the truth if I ask, so I'll just say it. I think you have feelings for him.
God, you're infuriating
And
sometimes.
these things don't last forever. One day he'll get tired of waiting.
This tone you've got is really not cool.
I'm just saying sooner is better than later. Maybe even if it doesn't work out. And then if it does work out...
Yes?
Well, I've always liked Tyler, is all I'm saying.
When is this dinner in your honor?
Friday night.
I'll think about it.
Good. Dinner starts at 7. Get there at 6:30, okay?
Okay.
It's $12 for taxes. That's up 2% from 1940 to 1941, which leaves the rest for dock expenses. Oh! Oh, good Lord. Oh, that's better. Okay, so $17 to the fishery, $10 to the dock workers. Oh!
Cochran, got those numbers done? Mr. Laurel needs them.
Finished in a jiff.
It's supposed to be done by noon, weren't you?
Kept breaking pencils. You have rough days like that?
I'll check back in an hour.
Oh, could you please shut the door?
Oh, Marina. Hey.
And here we go.
6:57. I'm so glad you could make it on time.
The snark is noted.
Tyler, lovely to see you, as always. I see you dressed for the occasion.
Hey, Miss B. Swanky night. Thought the old black tie might be appropriate.
It's not every day they break out the china, I suppose. I was just talking with Ashley.
Oh, God. Not sure I can handle a part-time psychic, part-time associate history professor at the moment.
Be nice.
I like Ashley.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yes, Tyler. Thank you.
Okie dokie, being quiet starting now.
Cheers. Thanks.
Be nice to Tyler, too. Come on.
Marina, sweetheart.
How's dead folks treating you?
Aren't you funny?
Ashley was just telling me about her attempts to get her new book published.
As usual, the university press is rejecting legitimate parapsychological research on the grounds that there's no quote-unquote evidence to support it. I suppose I'll have to go with one of the local rags yet again.
What's this one about?
The Lynn lady. The murder, the ghost, the whole ordeal. Surely you've heard of the Lynn lady.
Of course.
Ah, great. It's so rare I talk with someone who knows the story. So what are your theories?
Theories?
About who killed her?
Oh, well, I'm not sure I have any, really.
Wait, who is this person?
The Lynn lady. Don't you two have a crime podcast thingy?
Mm-hmm. Twisted Salem.
And you've never heard of the Lynn lady?
I said I have.
Well, how about I inform Tyler here and refresh your memory at the same time?
Fine.
In the early 1940s, there was a gruesome murder in the woods off a 5-mile stretch of Danvers Road in Swampscott, just a few miles from here.
It was never solved.
Yes. The body was horribly mangled and violated. The girl's name was Frances Cochran from Lynn. She was only 19 at the time. The girl's mother went on the radio 3 days after her daughter disappeared, begging for anyone with information to call in. Somebody did. It was a young male. All he said was that the police would find a body in the woods beside the highway. So they went there, and within an hour, they found her.
Any evidence?
Not nearly enough to track anyone down. A few people saw her in town before the murder. She'd left the leather factory where she worked as a bookkeeper a few hours before. But that's all we know for sure.
So what are your theories?
Well, plenty of suspects have been floated since the crime. One singer even claimed, 50 years after the fact, mind you, that her father had done the killing of not just Frances Cochran, but untold scores of young women all across the country, including Elizabeth Short,
The Black Dahlia.
Exactly.
Very nice tie.
Oh, quick! Someone get him a cookie. And you forgot the ghost stuff, Ashley?
I was getting there. Almost immediately after the murder, people started reporting strange things in the area. It began as odd events and sensations. Eventually, sightings of a woman draped entirely in white, drifting along the roadside began to circulate. People started connecting the ghost to Frances Cochran from Lynn, and the legend of the Lynn lady was born.
Wow, that is fascinating. So how do you cover it in the book?
Well, I start with the crime and the evidence, obviously. Then I move forward with interviews from the time, a few phone calls with the children of people who remember it. Then, of course, I spoke with some folks who have seen the ghost of the Lynn lady herself.
And you think they're telling the truth?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, it's Salem. Show me a believer in all this psychic witch ghost crap, and I'll show you a paying customer.
Marina.
Is that what you think of people like me? Psychic mediums? Paranormal researchers? That we're all mindless targets for rampant consumerism? Marina, have you ever seriously entertained the possibility that other people might have insights that you don't?
Okay, that's enough.
Oh, they're starting. How do I look?
Fine.
Fine?
You look great, Pat. Knock 'em dead.
Give you more company, eh?
I'm not sure I want this kind of company past one life.
Amen to that. Okay. Here we go. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm completely blown away by your support and kindness. The years since I reached tenure have been the happiest, most productive of my life. I feel so grateful to have been fully accepted by the Salem State community and to have been allowed to contribute to the place my family has called home for many generations now. Salem is a special place to be a historian. Its many layers and eras fold on top of and through each other in fascinating, shimmering ways.
We chatted.
I think
we
Salem's
conquered.
Historians, artists,
Okay,
pagans, and tourists
if you want,
alike
sure.
each agree
Yeah,
that nothing ever
it's a bit
really
stuffy
rises
in
this
here.
quiet seaside town.
Let's go.
And so there is, wonderfully, always more to discover.
Put my problem paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problem paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Why are we doing this again, man?
Because I want to.
Yeah, it just seems dumb.
Dumb?
Yeah, dumb. Mason, back me up, man.
Well, I mean, we could just go get it legally.
That's no fun.
Who smokes bud anymore?
I like it more.
Yeah, but it's more expensive and doesn't get you nearly as high.
I said I like it more. It's my car and it's my money and I want to go get some bud. So why don't you both just stop?
Look out!
There is but one to talk, one to care, one to ease. I will come for her. My heart will be full, my chest heaving with courage and affection. I will come and be one, only ever forward. Jeez, so sorry. Are you all right, miss?
Yes, I'm okay. But you should really watch where you're going.
I will. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine, really.
All right. Well, enjoy your day, miss.
Oh, say there. You forgot your little book.
What?
You dropped your book there? Let me get it.
No! It's okay. I've got it.
Jeez, what's so precious about that book?
Nothing. I write in it sometimes.
Stories?
More thoughts, ideas. Poems, I guess.
Poems, huh? Well, why don't you just read me one of them poems, Ace?
They're really not...
Oh, come on. Humor a dame.
One to care, one to ease. I will come for her. My heart will be full, my chest heaving with courage and affection.
Jeez, you're some kind of dame dizzy, ain't you, mister? Say, what's your name?
Al? You?
Francis. Pleased to meet ya. I do believe it's customary to shake a girl's hand when she offers.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And the award for the slowest handshake in 1941 goes to Al, the poet. Be seeing you, brown eyes.
The bluest of eyes, the fairest of hair, a voice like spring rain, a coarse autumn stare. I will come to her at night and steal away her dreams. I will find myself there, more a man than once I seemed.
I love this park. There's like nothing in it, and it's only half a block, but it just insists on existing anyway. You okay?
Ashley, something about her I just can't stand.
I can see that.
Can you believe she talked down to me like that? Like she's some kind of authority? And my mom just stood there. She didn't even say a word.
They're co-workers. That's probably all it is.
Still. It's always been work with Mom, even after Dad disappeared. Now, with everybody in there dumping praise all over her, it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah. You still think about him a lot?
I don't know.
Probably hard not to. I can't imagine not knowing what happened.
It's insane. One day he's going on a weekend fishing trip, and the next he's gone. And then it's like a year later and everybody's pretending that it's not the weirdest thing that's happened to any of us. And I'm supposed to just be functioning as if nothing ever happened. It's just too much. I
wish I could say something to help.
You help, Tyler. You do.
You're pretty good in there.
What?
Show me a believer in all this psychic witch ghost crap, and I'll show you a paying customer. Really?
Oh, shut up.
You had her. She looked like she had been run over by a truck, and then she got all high and mighty to recover. It was brilliant.
Well, thank you. What?
I don't want this to be about me.
Come on, Ty. You can't let out a sigh like that and just leave it hanging.
I just thought I don't know. You don't normally ask me to go places like this, and we usually just hang out or do podcast stuff or whatever.
So?
So I thought that maybe there was something, I don't know, different, maybe, about tonight.
Different how? Ty.
No, it's cool. I get it. We're just sitting in a park alone, and my head got weird for a sec. Need to recalibrate a bit, you know?
I'm glad you came. Do you want to go get a tarot reading?
For real?
We both lived here our entire lives, and how many times have you actually got your tarot read? Let's do it! It's bound to be more fun than this supposed park.
Well, do they read more than one person at a time?
Oh, I think you have to be a couple.
Oh. Well, I guess we could pretend to be one of those.
We could. We could make entire personalities, really. Can you do an Irish accent?
Get your hands away from me, Englishman.
Yep, that was a terrible idea.
You liked it.
You have no idea what I like. Come on, Ty.
Pip, pip.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hold on to me. Stop. He's got it. Oh, no. I can stop.
Careful there, Professor.
Too much champagne, I'm afraid.
No such thing. There, right as rain.
Thank you. You look beautiful tonight.
Not here.
Why not?
Because everyone we're trying to keep this from is literally within 10 feet of us.
And behind a door. A big, oaken, sexy door.
Jesus, you're wasted. That vocabulary's still on point, though.
Always. Tell me this. If one can't float on a night like this with a woman like you, then what's the point of anything?
Not a bad question. Maybe we should get a little distance between us and them, though.
If you insist. Where to?
Mansion shopping?
Lovely.
I take it Marina is still in the dark?
She's not ready. Oh, this one's nice.
I've never liked blue houses.
Me neither, actually. Something very, I don't know, depressing about them. Even sky blue ones.
We can do better. Oh, sorry. Just need a sec.
It's all right.
Much better.
I'm glad. Think another flare-up is coming?
Can't really tell yet. I can feel them a couple days out usually, so if something is happening, we've still got a bit.
I don't know how you live with it.
You can get used to anything.
That's certainly true. Still, if there's anything I can do.
There isn't, unfortunately.
This is so magical, Ash. Being out here with all these old, beautiful mansions, spending this night with you. I feel so full right now.
Me too. I almost don't want to say this, but I...
What?
It doesn't feel great, you know?
What?
Marina. I'm trying to be patient, but it kind of makes me feel like a dirty secret. I don't like it.
You're not a secret. It's just... After James disappeared, she barely made it through.
That was a year ago.
I know. It's more complicated, though. I just can't yet.
Okay.
You should know they adored each other. He was completely devoted to her, and she worshipped him. After he just up and vanished, she completely changed. I want to tell her about you. I do. But she still thinks he's alive somehow. She hasn't moved on at all.
Maybe you should just do it anyway. Rip that Band-Aid right off and let the consequences be whatever they will be. You know, in tarot, the card that is the most associated with new beginnings is the Fool. He dances on the edge of a cliff. Part of the symbolic interpretation is that change is an act of faith and grace, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Sometimes, though, you just have to jump off the damn cliff.
I don't know how I could get her to understand.
But at some point, she'll start to catch on, and that'll be worse. You know that, right?
I know. I'll find a way before then. Do you think... I mean, it's okay if you don't want to, but... Do you think maybe you could kiss me? I know we just had a very heavy chat and all that, but this night, it's pretty important to me. And I'd really like it if... Hello, stranger.
Professor.
You smell like marble rose and sage.
Seems about right.
Thank you for tonight, Ash. Thank you for everything.
Of course. Now, there's a red house around the corner I want to show you. They've got these candles in the window that are to die for.
Okay, let's do it.
She came to me on the brightest day. Anything I would give to have her stay. The most beautiful flower, my summer rose, don't yet let my sweetest...
Well, hi there, Al.
Oh, hey, Joanna.
What you writing?
No, wait, but please don't.
Beautiful flower? Summer rose? Who's this about? Me, I hope.
No one.
You got yourself a girlfriend?
No.
Well, if you ever do, don't show her this junk. She'll make fun of you for sure. That is, if she hasn't already for your dirty clothes and horrible stench. Hey, I know. Why don't you fetch this here book out of that there fountain and do the whole world a favor by cleaning up a little while you're at it?
No! Why do you gotta be so mean to me all the time?
Why shouldn't I be? You gonna stop me? Maybe I just don't like you much.
Maybe I don't like you much either.
Well, that don't matter.
Why's that?
Because my daddy's rich, and your daddy can barely feed you. You not liking me is like an ant not liking a linebacker. How's that for poetry, Al?
Well, come on, man. Can you hear me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Well? Hold on, man. Hey, I'm gonna grab my phone, okay? Oh, God. Oh, shit. It's crushed. Hey, Will? Say something, man. Drew. Oh, God. Drew. Can you hear me?
What was she doing?
Okay, hold on, man. I'm gonna go get help, okay?
Wait. Oh, what's wrong with my shoulder?
It looks like there's a piece of metal in it.
Jesus. That woman, what was she doing?
I don't know what you're talking about, Drew. You're confused. Just let me go.
She screamed. Oh, God, she's here. I can see her. I can see her in the woods. I think she wants me to come. I don't want to go, Mason. Please don't let me go.
Hey. There's nothing there, man. You're hurt pretty bad, okay? Just breathe.
She's talking. Jesus, she's showing me. It's all on top of itself. Everything at once. Oh my God. My dad, my fucking dad. I can't. He can't find out like that. Where is it taking me? I can't do anything. It's spinning. Fuck, man. Fuck, I'm gonna be sick. Mason.
I'm here, too.
I don't want this. I'm so sorry. I'm so...
Hey. No. Stay with me. Hey. Drew. Somebody help me! Please! Somebody help me! Okay. Okay. True. Oh, man. Okay, keep breathing, okay? Twisting?
Stopped. Who are you?
What? Mason.
Where am I?
Oh, shit, man. I'm gonna go get help. Okay? Hey, can anybody hear me?
Am I hurt?
Hello?
Am I cold?
We need help here. Hello?
Am I cold?
Haven't been in this place since it changed ownership.
Seems like these places are always changing ownership.
Yeah. Nice, though.
As such things go, sure.
Hello, my young friends. Welcome to Corwin's Curiosity Shop. May I help you find anything tonight?
We're here for a tarot reading, actually.
Oh, how wonderful. The couple's rate is $100. Is that all right?
Well, that's a little steep if you ask.
It's fine.
Splendid. You can pay after. Please, follow me to the reading room. Please sit. Was there anything in particular that you were hoping to explore tonight? Some insights into your relationship, perhaps?
Oh yes, Tyler, let us please do have insights into our relationship.
Don't mind her. This isn't really her thing.
But it was her idea, wasn't it?
What?
It was your idea to come here tonight.
It was... How'd you know that?
I tend to know things. Part of the job, really. Please cut the deck, Mr.
Oh, Tyler. And this is Marina.
Please cut, Tyler. And now you, Marina. Interesting. Marina, I sense a great deal of doubt and skepticism in you.
Do you really?
How about this? I will proceed without you needing to say a single word. Then, when I've concluded, you can make up your mind about if you found it valuable or not. Sound fair?
What you mean is if I find it true or not.
Oh, young lady. Whoever convinced you that the truth and value were at all linked did you a terrible disservice. And Tyler, I fear not speaking would be something of a torture for you, so feel free to pipe in whenever you like.
Will do.
The first thing I'm seeing here is that there's no small amount of occlusion going on in this relationship. There are things unsaid that should be said, and what is said isn't nearly the full picture. This veil over the truer aspects of things has begun to feel comfortable for one or both of you. The next card tells me that the comfort needs to be eradicated entirely for you both to grow.
Eradicated how?
With Marina's precious truth, of course. You must tell each other the truth. Oh. This final card is somewhat of a challenge.
The tower?
Yes. It speaks of a moment of great calamity, a sudden breaking of the structure and order of things, a point past which there is no going back. It is generally a painful, devastating, unavoidable moment.
Between us?
Maybe. It's hard to say.
Could it be in the past?
Perhaps. You lost someone, didn't you? Not long ago, either. That's all right. I'll go no further. When you're ready, come back to me. The tower can speak to the past, but in this case, it seems to be pointed toward the future. Great trials await you both, for which you will need each other. But this hidden nature of things between you will need to be reconciled.
Or what?
Or whatever the truth is will be lost forever, and all you'll be left with is the veil. Is there anything you'd like to say to each other?
Now?
Of course. Tyler?
I think Marina should go first.
Quite. Marina, dear, you can say whatever you like here. I have been through many similar circumstances. You are protected in this space.
I'd like to say...
Yes, dear?
I'd like to say that tarot is fucking stupid.
How about we look at finances, shall we?
I am so sorry.
It's quite all right. Happens all the time. Leave your payment on the counter, please.
Where there is no pain, where there is only sunshine, where all our worries have...
Ought to burn that thing.
Sir.
That book of yours. Seems you spend more time caring for it than anything around your own home. So what you think, Al? Should I send that scratch paper on to hell?
Please don't.
How come I don't ever see you bringing girls around here? Is it me or you?
Most girls don't like me much, I guess.
What a surprise. Probably just as well. Women are all the same. Whore you up, take your change, spit you out. Nothing ever changes about women, boy.
I met one today.
Did you now? What's her name?
Frances Cochran.
Frances Cochran, eh? Pretty little thing.
Yeah. She likes my writing.
That's why you waste all that time scribbling? For girls?
I like it. Mom used to write too.
Your mother used to do a lot of things that got her into trouble. You'd be wise not to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chickens need straw. Get to it.
Yes, sir.
What?
It's just... I've got some friends going to Marvin's tomorrow, and I was wondering if I could too.
I'm not gonna stop you. Do your chores first.
Yes, sir. We're having sodas.
I don't suppose you've got a mind to earn the nickel you want.
I could help with Jim's Chrysler. You're still working on that, right?
You can't help with that. Need a man.
Is something else I could do.
How about I give you a nickel for one of your poems? Make you a real writer.
What?
You heard me. 1 nickel, 1 poem. You flip through that book, I'll tell you when to stop. Fair trade.
Okay.
Stop. Read it.
It doesn't rhyme.
What kind of poem don't rhyme?
Plenty.
Well, go ahead then, since you know so much.
There's oil under my nails. My throat hurts. Something awful. I can't keep showing my face around here. Everyone's starting to talk about me. I wish just one person would say hello. Am I too different to have friends?
That it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hand it here.
Why did you go throw my poem on the ground, Dad?
Chickens lack paper. Here's your little book.
And the nickel?
Dresser. Chores before you leave in the morning, Shakespeare.
Yes, sir.
Which side?
The driver's side. He was pinned, I think. He had a big piece of metal in his right shoulder.
No one here now.
What? No, he was just here. It's only been 20 minutes.
Could he have gotten out?
I don't think so. Where would he have gone?
Maybe into town. Oh, wait. Look there. The grass is bent. Looks like he went that way.
What? Into the woods? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, the sheriff. We'll get search parties put together. Don't worry. We'll find him before morning. For now, we need to get the other one out. What was his name again?
Will Brock?
Okay. It's gonna be all right, Mason. You did the right thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Just breathe and stay calm.
Yeah.
We'll get through it together. Now, why don't you grab a blanket out of the back and go have a seat on the grass behind the ambulance? You don't want to see this part.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we're gonna need the saw. Jim, can you get the sheriff right on the way? Tell him to bring the K9 unit. Come on.
This is a place that I like to be whenever I am here. I picture you and me eating, smiling in yellow light. My friends, your friends, laughing through the night. Oh, Francis. Sweet Francis, my heart's true desire. The dances and glances of long nights by our fire.
Well, what do you say, Al?
Everything's A-okay.
Oh, you're looking a little glum, son. What you writing about?
Girl?
Oh, I see. Already in that kind of trouble, eh?
Not quite.
But you'd like to be, I can tell. What's her name?
Francis.
Francis? Oh, Francis Cochran?
Yes.
Well, apologies for being excited, but I can see what you see, my friend. She's quite the looker.
Yeah. Will she come around here often?
Oh, sure. Every Tuesday afternoon. Always gets burgers in a bag for her folks. Her pop likes them with an extra slice of cheese.
Don't say. What time does she come around? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, I'm not so sure I should be telling you that. Then you might not hang around here and spend all your dad's money now, would you?
No, I suppose not.
I do know that she never misses that WESX show all you kids are crazy about.
Pop Tops at 4 o'clock.
I didn't say that.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Jenkins.
Marvin, please. And for what? I didn't tell you nothing.
Thanks anyway. So, what do I owe you?
For one Coke? Well, let's see, Say, is your dad still working on Jim's old black Chrysler?
Yep. Needs another pair of hands. It says that I'm not strong enough. I think Jim's coming back around next week.
Ought to sell that hunker. I'll tell you what. When you get young Mrs. Brown Girls to say yes to a date, you bring her on back to Marvin's One Stop and we'll call it square. Deal?
You mean it?
Oh, sure. Anything for young love. Now you better attend to those sonnets, my boy.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure. I'll see you next time, Al.
Bye, Mr. Jenkins.
It's Marvin!
January 12th, 2021. It's 11:45 p.m. I just got home. Horrible night. I asked Hy to come to Mom's banquet thing and couldn't stand being there for more than 20 minutes. We left and he wanted to talk about it. We decided to get a tarot reading instead, but I had to duck out of that too when the reader got all weird. God, this place is so dumb sometimes.
Hey, Berta. Dad here. Just calling to say that you're the absolute worst daughter I can possibly imagine having ever existed at any time or place. You're inconsiderate, lazy, restless, think you're way smarter than you are, and no one likes the way you smile. God, alright, listen. It's like 3:30 on Friday. I can't think of any more. How about you call me and leave me some? About to head out into the woods here, so won't be around the phone for a bit, but I'm officially commanding you as your father to insult me better than I've insulted you. Deal? Alright. I love you. Bye.
I can't believe it's been a year. And I still have no idea what happened. Sometimes it makes sense to me, though. I get wanting to disappear. I don't think I could actually pull it off, but Dad definitely could. Still, you'd think I'd be able to hear it. I've listened to that voicemail 50 times trying to find some hint that he's about to leave. And nothing. Hi.
Oh, Christ, you scared me.
What are you doing here?
Your mom drank too much. I was just bringing her home.
It's like midnight.
So?
That dinner couldn't have gone past 9:30.
We went out after.
Out?
Yes. Out. I'm glad I came across you, actually. There's something I wanted to talk with you about.
Look, I'm sorry about the whole psychic witch comment.
It's not that. Listen, I don't really know how to say this, so I'm just gonna say it, okay? I've been having dreams about you.
Okay.
I know how it sounds, but can you just for 1 minute pretend that I know what I'm talking about?
Okay. Sure.
A lot of people think psychics and mediums actually hear the voices of dead people. But I never have. I've always considered myself more of a clairvoyant.
Meaning?
Meaning, I just know things sometimes. Things there's no way for me to know. I just get stuff. It's hard to explain. But a lot of times, I'll look back in hindsight and realize that the thing I came to know was actually rooted in a dream I'd had earlier.
So you see the future in your dreams?
Not exactly. I see seeds. The future is all trees. But I can never know which seeds are normal, boring dreams and which are on their way to growing into something.
I think I understand.
You do? Oh, good. So, whenever I start dreaming about something repeatedly, that's one of the signs I have that I'm dealing with something that might grow.
And you've been dreaming about me?
A lot. for weeks. I wanted to tell you at the dinner tonight, but then things got weird and you left and I lost the chance.
What are the dreams like?
I can barely remember them. I've tried writing them down immediately after I wake up, which usually works, but they slip away before I can get there. All I really remember is spinning. Everything's spinning and twisting, and you're there, and there's someone crying. It might be you, but I can't tell. And sometimes there's a man. Sometimes there isn't. I'm sorry, I know this isn't very helpful, but I think you should be careful for the next few weeks. This many dreams this quickly usually means whatever it is coming soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Hey. What are you really doing here tonight?
Good night, Marina.
Good night.
Hey, Marv.
There she is, Miss Frances Cochran.
The one and only. What do you say?
Oh, everything's fine, just fine. Oh, I saw your pops out yesterday buying a hammer.
Lost his old one.
Say, how does a man lose a hammer?
Beats me. Got the old paddy sack all good and packed?
Sure do. Into the counter.
Put it on the tab.
Anything for you. You have a nice day now, Francis.
Thanks, Marvin.
Well, I'll be.
Excuse me?
Al, remember? We bumped into each other on the other side of the street a few days ago.
Oh, yeah. The poet, right?
Yep, that's me. A regular Chaucer.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you don't mind, I've got food to bring out to my parents. Best get going.
Sure. Oh, say, Frances.
Yeah?
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since we met the other day, so would you maybe want to go for a walk sometime?
Oh, a walk?
Sure. I don't have a car, but I can walk real good. Do it all the time. Go to the woods and back. There's a little spot out there where I've got some books and things stashed. It's a few miles. I walk all the time.
Neat.
Oh. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'm not. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Why do you want to walk with me?
Well, because you're pretty. And you talk to me. And I have fun when we talk. And I don't show my poems to many folks. And you seem to like them. Do you like them?
Sure.
That's really swell, Francis. That makes me really happy.
Tell you what, how's about you and me go for that walk right now, Brown Eyes?
You mean it?
Sure. I only live about 10 minutes from here. You can walk me home if you like.
Oh, yes, please.
Well, let's get shaking. These grill-seared cows in this here paper sack are gonna start mooing again before long.
Okay. So, I don't really know what to talk about. I don't think a pretty girl's ever really talked to me.
You talk about normal things. Any old thing, really.
My mom died.
Oh?
Yeah. couple years back, real weird. One night I came home and Dad said she'd just died, mysterious-like. He don't talk about it much.
Sounds like he knows more than he lets on.
I think so too. I want to ask him, but, you know.
What?
Well, what if he killed her or something? There's nothing I could do about it anyway. Nobody's gonna believe me over him, and then the minute the cops are gone, he would just beat me ragged, or worse.
I suppose that's true. He hit on you a lot?
Sure. For all kinds of things.
Do you miss your mother much?
Well, she was alright, but she didn't talk a lot. Dad always say I talk too much, and if I'm not careful, I'll end up just like her. But she hardly said anything at all. That's why I took to writing, I think. So I wouldn't talk too much to Dad. Mom used to write, too, sometimes.
Poetry?
I don't really know, really. Never read any of it. Do you ever write?
Oh, tons. I'm a bookkeeper out at Lynn Co.
Jeez, it sounds hard. I'm no good with numbers.
Me either. But it keeps some change in my pocket, so I try to get better at it.
Sure. Say, you're really easy to talk to.
So are you, Al.
Would you ever want to go get cokes together?
Are you asking me out on a date?
I think so.
To Marvin's?
Unless you got someplace else you'd rather go.
No. Marvin's is fine. All right. I think it sounds swell.
You mean it? How's tomorrow?
Let's make it Thursday, 6 o'clock. That all right with you, Al?
Sure.
Well, this is me.
That's a nice house. Our house isn't nearly that nice. Your parents rich?
No.
My dad must be poor.
I'll see you Thursday, Brown Eyes.
See you, Francis. Steal away and run away into the night. Stay with me there, breathe with me there, dream with me there. Hold me until it's all over, until nothing matters anymore, until we can't feel a thing, and then we can finally be free.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take her. I just wanted her to stay. I didn't mean to. True. Oh, man. Okay, keep breathing, okay? Twisting?
Stop. Who are you?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm not
Listen,
really sure what...
You go.
I was just gonna say I'm not really sure what happened the other night, but if it's something I did, I'm sorry.
No.
No, I should have told you Tara was dumb or something. Like, that's how they make their money, right? They make you feel insecure about something so they can sell you answers.
You sound like me.
Well, maybe you're right. Sometimes.
It was a dumb idea, and I wasn't really in a good place. It wasn't you.
Okay. You still want to do this today?
Mr. Tyler Aldine, are you seriously suggesting we deprive over 30 fans of our award-ready show?
When you put it like that, I sound like a right prick, don't I?
You do.
Well, shall we then?
Let's.
Hello, creatures of the night, and welcome to Twisted Salem, the only podcast dedicated to grisly murders, unsolved crimes, and paranormal phenomena in Witch City, USA. My name is Tyler Aldine, an unformed mass of human flesh, eager to be molded by the terrifying woman before me.
And I'm Marina Bishop, local skeptic and debunker of pretty much everything Tyler believes.
The moon is full, the bodies are piling up. This is Twisted Salem. We have got some very gruesome news lined up for you today, but it is Monday, and you all know what that means.
That's right, you maniacal hoodlums.
You decrepit sociopaths.
You fresh hell-dwelling seekers of mediocrity.
Jesus, way below the belt.
Oh, too close to home.
Let's shake off the icy bucket of water Marina just poured all over us by launching into you, the fans' favorite segment.
Normally, we hold court over this asylum of monstrosities with a half-hour Q&A.
But every Monday, we open it up for a full hour to patrons only.
That means if you want to hear the first hour of the show, you've got to fork over the dough.
I have seriously eaten canned chili for the past 3 days straight. I could really use your help.
I can tell. All right, you ravenous mole walkers, let's get this party started in 3, 2, 1... Hello, caller, you're on the line.
Hello, again.
Oh, you just can't get enough of us, can you, Lydia?
You're literally the only reason I'm alive.
Depressing. All right, what's on your mind today, Lydia?
I had tacos at that new taco place downtown. They serve tacos.
Cool. All right, Lydia, you have a great day now.
All righty. Another caller coming in 3, 2, 1. Hello, caller.
Oh, hey.
Prompt response. I dig it. What's your name and why does the caged bird sing?
Mason, and because it wants the hell out.
Wait, are you Mason? Like D&D at the treasure trove Mason?
One and the same.
Hey, man, it's been a bit. How's the kick? Still rocking the bard?
What the hell is happening right now?
Things are weird. Man, not gonna lie.
What's going on?
Well, you guys heard about Will Brock and Drew Cathy, right?
Oh, yeah, I came across that today while I was putting the show together. God, sad stuff.
I didn't hear anything. What happened?
Car accident. Both died.
That's awful.
Actually, that's not true. I was in the car with them. Drew didn't die. I don't think so, anyway.
Okay. Care to elaborate?
Look, I told the cops this, but I don't think they believe me, so I was in the car. I don't remember why we crashed. Will saw something, I think, but it had happened really fast. Now, I think I blacked out after. When I came to, Will was already dead, but Drew was still hanging on. It seemed like he was pinned in the driver's seat. He had a big piece of metal sticking out of his shoulder, and he was losing it, man. Talking all kinds of weird shit. My phone was crushed, so I went to go get help. When I came back, Drew was gone.
I'm sorry, gone?
Yeah, the responders tried to follow his footsteps, but couldn't for some reason. The cops brought in canines after my mom picked me up, but I haven't heard anything about them finding him.
I'm just flipping through the article here. It says Drew is quote-unquote presumed dead. What the hell does that mean?
What was Drew saying that was so weird?
Yeah, something about a woman, I think, and something about twisting or spinning. No, twisting. That was the word. Twisting.
What did you just say?
What is it?
Nothing. Okay. He disappears, and then what?
Then nothing. I've gone back to the site every day since, and there's no search parties or anything. I think maybe something weird is happening.
Where was all this? The article just says Swampscott.
Danvers Road.
Wait, is that...
Okay, Mason, well, thank you for calling in. If anyone has any information about the odd car accident or the whereabouts of Drew Cathy, please do reach out to us at twistedsalem666gmail.com. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll be right back with another caller.
What's up?
That's quite the coincidence.
What?
That road. That was the Lynn lady road, right?
Yeah, I was just about to talk about her on the show. Looked into the story a bit over the weekend.
I'm not sure you should.
Why not?
Oh, shit. You know what we could do? We could go out there, go out to where it happened and film on our phones. We could make it like a little mini doc kind of thing. Put it up for patrons. Oh my God, they would flip. Tell me that's not a great idea.
It's a great idea.
Okay, you're right then. Let's not talk about it. We can roll out the whole story there. Maybe we'll catch a ghost on camera or a corpse.
Yeah.
Song's almost over. You good?
Okay, sure. Let's do this.
Welcome back, you festering corpse entrails. You unyielding putricides. All right, we are jumping into caller numero 30. Hello, caller. What's your name and which breakfast cereal mascot would you elect president?
I love this place, this secret hideaway of mine nestled in the woods. No one ever knows I'm here. Not my dad, not my mom when she was around. I've never been bothered or hurt here. It's just for me. And maybe Frances one day. I really hope she's not going to make fun of me like all the other girls. No, she wouldn't do that. She's good. She'll love me and stay with me here forever. I'll show her all the poems I've buried under the dirt. My own private garden. It never stops growing. I'll read her all the words I've written about her. There are 35 Frances poems in total now. We'll stay together for hours, dig up new pages, read them together, and laugh at how foolish I used to be, and fall asleep under the stars. It could be our special place, not just mine. I can't wait to see her again. Miss Frances Cochran, the love of my life.
Okay, so it's 2 p.m. now. We definitely want to go at night, right?
I think we kind of have to if we're filming it.
Alrighty. Well, let me get home and get some of my dad's camping stuff together.
Are we staying the night out there?
No, just flashlights and stuff, and you can never be too prepared.
Oh, right. Mom's got some of that stuff in her closet. I'll grab it.
Cool. All right, meet at my place at 6?
Sounds good.
I'm really excited we're doing this together.
I can tell. See you in a bit.
All right, later, Gator.
What the hell?
There you are. Third night in a row you've shown up. Do you come to see me? Oh, there you go again. I can't hear you crying. How many times do I have to tell you? But maybe if you would just talk to me. Would you speak to me if I hadn't done what I did? I'm so sorry for that. I really am. I didn't know what else to do. Is this where it happened? I think it could be. Things look a little different though, but I'm not completely. What does that mean, do you think? I've been thinking about that place. The one between then and now, where everything is spinning and twisting. Did you go there too? It felt like it could hear me somehow. Like if I chose to do something, it would let me. Like there were rules. Like did you feel that too? Francis, oh, don't run off.
But it was nice of him to walk me home.
Still, you really ought to tell him.
I know. I want to. He's just so sweet. He's like a kid almost. I don't want to hurt him.
Francis, if you don't lightly bump his heart now, you'll shatter it later. Unless you want to date him after you're gone.
How could that possibly work?
You could write to each other. Boston's not far. You'd probably see each other a few times a year.
I don't think so.
Well, then you've got to tell him. And if he wants to keep having cokes and maybe get a kiss or two out of the affair until you leave, so much the better.
Ooh, you're horrible.
What? Get it while the getting's good, I say.
Honestly, I think I just feel sorry for him. He talks like he's never had a real conversation.
Here's what I want you to do. Every morning between now and when you move to Boston, I want you to look into your bathroom mirror and say 3 words. Not my problem.
Oh, come on, Sally.
I'm serious. Just because he's nice and you've got a soft spot for the verbally challenged doesn't mean you gotta date the guy.
You're right.
Oh, I know I'm right.
Guess that's it.
Breaks just keep getting shorter, don't they?
Sure do. Be seeing you, Sally.
Have a good one, kid.
Well, hello there.
Hi. What the hell is this?
Papers?
Plaintiff certifies that no previous action for divorce annulment or affirmation of marriage, separate
Marina,
support.
sit down.
What is this, Mom?
Your father has been missing for a year. I think it's time we face the truth. He's gone, Marina.
He's not dead.
You don't just vanish for that long and then turn up perfectly fine.
You do, if you're trying to get away from your wife.
You think that your father would have disrespected me that much? To just leave?
Maybe. Maybe he could sense that it would only take you a fucking year to divorce him, so he got out while he could.
And what would that say about his feelings toward you in this hypothetical scenario you've constructed? That he hated me more than he loved you?
I don't know, Mom. Maybe he couldn't think of how to tell me, or maybe he did and I didn't realize.
Listen, Marina. I know it feels somehow wrong to you, like a betrayal, and I get that. But you can't keep lingering on this. You've got to move on. We all do.
Divorcing him because you wish he was dead is not moving on.
No, you're right. But that's not what's happening.
Is this an insurance thing?
Excuse me?
Some sort of estate split or something?
No.
Then why?
Because it's time.
Why is it time? I've been sitting here thinking about it for the last hour, and I can't think of an answer to that question. So there must be something that I don't know. Why is it time? Did Ashley tell you that she and I had a little midnight chat on Friday?
Please just listen to me.
I fucking knew it.
It's complicated.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm in love with her, okay? There. She was there for me in a really dark time, and now I'm in love with her. And I don't have clear answers for how that works, but there it is.
I can't believe you.
Well, I can't believe you either. Do you think your dad would have wanted you moping around the world waiting to feel better? No. He'd be mortified at how much you've withdrawn, especially at a time in your life when that's the last thing you should be doing.
Oh, so I should just be okay? Like you?
Yes, like me. It's hell. But you keep going. Marina, you've got family that supports you. Tyler worships you.
We are just fucking friends.
Fine. Then tell him that. Don't string him along refusing to talk about it. He's a good young man and you're treating him like he doesn't deserve you. How do you think that makes him feel?
How do you think this shit makes me feel? How do you think Dad would feel?
I think he'd want me to move on.
To a fucking woman?
It's not like I could have controlled it, Marina. These things just happen.
So these papers, it's Ashley then? You're doing this so you can have a clean conscience
I'm
and go?
I'm not doing anything, Marina. It's done.
Excuse me?
Those are copies. It's already done.
You divorced my missing father without asking me about it?
Yes, it's time to move on, Marina.
I don't know what to say to you. How could you?
Marina, come here.
No. Get the hell away from me. I don't want to be here anymore. I've got to go somewhere. I can't.
Marina, honey.
No! I can't believe you did this.
Where are you going? You can barely
get out
walk.
Of here. I've gotta go.
Marina!
I want to be alone. I want to be alone. Don't follow me.
Hey, Francis. I got here early. Hope that's okay.
Sure it is.
I got you a Coke.
Swell. Thanks.
Say, why do you call me Brown Eyes?
Well, your eyes are brown, aren't they?
Sure, but everybody's eyes are brown, aren't they?
Mine aren't.
That's true. Say, you want a burger, Blue Eyes?
Oh, look at you go. And here I thought you didn't know how to talk to a dame.
I don't.
Well, you're sure good at pretending.
Thanks. How's the Coke?
Fine.
Do you like the woods?
Like hunting and stuff?
No, just being in the woods.
Sure.
We live in the woods.
You don't say.
There's no one around us for a few miles. My dad hunts for a lot of our food, and we have a few chickens too. He showed me how to hunt and fish, but I'm not very good at hunting.
Bet you can fish, though.
Sure can. Would you maybe want to go out to the woods with me?
You mean on another date?
No.
Now?
Sure. I have a special place I go there to write.
Well, how far is it?
Few miles?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. I just thought maybe you'd like it. I've got a present for you.
You do?
Yeah, it's out in the woods, though.
Oh.
But I could bring it to you some other time.
No. You know what? Let's go to your special place, Al.
Really? You mean it?
Sure. There's something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. I think it'll be better out there.
Is it something nice?
I think it'll be nice in the end, yes.
Okay, let's go.
Why won't you talk to me? I know you want me to do something, but I don't know what. How can I say I'm sorry? How can I help you? What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to be in me? I don't think that. I see. You want to be here, like I am. Yes, you want me to find someone that you can go into, like I went into this one. Like then we could be together. But this one was nearly gone when I fell in, and I think I only went to the twisting place because of what I'd done. Oh yes, you're right. I could do it again with someone else. Like maybe if you're here, you'll just fall in. Oh, Francis. Oh, I miss you so much. I can't wait to hold you in my arms again. I've got so many new poems for you. I wrote one this morning about the sap oozing out of a tree, and it reminded me of you. I love you so much, Francis.
we just about there?
Yep. Just around the bend here. Wait till you see it. You're gonna love it, Francis.
Sure.
Okay. It's just past this tree, and... ta-da!
Oh, wow. It's like an igloo, but with sticks.
Yeah. I did a dome because I thought it would stay together longer.
Good thinking.
See that spot of dirt over there? The sunken in part?
Yeah?
I buried a poem there. It's about you. It's your present. Well, one of them, anyway.
There's more than one.
No, sure. I've written you 35 poems. They're all buried around here. I like burying stuff. We can read them all if you like, but that one's the main one. You want to hear it?
Is it long? I've actually got some place out.
It'll be real quick. It doesn't rhyme.
They don't have to.
That's what I say too, sometimes. There's been no one else in my whole life who's ever really talked to me like you do, Francis. Every day I wake up, and all I can think about is you. I dream about our life together. I see us alone in a big house on a hill. We tell each other stories and dance to the record player. No, wait! It's almost done. We tell each other stories and dance to the record player, and we look into each other's eyes and promise to stay sweethearts, even when we get old. We don't need the world. We just need each other. Francis, my sweet Francis, I'll love you forever. That's it. Did you like it? I wrote it pretty quick.
Yes, I liked it very much.
Oh, good. Do you want to see inside the dome?
No, I have to go soon, but first, I wanted to talk with you about something.
Sure. What is it?
I really liked your letter.
Poem?
Yes, poem. I really liked your poem, and I think you're a really swell guy and a real catch for some dame.
What?
But I'm leaving, Al.
Leaving? To go where?
Boston. I've been saving up money for a while. I'm going to try and get a job out there. Move in with my cousin. See what life in the city is like.
Well, I see you still.
Probably not.
But... Why did you get coaxed with me if you're leaving?
To tell you.
Why would you just not get coaxed with me?
I don't know. I guess I was trying to be nice.
Nice?
Yeah, nice. I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
So, today wasn't really real for you.
What?
I mean, you just wanted to tell me you were leaving?
Yes.
But you let me buy you a Coke?
Yes, I can give you a nickel if
and
you
you let me take you to my special place to give you a present. So you wanted a present, but you don't want me. Are you... Do you know that rich girl, Joanna?
What?
Are you making fun of me, Francis?
No, I'm not making
I
fun of...
don't understand. I read you my poems.
Yes, and they were very nice.
But you called the important one a letter. And I had to find you. I had to ask Marvin to find you. If you really liked me, you would have tried to find me. So maybe Joanna or somebody else put you up to it.
Al, please. It's not like that.
You're making fun of me, and you're using me. You're just like Dad said. You're just like they all are.
Come on, brown eyes.
Don't call me that. Don't you call me that again.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
to. Just shut up. You shut up. Just let me talk. Just stay down. Stay down there. Okay? Just stay there and let me talk.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, whatever I want. I want you to say you're making fun of me.
What?
Admit it. You're making fun of me, aren't you?
I'm not. Okay. I'm making fun of you. If that's what you want, Al.
It's not what I want. It's what you did. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. Everything my dad ever said was true.
Al, we can work this out, okay? We can figure something out. Why don't we go have another Coke and we can talk?
No! You think I am gonna buy you another Coke? You whore!
What did you
You're a filthy whore! And you deserve what you're gonna get! That's it! Run away. Run away. Francis, you get back here right now! Come back!
Leave me alone!
You're gonna get up this time. Stop! Sit still. Stop moving just a second here. You listen to me. Francis, all I ever wanted was to love you. That's why I looked for you and I wrote you these poems. Stop moving! Stop moving, Francis! Stop! You're moving. Sit still. Here. No, stop. Stay here. You just stay here. You just stay there. And you stay with me. All I ever wanted was you to stay with me. You just stay with me. Please stay with me. Francis? Can you hear me? Francis, Francis. Francis, what's happening? What's that noise? Just stay. You didn't mean to. True. Oh, man. Okay, keep breathing, okay? Twisting?
Stopped.
Hey, you freaks. It's Marina on a solo expedition. few days ago, a caller informed us that there is something quite strange going on surrounding a car accident on Danvers Road. So tonight, I am on the scene. I just found the spot of the accident, and so far, everything looks pretty normal. Oh. It's cold as hell, and the sun is just about to go down. I'm gonna turn on my phone's flashlight. Here we go. Alright. So there were supposedly footprints that led to the accident, but the cops lost them. Well, there doesn't appear to be anything weird here now, just some twigs bent over grass. A few broken twigs. Okay, so the tree line leading into the woods is about 30 feet away from the site of the accident. There would have been plenty of time for Drew to exit the vehicle and move into the woods before Mason got back with help. Though, why he would want to do that is beyond me. There's also... Wait. What is that? Okay. The highway is up on a slight hill, and the woods slope down, and the moon's either full or nearly full, so I can see pretty deeply into the woods, and I can't tell how deep in, but I think I can see a fire. Do you see that? Right there. That's gotta be a fire, right? One sec. Just checking the map on my phone here. Yeah, it looks like there's no roads through the woods in front of me. So if there's not a road, then there's probably not a house. Could be people camping, but it's like 20 degrees, and this is definitely not a campground. I'm guessing I could make it there in about 10 minutes. So, what do you think, you testosterone-addled mother lovers? Should I go in? Fuck it. Let's go.
Call Ashley.
Well, hello there.
She knows.
Oh, it doesn't sound like it went well.
She left after she found the divorce papers.
Oh, no.
And I told her about you. I think she kind of knew already. I haven't seen her like this since her dad. I'm really worried, Ash.
Where are you now?
Driving. I don't know where she went. I was gonna look, I don't know, drive around or something? You're probably the last person on Earth she wants to see right now, but would you come with me to find her? I know it's asking a lot, and I don't want to put that much pressure on you, and
Stop talking. Yes. Whatever you need.
Thank you so much. I'm on my way.
Okay, I'll put on some coffee. You should call Tyler. Maybe he knows where she'd go.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll do that now. Hey, Ash.
Yeah?
I know this is horrible timing, but I want to say something to you.
Then say it.
I love you.
I love you too.
I'll see you soon.
Can't wait.
Call Tyler Aldine.
Hey, Miss B.
Tyler, thank God you're there. What are you doing right now?
Waiting. Why? What's up?
Have you seen Marina?
That's who I'm waiting on. She was supposed to be here 20 minutes ago.
Okay, listen. Marina and I had a fight.
What? What's going on?
It's a long story. Tyler, do you have any idea where Marina might go? I'm pretty worried about her, Ty.
Yeah, I think I know.
If I come get you, will you take me there?
Sure.
Okay, I'm on my way now. Thank you. Thank you, Ty.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you soon.
Okay. I may be 20 feet away from the fire. Can you see this? See that? It's a clearing. Looks like maybe 15 feet in diameter. There's the fire burning in the middle. See those logs? Those look like someone must have put them on very recently, but there's no one. I really hope this thing picked that up. As you can see, there is nothing beside me. Circling the camera now, you can see that I am completely alone. Except that I'm not. Who's there? Hello? I've got my phone. I'm recording all of this. Whoever you are, just leave me alone.
Say, why don't you come and get warmed up?
Who said that?
Over here, by the fire.
That guy was not there 2 minutes ago. Hey! Where do you come from?
That is quite the question. Would you believe me if I told you that I come from the past?
We all come from the past.
Yes. I suppose we do.
You're Drew, aren't you?
Don't think so, but then again, I suppose I wouldn't really know.
Are you hurt?
Deeply. Are you hurt?
Yes.
Why don't we both sit here by the fire and tell each other our troubles?
All right. Do you mind if I keep recording?
To be honest with you, I have no idea what you're talking about, but if it has to do with that rectangle thing you keep pointing at me, I suppose it's fine.
Drew, I know you're confused, but your family is probably very worried about
Aren't you gonna ask about her?
What? Who?
Frances. You heard her on the way in. I saw you through the brush. You really don't hide yourself that well.
I don't understand.
What did she sound like? Did she laugh or say something? What was it?
She cried.
Oh, she must be very sad. Well, not for much longer.
What should I call you if you're not Drew?
Well, I don't suppose there's any harm in you calling me by my name. Al Pleasance.
Marina Bishop.
Oh, never heard that one before. Very happy to meet you, Marina.
Why is she so sad?
Oh, something bad happened to Frances, and she's still awfully blue about it. I think she ought to be happy. She got a new beginning, but she doesn't see it that way. She wants more, I think.
Was Frances killed?
Now, why would you ask a thing like that?
It's just that name. Frances. There's a local legend around here about a woman named Frances. She was killed in a really violent, terrible way. And the murder was never solved.
Never solved, you say?
Mm-hmm. And her ghost has supposedly been haunting these woods ever since.
And how long ago was this murder?
1941.
Which was?
80 years ago now?
You mean to tell me... Wait, hang on a minute. If Frances Cochran died 80 years ago, that would make the year...
2021.
2021? Well, I'll be... How do you like that?
I didn't tell you her last name.
Why, the detective.
So you know the legend?
Intimately.
You don't know what happened to her, do you?
I don't like lying, but I don't think you'd believe the truth. Say, do you like poetry?
Sure.
I write poetry. I always thought the best things to write about in the whole world were the ones that made you the saddest, because when you write about one of those things, they don't hurt as much anymore. What makes you sad, Marina?
My dad. He disappeared a year ago.
Maybe you're lucky.
What?
You never know what a man will become. Maybe it's a kindness that you'll never have to find out.
It isn't. What about you?
I'd write about her.
Who?
The woman standing behind you. Don't turn. You can feel her there, can't you? Tell the truth.
Yes.
That's Frances. She comes to this spot every night at this time, but it's hard to tell. A lot's changed, but I think this is where it happened. Now, I'm gonna tell you some things that you're not gonna want to hear. The spirit behind you is Frances Cochran. She's been haunting this land for 80 years now, apparently. I believe she's been waiting for me.
Why has she been waiting for you?
Because I'm the one that killed her. And I'm the one who can give her life again. Now, this next part won't be easy, Marina. But I need you to trust me. Do you think you could do that?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's good enough for now. I believe that Frances wants to be like me.
Like you how?
In a body.
Okay.
There's a place between where we came from and here. It's a strange, spinning, twisting place, like standing in the middle of a cyclone. But you can see and hear everything that ever happened and or will happen. Now, I've been thinking it over since I arrived, and I think I figured it out.
Figured what out?
Well, there must be something special about this land. When you give it a life, it takes you to the twisting place, and it drops you someplace else in another time. I don't know why it put me here, but it feels like there are rules somehow. Think about what you could do with that. If you could figure out the rules, I mean.
I don't understand.
You could find your father. You might even be able to join him wherever he went. You just need to listen hard and be on the lookout. I haven't spoken with Frances, but it seems to me that she probably went through the twisting place too.
So you think that even if someone's dead, this twisting place can find them?
Oh, sure. More than that, I'd say. It seems it can give them life again too. Well, look at me, for example. According to you, I'm about 100 years old. Do I look 100 years old?
No.
Well, there you go. I don't know how it works, but you seem to me like a girl that doesn't much like where she is. I used to be that way too.
How would I enter the twisting place?
Oh, well, that's where things get a bit tricky, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
The way I see it, there's a few things the three of us each want. Frances wants to come back, but she needs a body to do it, a vessel like this Drew was to me. And, of course, I want Frances to come back too, and you want to find your dad. Now, there's no easy way to say this, Marina. In order for each of those things to happen, in order for all of us to be happy, you're going to have to die.
Are you joking?
I'm afraid not. I've got a piece of sharpened metal here. When I came to, it was in my shoulder. I could make it very quick for you. My dad taught me how on deer. I'm sure it's similar, or if you prefer, you could do it yourself.
Are you sure that I would be able to see my dad again?
No, but I am sure you'd have a much better chance this way.
Okay. I'm coming over. I think I'd like to do it myself.
Of course. If I were you,
What is that?
What? I don't hear anything.
Is that her car up there?
Yeah. Doesn't look like she's in it.
Any idea where she might be?
Something isn't right.
What?
I don't know. I feel so strange. Like something is open that shouldn't be open. I don't know how to explain it.
Do you want to... What in God's name was that?
Wait. Look there. A fire.
Let's go. You all right to come along, Ash?
Yeah. I'll be fine. Let's go.
What did you hear?
I don't know.
I think we should probably hurry up now. Are you ready?
You'll stay here after I'm gone, right?
Seems that way.
Could you find my mom? Her name's Patricia. She teaches history at Salem State. I'd like you to tell her something.
What?
Tell her Tell her I couldn't find my way out. And that I'm sorry.
All right. I'll do it first thing. Here, take the medal. Hold on. Do you hear that? Francis? I can hear you, Francis. Please, talk to me.
Marina!
Hi. What are you doing?
Stay back! Don't come any closer.
Marina, who is that?
Mom? Ashley. What are you all doing here?
It's not important right now, Marina. Who is this?
I know this is insane, but he says his name is Al Pleasance. 80 years ago, he killed a young woman on this spot. When he did that, some kind of energy opened up. He calls it the twisting place. It took him into a vortex or something, and it dropped him into Drew's body, right after the car accident, right after he died.
What the hell are you talking about?
I think it's true, Ty. The way he talks, I don't know exactly, but I think I believe him.
Pat, I feel so dizzy.
Ashley! Ash! She passed out.
Marina, we have to go.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you can't do that. Not all of you, anyway.
What are you...
He wants me to stay. If I do what he wants, he thinks I can go into the twisting place. That I can see Dad again.
And why is he holding that piece of metal? What, that got something to do with what he wants?
If there's a chance, Ty, even a small one, I have to take it. I can't stay here without...
Why not? You've got me. You've got your mom. You've got a life here. Don't disregard it on some chance that there might be something better in a fucking cosmic vortex. Are you insane?
Tyler!
Enough, Marina. I can handle a lot because I just can. But this... Marina, how much of this is real?
What?
How much of this is real? The missing your dad, the crippling paralysis. I've been with you almost every single day since he left. And I've seen you, Marina. I don't think it's as real as you let on.
Of course it's real.
I think you're scared. And I think all this is a convenient excuse for you not to do the hard things that need doing. And if you go this far, Marina, if you willingly throw away everything for a shot at something that's probably not even possible, then you're a fool. And if you do this to me, to your mom, to everyone who loves you, then that's who you become. Forever. The person who did that terrible thing, it would eclipse everything else about you. And all of the incredible things that you are would be lost to that one mistake. Marina, look at me. Really look. I know you don't want this. Do you?
Ty.
Marina.
No. No.
Okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out together. Come on, let's get out of here.
She can't leave.
Oh.
Marina!
No!
Get them out of here!
Marina, come here! Can you walk?
I think so.
Keep pressure on. Ashley. Ashley. Come on, honey. Can you hear me? You need to wake up now. Come on, Ashley.
Look.
Oh my God.
It's her. It's Frances Cochran. What is she doing?
She's moving to Ashley. My God, she's...
No, stay down, you! Marina!
Brown eyes.
Francis?
The one and only. I'm coming for a kiss, Brown eyes.
Oh, Francis, is it really you?
Tyler?
Oh,
Tyler, can you move?
Yeah.
Come on.
Francis.
All right, time to go.
What about Ashley?
I don't know, but you need help, Marina.
Oh, it is you. I've missed you so much. Now, what was that about a kiss?
Got it right here. Wasn't that nice?
It sure was.
Hey, Al?
Yes?
You deserve what you're gonna get.
What?
There now. It's over. It's finally over.
What is that? Come on, we've got to go!
Where am I? Oh, God, I'm back at the special place. So is that Francis? No, Francis! I was gonna fix this and... Wake up, Francis, please. Please, Francis, wake up. I'm so sorry. No. Francis. I'll make it right, Francis. I'll make it right.
Morning.
Hi.
Smells nice.
Glad you think so. How are the stitches?
Holding up so far. Thanks for asking. Heard anything?
No.
I asked Ty if you wouldn't mind going back out there this morning and looking around a bit. Maybe he'll find something.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm so sorry, Mom.
Thank you. I'm really worried about her.
I know, Mom. It's okay. I'm here. Oh, I hope you don't mind. I just told Ty to come by when he was done. I thought we should all talk.
Of course.
Hi.
Hey. How are the stitches?
Itchy. Seems like he missed all the important bits. Not by much, though. You want some breakfast?
Sure. Well, this is weird.
Yeah.
More than weird.
It's only gonna get weirder.
My phone!
I found it out there. Completely dead.
Oh, let me plug it in real quick.
Did you find anything else?
Not really. Bent tree branches, an old fire, the metal thing.
Did you get it?
I kicked some dirt and leaves over it. I didn't think that you'd want to see it again.
I don't.
And Ashley?
Nothing. I'm sorry. I did find this before I went out there, though. In memoriam, a funeral service will be held for Albert Pleasance of Swampscott at 2 p.m. today. Albert was the son of Frank and Cecily Pleasance, who herself passed 2 years ago. Albert left this earth on the evening of July 20th. You recognize the date?
What about it?
That's the same day the anonymous caller dialed into the radio station after Francis's mom went on the air.
Oh, right. He told them where to find the body.
Then hung up. I found the coroner's report, too.
And?
I think Al called them, then hung up and took his own life.
I don't think my phone stopped recording.
What?
I went to the woods in the first place to record for the podcast. I was filming when Al or Drew or whatever found me. I dropped the phone, but it would have just recorded until it ran out of battery, right?
Maybe, yeah.
It's here.
How long is it?
45 minutes. Should I play it?
Maybe skip to the end? After we left.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
There now. It's over. It's finally over.
What is that? Come on, we've got to go!
Are you scared?
Yes.
That's all right. I was scared too.
Where are we? What's going to happen now?
We're between things, and in things, and outside of things. I'm not really sure what comes next, to be honest with you. But I think I'm gonna go this way, and you're gonna go that way.
What will happen to me?
I don't know. But I trust you'll find your way.
And you?
I'd like to believe I'm going somewhere a little bit brighter. I've got you to thank for that. You have no idea what it means to me.
Of course.
All right now, let's get to it. You ready?
I think so.
You take a deep breath now. 1, 2, 3.
What? I don't understand.
Sounds like Ashley's alive?
Was there more?
About 10 minutes. I guess that's when the phone died.
I don't think we'll hear anything else.
Her voice. I think I might go upstairs and lie down for a while. Would that be all right with you two?
Of course.
Do you want me to help, Mom?
No. I'm all right. You finish your breakfast. Thank you, Ty.
Sure thing.
I guess I should thank you too.
Probably. I did save your life and all that.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
You just won't let me have a single thing, will you?
Ty,
Yeah?
I need to tell you some things. Is it okay if I just talk and you just listen for a minute?
Oh, sure.
I've been thinking, and so I'm just gonna say it. I know that you've had feelings for me for a long time, and we've never really talked about it. And I'm sorry for that. I've been putting it off because I was afraid if I told you the truth, I'd lose you. And I don't want that. But I don't feel the way you feel, Ty. I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah, I think I maybe knew that.
You did?
I think I'm gonna need some time away from us. Like you said, I've felt this way for a long time, and well, if all the cards are on the table here, I have never felt it toward anyone else, and I don't really know how to be your friend without it. But I think I need to, I don't know, put up some walls or something.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. What do we do now?
I think I'm maybe I should go.
Oh. Okay. I get it. Let me walk you out. Well, be seeing you, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah?
I love you, Ty. I hope after you do what you need to do, you come back.
I hope so too.
Mom? I'm coming up, okay?
In a darkened Moscow apartment, a woman holds a match over a glass and watches it hiss. In her other hand, she's got a phone. And on the other end of that phone is a soldier in Ukraine asking if his wife has been faithful. Russia is in the middle of a witchcraft revival. This is not the cute kind. This is not the witch talk kind. The state pollster has confirmed this. The church has even declared war on it, as they usually do. And the cash registers in Russia can't keep up with the demand for aspen stakes. Natalia Malinovskaya says she inherited her practice from her grandmother. Her clients right now are mostly soldiers. These are men who can't burn candles at the front, and they want to know what's going on at home because they're not going to see home anytime soon. In March, the Russian state pollster put a number to it: 85%. That is the number of people who believe that someone somewhere can actually see the future. This is up from less than a third in 2019. And in a single year, the sales of aspen stakes quadrupled. Crystal balls more than doubled. The pollster's own conclusion, this is what they actually wrote into the report: belief, regardless of which gods you believe in, has now become a tool of psychological defense. You know who's not amused by all this? The Russian Orthodox Church. They call fortune-telling a devilish power. Lawmakers want to ban ads for it, and last year the Supreme Court outlawed something that it called Satanism. Unfortunately for them, none of it's working. This isn't new for Russia either. The occult surged in the last years of the Tsars. This is when Rasputin was holding court at the palace. It surged again the year after the Soviet Union collapsed. So witches don't cause this spiral, but they are the instruments of registering it. So I don't expect that match hissing over that glass is gonna blow out anytime soon. Stay weird, witches.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Roswell Encina. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for the Library of Congress, and I want to welcome you all to the Library of Congress tonight for our very first LC Halloween. So if you haven't seen our new pop-up exhibit, it's really spooky and amazing. So it shows the library's Houdini collection. We have a Day of the Dead collection and all these other ghoulish ghost stories. We'd love you to come back tomorrow and look at it. We started this pop-up series earlier this year during the inauguration it graduated to a Pride exhibit, to an Awesome Con exhibit where we featured the library's largest comic book collection, and we decided, you know, who doesn't love Halloween? So we decided to do this marvelous exhibit upstairs. So it goes until November 1st, so we're hoping that you come back to the library, bring your friends, you know, it's the best way to celebrate Halloween is here at the library. Also, if you have nothing going on tomorrow afternoon, please come back. We're showing Hocus Pocus. It doesn't scream Halloween more without Hocus Pocus, so we would love you to come back. And there are other great events coming to the Library of Congress in the next couple weeks. We have Christopher Nolan here next week. He's discussing his filmmaking process from Dunkirk to Memento, so we're looking forward to that. And a long list of other great programs coming to the library. So please go to loc.gov for a long list of these programs. And these programs would not be possible without our generous sponsors. So if you enjoy these free events, we encourage you to go to loc.gov/donate. I know why you're all here tonight. You're not here to listen to me talk about, you know, our housekeeping stuff here at the library. So let's get to it. In 1999, the most successful independent film was released to America. We all thought it was real. We all got scared. It was made with only $60,000, and it generated more than $250 million. So we're very lucky and very fortunate tonight to have some of the filmmakers part of the Blair Witch Project. So please welcome Eduardo Sanchez, the co-director, Mike Monello, the co-producer, and Julia Myrick. I love her title. She's history fabricator. Please welcome them here to the Library of Congress tonight. Welcome.
Thanks.
I can't believe it's been almost 20 years, and I have to be honest. When this movie first came out, it scared the out of me. I mean, the last time I saw it was 1999. I had to rewatch. I rewatched it today, and I have to be honest. I was a little scared to watch it again because the first time I watched it, I couldn't, you know, sleep for the next couple days. So I'm a little nervous what's going to happen to me when I go back tonight. Did you ever imagine we'd be talking about this film 20 years later?
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, when we did it, we knew we had something cool, and we knew that you know, everybody we pitched it to was, you know, got excited, and it seemed like it was our best idea. But no, I mean, we just hoped for, you know, a little video deal maybe, and just enough money for the next film. So, and then once it blew up, it was kind of like Mike and I would, you know, we'd shared an office. And we would just come in every day, like a different thing. Like, what, did you see this? And I remember when he came in and brought the cover of Time magazine. It was just like, it looked like one of those Time magazines you do at like Ocean City, and you put yourself in the, you know, I was like, so yeah, I mean, it was complete surprise. And also just the fact that people are still talking about it is just amazing.
You know, where did this idea come from? I always wondered, like, was it based on some other folklore, or did you just make this whole witch legend up?
Yeah, we wanted to make this, you know, this fictional mythology of just something in the woods. We didn't know what it was at first. We thought that maybe it was something evil, and eventually we were like, well, it kind of has to be witch. That's really the only kind of thing that, you know, from the Salem Witch Trials. We try to kind of connect those kinds of things, and then we let just kind of the support team kind of build the mythology, and they went to work, and Julia can tell you more about that.
Well, I mean, I think that what you find is that you had Dan and Ed, who was like, okay, here's our major points, right? Something happens every 50 years was, I think, the thing that you came up with.
Yeah.
Like, we know that this in 1780 and 1820, and now I can't even remember the dates, it's been so long. And then Ben came in, myself, and Christian Guevara. We were the three kind of history fabricators. And Ben really loved the Bell Witch. He's a super horror maven. And I think one of the lucky things of the process was when you love ghost stories, you tell ghost stories the right way. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to bring in some other people. I need this fleshed out. The audience was asking for answers. And so then you bring it, well, how would I find the answer to this? Let me go look up in a history book, and let me say what I want to say to you based on what I would have found in a history book.
Roger Ebert, his review was, this movie was ingenious. And I think it was. I think, like everyone else here, we all thought it was real. There were posters going out that these 3 hikers were missing. So I walked in and left that movie thinking, oh my gosh, 2 hours down the road, these hikers are missing, and I could be the next victim. Was this intentional, that you wanted to make it feel like if it was a real thing?
Well, I mean, I think that's what you get with Bloody Mary, right? I mean, even when you're 6 years old, you're like, Bloody Mary is really in the mirror. Bloody Mary is really going to kill you. You never tell another 6-year-old, it's all not a real story. This is playing on your fears. If you put that on the mirror in your head, you'll imagine it. You're never going to tell a story that way. So you want people to be terrified. You want them to believe this is true. So of course you're like, this really happened. And the first time I heard about it, IndieWire had come out. They hadn't even shot a single piece of footage yet. And Ed and Dan had come up with this videotape. And it said, this is a history of the township of Blair. And there was a zucchini festival, and they were trying to raise money.
Yeah,
and
it was always like our investor tape, which kind of laid out the story, a little bit of the history, and then what happened to the 3 filmmakers, and you know, that Häxan Films, which is the company that we have, when we had at the time, got the footage, the rights to the footage, and now we're editing it together. So. Yeah, it was, our whole thing was like trying to kind of recapture like the fear that Dan and I had while watching like In Search Of, or like any kind of pseudo-documentary like Legend of Boggy Creek, even Cherry of the Gods. Like there's these films that, you know, just the idea that it could be real for us was kind of the thing that kind of fueled us to come to figure out what, you know, the whole Blair Witch thing. But yeah, we wanted it to feel real. We wanted nothing in the movie to give up the fact that it was not real. Like we didn't want any like crazy special effects or crazy lighting or anything like that. We wanted it to be like totally 100% real.
Yeah, you know, to your question, there was definitely not an intention to make people think it was truly real. And I think the fact that it's very easy to prove that there was no township of Blair, Maryland. So there were clearly fictional elements that you would not have done if you were trying to actually create a hoax in that sense. I think it was definitely more like let's let's talk to the audience, let's tell this story in a very realistic way. And that goes to when the footage came back from the shoot and Ed and Dan started assembling it, I remember Ed was very much like, the plan was just for these guys to cut an assembly of the footage and just keep everything that felt authentic and real and get rid of anything that felt fake, any lines of dialogue that didn't work. So the first assembly of the film, which was, I don't know how long,
Yeah,
was not an assembly to try to create a narrative or anything. It was just, let's just take what's good and what's real, and then we'll work from there.
I think what made it so effective was the found footage technique. I mean, it's not the first time it's ever been used, but I think the Blair Witch really made it very popular. Years later, Cloverfield and Paranormal Activity used the same thing, but it just didn't have the same kind of oomph like what the Blair Witch did. As I thought it was real. I thought it was actually like a documentary,
Right.
But I think using that technique and I have to be honest, the marketing of the film really helped it catapult it to where it is.
Well, and I think what's interesting is I think there's a lot of chances, and I think this is true of every film, for it to all go terribly wrong. And from the very beginning, it was supposed to be a little bit more fictional in feel. What became the Curse of the Blair Witch, we're like, okay, we're gonna shoot this kind of narrative documentary sort of stuff. Oh, here's this part of the story, now we're gonna go to the found footage. Here's the story, now we're gonna go to the found footage. And then through the process, and it was a year, wasn't it, of editing?
Yeah, it was like not, yeah.
It was like a year of editing, and it kept on coming back. It's less entertaining, it's less emotional, it's less scary whenever we bring in more things. And there was a big debate about it. And we had outsiders come in and look at it, other people who had really good taste, and you're like, I think that you're just gonna have to have this, play it straight, because it's much more compelling, it's much scarier, and the fact that you're not really sure, once it feels more jazzed up, more formal, you're like, okay, now I've been removed from the story.
Yeah, it's harder to believe,
Yeah.
because the original idea for the movie was going to be a straight up documentary about examining the footage of these three filmmakers in the woods, and then
it was going to be more like Curse of the Blair Witch ended up.
It was going to be more, really it was like an in search of episode or documentary about this,
When did you make the decision to make it what it is now?
Probably towards the end of that year of editing.
Yeah.
It was a process.
Well, we realized that the
slow realization.
Yeah, we realized that the documentary stuff was getting in the way of the footage, And every time we came away from the kids, the people in the woods. Not that it wasn't boring. It was boring, but it kind of pulled the tension out of the movie, So we were like, let's just play the whole thing and just see what happens,
But I think to your point about Cloverfield and Paranormal Activity, I think the one thing that's interesting, and when we got invited to do this, I kind of thought, my kids hadn't seen anything related to Blair Witch before this, and so I thought, I'll show them Curse of the Blair Witch. And I hadn't seen it, I think, since we made it. And as I was watching it, I thought, this is deeply weird for TV even today, much less in 1999. And I remember thinking it was much more traditional in documentary style, but really, it starts off with no explanation and just kind of dives in, and the film does that too. And I think the difference is that, as Ed was saying, the film as it exists now was not intended to exist that way. So the found footage conceit wasn't meant to carry the entire film. And I think something happens where it feels very real because it doesn't work like a standard narrative versus like those other movies where they're thinking of the entire film as found footage, so they're healing much closer to a traditional narrative arc.
Now, the three major players here are the actors. When I was watching it the first time and when I rewatched it, watching it the first time I thought it was real, so now at least I know it isn't clearly. Did they play a key role? Which was improv? Did you have to teach them how to use a camera? Were they really operating the camera?
Yeah, we had a little mini film camp for them, like a little film school, where we kind of showed them. We were using a high-8 video camera, which is basically slap the tape in and go to and start taping. We had to tell Heather after the first day of shooting, make sure you zoom out, because she was walking around with the camera zoomed in, and it was even shakier than the movie ended up. But it was just too much So there was like little things like that we had to tell them, and then we were using a CP16 film camera, and we kind of taught Josh, who was supposed to be the cameraman, a little bit about that, how to run it and stuff. But yeah, they were actors, and so we had to kind of train them not only on the equipment, but also on the mythology. Like, Heather was supposed to be an expert on the Blair Witch, so the mythology that we had built, we basically gave it to her to exploit throughout the movie, to just bring it up.
How was the process of casting the actors? I mean, you had to pick completely unknowns. There's not, you couldn't hire Gwyneth Paltrow or Brad Pitt to play these.
No, it wouldn't have worked.
No, it couldn't have casted.
And didn't have the money.
No, it wouldn't have worked.
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah. No, we went to New York mostly. We auditioned here, we auditioned in LA, we auditioned in Orlando where we were based. But New York, the New York talent is where like the unsigned talent is. That's where it's concentrated. So we auditioned about 1,000 people, and we were just looking for like really like good people who could really improv well and like really feel like you were really like they were a lot like they were real. Like that's the whole thing. Like, just do these people sound like they're saying lines, or are they really just talking? And we didn't write any dialogue in the movie, in the script, so we knew it was going to be improvised. So we just picked the right actors, really.
And the best part of that story was, they immediately walked into a fictional moment. So Heather walked into I think it was the prison guard thing. So as you went into the elevator, it said, "This is what panel was it?" It was, it was like probation board, parole.
Right.
And go in and they're like, "Why should you committed this murder, you've shown no remorse, please explain why we should let you back out to the general population." And there's no warning, right? You're just walking into an improv moment. And she was like, "Well, you shouldn't let me out."
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh.
No, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you really found out exactly who was good and who was not so good at improv in the auditions. But we just throw as many curveballs at them as possible and switch the situations up and just see what they came up with.
Let's talk about the story itself. I was talking about, it's probably the most legendary ghost story in cinema right now. What was the process of creating the story? How did did it evolve from a basic ghost story to a Frau documentary almost?
Well, I feel like, so it ends up being a multi-stage process, because you start off with what compels you, right? So Dan and Ed were like, their first issue was, what will you believe that you can see that we can justify spending no money on the camera work? Because the fatal flaw in all student films is the camera work is terrible. And so you're like, so how can you make that weakness a strength? So they went out there and they're like, it's going to be the Blair Witch, we're going to give this backstory. And then once we started editing it and it came out on, this is what we were talking about the other day, split screen.
Yeah.
Then split screen people were like, what is this story? Is this a true story? You have to tell me more about it. And John Pearson, who really gave Blair its original break, premiered it on split screen, opened up his bulletin board system, which was supposed to be about independent film. And then everybody was like, I need to know more about this witch. What is this thing about Burkittsville? Do you have the footage? We want to know more. And then we had to launch a website. And then the website had to develop answers to all these questions that everybody
But this
had.
was 1999. I mean, there was
And it
no
was a
Facebook
year
or
before the
Twitter.
movie came out.
Yeah.
No, there was
98,
nothing.
So it was before the film was even edited.
So, do you think a movie like this would be as successful as it was in 1999 in the world of Twitter and Facebook, when in a 10-minute period people could say that, oh, this is not real. There's no real Blair Witch out there.
I think yesterday
There's no
was
missing
saying-
hikers.
It can be. I mean, the whole is it real, is it not real angle would not fly at all, but I think we still see that people want to play along with great stories, in particular great ghost stories. So I think it could be done. It wouldn't be done the same way, and I think the story wouldn't be necessarily told the same way, but absolutely. Like when you look at internet myths like Slender Man, I think that's an example of people participating in a new kind of ghost story mythology in very interesting ways, in very similar ways that people did originally around Blair Witch, particularly in that period of time between the website launching and the movie premiering at Sundance, and then that, from Sundance to when it premiered in cinemas, which was practically a full year.
I mean, USA Today said this is probably the first movie that ever went viral.
Right.
Especially how technology was in 1999 or 1998 and 1999 compared to what it is now.
Right.
So how do you How do you feel how the viewers or the audience reacted after watching it?
You're going to have to answer that question.
About going viral?
Yes, or like the response that you got from the audience after they saw this movie.
Well, I don't know. For me, I suspect we'll have different answers because we got I have a very different like I think to a lot of people, particularly in Hollywood, Blair Witch came out of nowhere, right? And it didn't get on their radar until maybe Sundance. But for us, by the time we were at Sundance, right? Like I remember distinctly, it was a midnight screening, the premiere, and we were there the times before because I worked at a film festival, and so I knew the environment. And we're standing there at that midnight screening, and if you've ever been, there's like the film had sold out before the festival started, and you do a standby line, and it was midnight, and the film was screening in Salt Lake City later that week, and that screening hadn't sold out, but the standby line to see it at midnight at the premiere.
What's a standby line, just in case?
The standby line is like the film sold out, but there's pass holders, so they sell standby lines. You get in line and you get a number, and then if the certain badge holders don't show up and there's 15 or 20 seats open, they let 15 or 20 people in, which would be a large number of people to get let in. Well, there were like, I don't know, like 150
a lot. There's
people,
a lot.
And they were students. They were college students. They were high school kids who you never see come up the mountain to the festival.
Do you think that helped spread the word?
Well, we knew that was from the word of mouth that had been going on for like 6 months before we got to Sundance. I mean, we were talking there and we said, look, if we don't get a deal that we like, we can four-wall this. I remember telling you, I said, we can four-wall the theaters and make our investors' money back just because we've already built an audience. But nobody, none of the distributors walking in really understood. And when Artisan bought the film, they actually, they said that there was a split in the company with the older executives going, we don't get it, and all the younger executives going, we have to buy this film, because they had been following it on the website. And one of the co-presidents said that what sent him over the line and decided to buy it was actually he noticed that split. And when he saw the split, the age split, he realized that something was happening that he just hadn't seen, and went with it.
Well, and I think to speak to what Mike said a little bit earlier, I don't know if anybody has kids that do Minecraft, and there's a ghost story. Do you know this ghost story in Minecraft? Who is that guy again? With the eye?
Oh no, I don't know that one.
Well, so it's this myth that the coder had put a secret evil inside Minecraft, and I wish I could remember his name, but all of my son's friends knew about it. And then it became an excuse of, I didn't blow up your world, that evil ghost blew up your world. And because of my history, my son's world got blown up. Oh, I don't know who blew up your son's village. It wasn't me, it was, I saw this evil character that's in the code. So I sat them down, and I'm like, let me explain to you how a viral myth starts. And how you cannot use a viral myth on me to lie about blowing up my child's village. But looking at that again, like, in some ways I'm like, oh, you can't do this again because the audience is too savvy. But my son's not too savvy. He's like, I think maybe this evil ghost inside Minecraft actually did it. And I'm like, no, you want to believe that. Right. Everybody else has picked it up. Every 12-year-old boy is like, this is true. I've seen it. I'm going to perpetuate the myth. I've witnessed it. Yes. My story is also a true story. So I think we're constantly doing this to ourselves.
Were you guys ready of the tsunami that happened when the movie came out? I remember watching the cast on The Tonight Show, and they were all kind of like deer in the headlights of what was happening. How did you guys react to it?
It was, it was just like a crazy ride, and it was like one thing after another, and we kind of became like a little bit desensitized to it. And I think that the fact that we were, there was 5 of us in the company, and then there was other people all around us that had, we had really built this movie up as a community. I think that was the reason that nobody kind of lost themselves and like went off to LA and like became, this crazy, Hollywood person. Like we all kind of, there was so much temptation, so much like craziness going on, like things that we never imagined were ever going to happen to us were happening, and then one right after the other, And but it was actually got to the point where it was kind of scary, because after Dan and I were like, well, we're gonna have to make another movie after this, And whatever we do, no matter what the hell we do, it's never going to compare to this. So I remember Dan and I sitting in it was in Canada somewhere. We were in the middle of the press tour, and it was like, just question after question. But for us, it was like, we love talking about, nobody's asked us about a movie ever, this much. So we were really into it, and we were enjoying it, and we were just sitting there doing a break, and we were like just sitting there, in this cafe somewhere, and we were like, man, this is never going to happen to us again. We have to enjoy it, and we were like, yeah, absolutely, this is never going to happen again. This is like a miracle, and we just have to kind of ride the wave and see where it takes us and not take ourselves too seriously.
20 years later, or almost 20 years later, how do you guys look back at this?
I still think it's an amazing phenomenon. I think what I've been talking about today, coming through the Library of Congress and looking up the paraphernalia and remembering some of the interesting things that I got into at the time was, I'm like, oh, I'll go to the land records. I'll write down the land records for Blair Witch. I'll help fabricate this part of the story. We had lots of conversation about true fakeness and fake. This is a fake document. This is a true fake document. And this is a true document that's unrelated to the story at all, that we've used to bring in some credibility. And because of that experience on that, I've continued to be, Bigfoot could be real. Here's a fake document. Here's a true fake, the Loch Ness Monster. And then today, when I see things like, just in the modern age, you're like, is this a true story? I need to look at the source material, because I know from my experience, I'll say, here's a piece of source material. I've linked it. It proves that the Blair Witch is real. But if you click on it and you actually read it, it doesn't really do what I've said it does. But you'll tend not to look at it. You're like, for instance, Maryland Historical Society for years had people call up and say, I need this book that's The Cult of the Blair Witch. It was published in 1870. There's one copy. You have it because it says it on this website. And they're like, it doesn't exist. And they're like, so you won't show it to us? And they're like, no, it doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. There's no such book. And they're like, well, you had it. And now, so we put on, it's in a private collection. So people would leave the poor Maryland Historical Society.
They still won't show it to us.
They still
won't show it to us. I don't know.
And then, so it's just a cover, and there's some stuff that we fabricated for inside it. But I think as I was fabricating more documents, then I would look for the documents that I fabricated, because I'd reference them very well. I wanted it to look accurate. Like, here's the Dewey Decimal Note, here's the code, and I'm like, this isn't here. Oh, because I made that up. There's a book, The 13th Warrior, where he was like, the true story of Beowulf. There was an Arabian man that joined the Vikings to kill Beowulf, and he had references in the back of his book, and he had the same problem. I remember feeling sympathy with him. I'm like, I know. He's like, I spent months. I know that this is what inspired me to write this. Oh, no, that's fake. I faked that. Oh, it's not there. And so just today, I was looking at these old notes, and I said, oh, look at this interesting thing that I had come up with. I'm going to Google myself to see what else I did. And then there was somebody that was saying, oh, this Cult of the Blair Witch book isn't true, but here's 10 true things. A very obscure website, top, factsoftheworld.com, something very strange. And I'm like, oh, look at these true stories. I instantly believed they were true. This is my business. You can say anything. Somebody needs to make money selling the top 10 things. I have no idea if the first one that they said was a true Maryland witch story, but I believe it because it came from the most obscure, least referenced place ever. And I'm like, well, you said I was a lie, which I know I'm a lie, so you must be the truth teller.
Which actually goes back to the question you asked about if you could do this again today. I actually think that we probably went way deeper in fabricating the narrative for the myth for Blair Witch than most fake news sites do to fabricate the slight evidence that they use that people willingly believe now. There's actually, I think, less need to prove something's true.
It was
today.
the 1998 version of fake news, I guess, right?
I mean, it actually really is interesting. I never thought this would be so salient on a national stage, but in the last year, there are certain things that you did, and you can't make a good ghost story if people don't want to believe. Like, X-Files is true. You want to believe in UFOs, you look for reasons to believe.
Trust me, if my name Roswell, I know the exact how that works.
But so, you can't have this success if people don't want the success to come. So if I tried to sell you a story on caterpillars, you're not going to do the work to search out that information. You're like, I just don't care. But we want witch stories to be true. We've heard them when we were young. when you stumble across it in a certain way, the more obscure it is, the more you feel like, I finally found the real one. I thought it was out there. I know that this town is nearby. You don't investigate. We had even private investigators who were like, I've always wanted to investigate a witch story. They really did. And so they spent 3 weeks trying to figure out how they could help us find these 3 students, and finally called us up and like, I'm having a lot of problems tracking the information down. But part of it's because they wanted to believe the story was true. And so if you have a story, and it doesn't matter if it's more of a factual story or a mythological story, you're like, I want to believe my worldview is true. I want to believe this person is horrible or this person is great, and this obscure site said that this thing was true, and they're saying nobody's reporting it because you don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah.
The Maryland Historical Society doesn't want to show
They're
this
hiding
book.
it. They're hiding
Yeah.
it.
I mean, the thing is that when it comes to ghost stories in particular, I think it's human nature to want to believe that there are forces at play in the world that are affecting our lives that we have no control over.
Or it's beyond human
Yes,
comprehension.
and that's just a simple fact of human nature. So, and you're crafting a myth that essentially plays on that. It's, and then on top of that, like what Ed was saying is that, when cutting the film together, it was always like, you can never give every piece of information can suggest one or another, but it can never definitively say it's something supernatural or it's something that's, human. And so when you're playing that balance the whole time, you're basically feeding the evidence for whatever story the viewer wants to believe.
Yeah. Before we take questions from the audience, let's do a little quick, where are they now? Could you tell us where are the cast members now and what projects all 3 of you guys are working on now?
Ooh.
We'll start with Ed.
The cast, Mike Williams is a high school counselor now. He got out of business probably like 10 years ago.
I mean, the last time we saw him, he was facing the wall.
Yes, exactly. And he still acts, but he is a happy guy just, doing the high school counselor thing. And then Joshua is still acting. He's still directing. He does a lot of TV stuff, a lot of TV work. He was on Bates Motel, which we just watched recently. And then Heather was in the business for a while, and then she went off and grew pot for a while. And now I'm not sure where Heather is. She kind of goes on and off on Facebook, and she's just kind of out there doing her own thing,
She might be in Colorado. Anyway,
yeah.
What projects are you working on?
I'm mostly working on TV right now, just directing TV shows. And developing features, and still trying to make features, but the indie feature world is very difficult right now. So just moving forward on TV and trying to get our own TV show on the air.
Before Mike answers, I should say that when this movie came out, I think it gave a little big boost for independent filmmakers or student filmmakers.
Absolutely, and that's what I think is like, for me, it's like the thing I'm most proud of, because like when I was young, there was these movies and there was these filmmakers that like really inspired me, and the fact that there's some people out there who just went out and tried to do it because of us, because we really did prove that anybody, these completely unknown people with the right idea and a little bit of luck, actually a lot of luck, can do something that kind of has this kind of impact. So I think we definitely inspired people, just the way I was inspired by Clerks and El Mariachi and. She's got to have it. Before that, I love the fact that Blair Witch still inspires people.
How about you, Mike?
Yeah. So I really loved the kind of taking this mythology that was really built for the actors to improvise from, and as we released it online and see how audiences kind of took it and the way that we were essentially improvising the story with them in that sense, improvising by the way it was released and how we decided to what we decided to flesh out and what we decided to hold back. I wanted to do more of that, and it was still early days. Hollywood, even after Blair Witch, was still like, that's marketing. We're not going to fund anything online, and so I started actually a marketing agency called Campfire. And we work with entertainment brands, do a lot of work with HBO, Netflix, Amazon, and we essentially do a lot of what we were doing with Blair Witch, which is help them build out the worlds of their shows online and in other forms of media. So we continue to do that. We like recently did a whole experiential thing at New York Comic Con for Westworld. So I love it. It's like we basically kind of create these experiences that go beyond the original property.
Excellent. How about you, Julia?
Well, from the Blair stuff, I did a bunch of research we researched for In Search Of, and then we had to do this whole elaborate backstory for Hellboy with the Lance of Longinus. So from that, I got to do these great research projects into really obscure kind of paranormal sort of things. But since then, I've been script writing for science fiction and horror. I had a movie come out called Alien Raiders. I have another one coming out from Bonaventura Pictures called Higher Power, and I just finished one for STX, which we'll see if it goes about. It's like a cow version of Godzilla. You know, Godzilla's comeuppance for the nuclear holocaust, and GMO comeuppance is coming, and the cows will get their revenge.
So I think we have time for one or two questions from the audience. If anybody has one, we'll start with you, sir. We have a microphone coming in your direction.
Very interested in kind of the blended media movement that's kind of been going in the past couple years. Blended media meaning both film and interactive media, such as computer games, that can be blended together to perhaps tell a story if you're doing a fictional film, but also looking at, personally myself, how you would design blended media that is nonfiction. And in particular, if you have a nonfiction genre that has lots of elements of horror, meaning it attacks someone, it attacks the viewer or the consumer in a way that they feel very scared. Have you any experiences first with computer games in either sort of the Blair Witch kind of phenomenon, or any suggestions on how to blend a computer game and some other movie that's being presented as nonfiction?
I think it's a good mic question.
I would look at the National Film Board of Canada. They have been funding for years now a lot of kind of interactive documentary work, and it's all available on their website. There's an enormous amount of it, and some of it is quite excellent in terms of like just thinking about how to convey those stories. As for video games, I mean, there were three video games that actually came out as part of Blair Witch, but they were really largely done by the game company. I mean, the stories were kind of pulled from the mythology, but
Didn't you do some multimedia, anything with horror, where you're like, it's collaborative, kind of horror?
There've been, but you know, like in terms of like tapping into things that are real. I mean, that's a tall order when you start to do that, because you know you're dealing with real people's stories. So I think there's a lot more ethical issues around it than maybe with fiction narrative.
You brought up the video games. I never got a chance to ask you guys, what did you think of the sequels that came after the original Blair Witch? We'll start with that.
The first sequel was, you know, it was a weird time. We had just finished the movie, and they were artists in the company that bought Blair Witch was like, we got to do a sequel right away. We're gonna release it next Halloween, and.
Did you guys have any input on it?
Well, we had input on it until we told them that we didn't like what they were doing, and then they kind of didn't pay attention to us anymore. So the first sequel was a little bit, it was really rushed, and it wasn't quite the right idea. And I don't think it's a terrible film, but I don't think it's like a cousin of Blair Witch. It doesn't really belong in our mythology. And then the second sequel that came out last year, I think that one ties in much better to the original mythology, and I enjoyed that one a lot more. Yeah.
How about you?
I'm trying to think how to answer this and not in the most politically expedient way.
Well, you're in the right city.
I think the second film was made by people who were looking to push out a film, who were thinking about a brand called Blair Witch rather than a film or the fans, and I think the film reflects that. I think that. I think that it was, and I think that's the studio. I think the filmmaker wanted to tell a completely different story and wasn't necessarily interested in the Blair Witch story, and so took it in a direction there. So I really think I wouldn't even call it a cousin. I would say it's really somebody else's idea of the sociological impact of Blair Witch and wanting to make a commentary on it and doing it under the name of Blair Witch. I think I actually just recently saw the other sequel, which was fun, but it was fun. It felt like a reboot, right? Because it was hitting a lot of the same beats in that sense. But what I really think, for me, what's most sad is that about the sequels is that I feel like the Blair Witch franchise right now is in the hands of people who still don't respect, I think, what Ed and Dan brought to it. And I think that there's definitely some thought, thinking, and care around it. And I think that the original ideas for how a franchise would actually roll out were, in my opinion, infinitely more interesting and more commercial than what has come out to date. But I don't think we'll ever see those films, unfortunately.
Julia, for the person who helped
build the history,
build the story.
Well, I mean, the thing is I think that within the core group, so you have like the 5, and then you have an additional 7, and then it gets to 20, and I don't think that even internally we all would agree on, oh, this is what I like the most about, and I think Ed and I even have different views of what's happening in the woods. I have a whole, the Native Americans, and there's a specific incident that happened, and it's the evil that was there the whole time, and I have a whole story in my head, and that's the story I want in the sequel, and I don't think that they would do that one, and I think Ed might do something a little different than Dan. So it's hard to pass judgment on anything.
So you think it's never going to be like Friday the 13th,
mine should
12 or
happen.
something, right? Like the Blair Witch 15.
I don't know. I mean, I actually think that there's a specific space that Blair could continue. I don't think that it's the space that they're following. I don't think it's a narrative type. It's not a traditional story. I think that if we went back into this more audience
on
collaboration,
a very basic level, right? If you follow the mythology, you actually can't have a sequel until 2034. Right?
Exactly.
2044.
So stay tuned for 2034.
So technically, right, there can't be a sequel. I think the only movies you can make are the ones that go backwards, in my opinion.
And then in 2034, it's going to have to be somebody with their own camera, and it's not
their own iPhone or their own smartphone.
Exactly, or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Their own virtual reality.
Yeah, it'll be like a holographic experience or something.
We'll do one more question. I see the gentleman there in the middle.
There seems to be an insatiable appetite for really gross out gore in horror films like Walking Dead, in contradistinction to your film, which was about the imagination, which can be far more terrifying than seeing people's entrails, pouring out on the screen. So why do you think today we're so fascinated by zombies and so forth, and do you think it's an excessive amount of violence being perpetrated on the screen?
Well, I agree with that one. I think that and I actually think a lot of it is just, it's easy, and including in script writing, right? It's easy to say, and then their head gets chopped off, right? And if you're going to say it was really the person was terrified of dying, that's much more complicated to do correctly. Instead, you're just like, I'm bored. I don't feel this emotion that you're feeling. But if you chop the head off, you're like, I showed you somebody with their head chopped off, and now you should feel something because an event happened. So I think probably a lot of the reasons in movies you see clear-cut awful things happen is because it's easier to pull off. You know what the beats are, and then the beats go that way. And also, I will say that when you get into the machine of Hollywood, and I know both of these guys have experienced that, you go into a room and you're like, okay, here's my story, and you don't know what's happening. And they're like, well, you have to know what's happening because I'm the executive, so you have to explain it to me. And you're like, well, okay, let me explain the backstory to you. So I've always agreed with Ed, like, they did the story right because as a ghost story, you come in, you're like, Bloody Mary's going to show up in the mirror. And then you don't say, and here is a novel to read to explain to you the history of why she would show up in a mirror. And now you're not scared anymore. You're like, I know this will happen. This is where the person, and you don't need a lot of explanation. But in film studios, you need a lot of explanation. And then you're like, okay, and then they killed this person, and they killed this person, and all this stuff, and then suddenly everything becomes a lot more literalized and a lot more explained, and then it's not scary anymore, and then sometimes it's just, well, we'll just do the brutal version because there's specific people that like the brutal part of the film, so we'll just make the whole film.
It's easy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, horror, it's kind of like comedies, you know, there's really intelligent satires and then there's gross out comedies. And I think horror is like that, and I think the films with a lot of gore are kind of about a different emotional state. They're more like, I think, a theme park ride. And I think then whereas the more psychological horror films are really about kind of shaking you to your core. And sometimes you get a mixture of both in something like The Exorcist, where it's pretty explicit, but at the same time it also hits you deeply inside. But it's hard to balance it, and it's, you know, to Julie's point, it's a lot easier to see the commercial appeal of the theme park ride than it is the psychological horror, because those commercial aspects are easy to market, whereas with the more psychological stuff, if the critics don't like it, it kind of becomes a hard sell.
Yeah, and it becomes like the search for like trailer moments.
Yeah.
You know, and you have like when it's a real subtle movie that doesn't have, you know, it could be really scary or whatever, but doesn't have the trailer, you know, thing exploding or somebody coming at the camera or whatever. It's just hard to market, you know. But I mean, you know, for our film, I mean, I think Dan and I were definitely fans of, like, you know, the kind of the psychological stuff, but also, you know, what our film, you know, the big reason why nothing happened really crazy or gory or anything in our film, I think a lot of it had to do that we had no money.
Yes.
Because everybody asked, like, well, you know, what was the original ending going to be, and this and that, and I think that if we'd had some money and we had some resources, we would have done something a little bigger in the end. I mean, maybe we would have gone back to the original ending, but
we did shoot.
Yeah,
with gore.
Yeah, because that ending for us was like the hardest thing to find, you know, to not betray the rest of the movie. But a lot of it was just like, we can't afford to have, like Julia said, we can't afford to have a dismemberment. You know, we don't have the budget to like really do it right. But I think if we would have had, you know, unfortunately, I think if we would have had the resources, I think, you know, we would have added something in there. I don't know if it would have worked, but I think
it's like Spielberg and the shark not working in Jaws, except like a lot fewer zeros.
Yes.
On the budget.
Like nothing. Yeah, absolutely. So,
I think that's
you know, a lot of it, like just the creativity of just, you know, coming up with something where you have very limited resources, you know. So.
Well, and I would say, but there's two things. Again, it's you actually like Jaws. You triumph when you're doing less with limited resources, but we had a lot of things where we're seeing other people do stuff, and you're like, if you have an 18-year-old giving an interview, they're clearly not a reporter. We don't have the budget to hire somebody who is going to play a reporter well. We don't have the budget to make the soundstage look correct, so we're just not going to have that scene. And so part of doing things right is knowing that you're going to do it badly, and so just don't do it. You're not allowed to have that
it's
scene.
knowing your limitations, that you're not going to be able to pull that off at that budget level, and you just kind of find another way to keep the audience.
I would say 90% of people, just if you're going to be in a low-budget film, or 90% of people make that mistake. They're like, well, I'm going to have high ambition, and I'm going to show you all that I can, you know, do something for $20 that takes you $20 million. And if you're just slightly off the mark, then the whole movie fails. And you're like, man, you almost pulled it off. And now you failed more spectacularly, and you have nothing to work with, which is unfortunate.
Well, I appreciate all of you being here tonight. On behalf of the Librarian of Congress, we welcome you here, of course.
Thanks for having us.
I appreciate this so much.
Oh.
So I know, what?
We have a little present for you.
Oh, well,
This
we love
is
presents.
an original Sundance poster from 1999.
Can we,
and we'd like
we
to present
unfold
it to the
it?
Library of Congress.
Yeah. We would love to, you know.
You could have it at your display.
I was about to say we could add it to our Halloween pop-up exhibit. I'm doing it backwards, sorry. I'm very anticlimactic here. Wow. This is
Mint
great.
condition.
It is. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you again to Ed, Mike, and Julia. So for all of you who haven't seen the Blair Witch Project, I hope you enjoy it. For all of you who are going to rewatch it, get ready to be scared all over again. Thank you again.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.
witches, and welcome to Salem, the weirdest place on earth. First off, if you're new, welcome. If you're an old timer, things sure have changed since the last video. Either way, I'm glad you're here. Now let's get witchy. In this video, I'm starting off what will likely be a very, very long series. In a textbook example of biting off way more than I can chew, I am endeavoring to examine all of the important players in the Salem Witch Trials. But why start easy? Let's instead look at possibly the least understood of the central figures in the Salem Witch Trials, Tituba or Tituba. I've heard it a bunch of different ways. I'm gonna go with Tituba. Now, I'm sad to say that even in Salem, this particular person is often misrepresented or excluded from the conversation altogether. Now, there are some interesting reasons for this historical revision, and I'll definitely get into them, but let's start off by looking at what we know for certain about Tituba. Tituba is believed to have hailed originally from the West Indies, most likely Barbados. Now, right up front, you should notice a lot of ambiguity in what I just said. Let me just state here at the outset that there are tons of conflicting accounts about Tituba. I'll do my best to navigate them, but I might screw it up. Anyway, she sailed from Barbados to the continental US with Samuel Parris in 1680. Now, before that year, we don't really know much about her for certain, but I would very much recommend the book I, Tituba, Black Witch of Salem for a narrativization of her history, role in the witch trials, and her elderly years. Oh, I should have added a spoiler alert there. Yes, Tituba survived the witch trials and was one of the few of the accused central players to do so, and certainly the only non-European. So how'd she pull that off? We'll get there. So in 1680, Tituba sails from Barbados to New England in the company of Salem Village's new minister, Samuel Parris, her owner. Now, it's likely that she came with her husband, who we know as John Indian. Both were slaves and both were under Parris's ownership by the time he arrived in Salem in 1689, 9 years after they sailed from Barbados. Tituba was ethnically perceived among the villagers in Salem as both African and Native American, or some mix of the two. She's consistently referred to in the historical documents and court records at the time by a variety of different ethnic identifiers. So she might have looked something like this, or more like this. We're not really sure. What the villagers did know of her was that English was clearly not her first language. She was married to John Indian, and she was very close to Samuel Parris's daughter, Betty, who was 9 years old at the time the hysteria began. Now, let me just nip something in the bud right here about the nature of magic and witchcraft in 1690s Salem, because it's going to be important to everything that's to come in this entire series. In media representations of the witch hysteria in things like The Crucible or the TV show Salem, Tituba is almost always presented as a sorceress figure who led the original accusers in dark rituals under the cover of midnight. Now, this is almost certainly exaggerated or entirely untrue. How do I know better than Arthur Miller? Well, it is true that Tituba was accused of such things on the record and even confessed to some of them, but even if such dancing and rituals did occur, they were likely far less sinister than we think, and crucially, not that uncommon of a practice for the villagers or children of Salem. Things that we would consider folk magic today, the villagers of Salem would think of as simple remedies. For instance, when you visit the Salem Witch House, you're going to learn that Edward Taylor, who was another New England minister who was alive at the same time as the witch trials, said, and I quote, "Human blood, drunk warm and new, is held good in the falling sickness. So them Puritans be drinking blood." Villagers would often do things that by today's standards seem pretty witchy. Talismans, ceremonies, healing techniques, the categories of things that were normal at the time but would seem pagan or even nefarious today is super long. So it's important to understand before we get into the hysteria and trials themselves that the distinction between what made one a witch and what didn't was different than today. Modern witches are distinguished from monotheists much more by their practices and beliefs than they were in 1692. So what did make one a witch at the time of the hysteria? It's simple, really. It's not what you did or what you claim to believe as much as it is who you did it for. That's right, our old pal Satan. Quite simply, a witch in 1692 Salem was one in the service of the devil. It didn't really matter what kind of person you were perceived as, it mattered what others believed about your intentions and in whose service you were thought to have lived. So, could you be a minister of God and be a witch? Yep. How about a church elder who's only ever done good for their community? Sure. Anyone, really. That's why the trials were so dangerous. They were grounded entirely in misperception, manipulation, and mass hysteria. And it was this perception of witchcraft that was central to the outbreak of accusations and ultimately the horrific traumas endured by hundreds of innocent people. But before all that, there was a slave named Tituba and a child named Betty Paris, and it was their relationship as well as the involvement of every single person in the Paris household that set off the firestorm of chaos and carnage known as the Salem Witch Trials. In the next episode, we will jump into how the hysteria actually began, what Tituba's role in it was, and how she navigated an enormously difficult situation and walked away from it all in the end. That's all for today, witches. Please subscribe to the channel for all things Salem, including the witch trials, attractions, reviews, and more. Hit that notification bell too while you're at it. Stay weird, witches. I'll see you next time. Confession time. I've been putting off this video for quite a while. If you're new to the channel, it's been over a year since I began my examination of Tituba. In my first attempt, I followed an admittedly roughshod pathway through what little we know about her life prior to the Salem Witch Trials. I stumbled through what I then perceived to be the facts, trying my best to make sense of the conflicting reports we have about the woman. But if I'm honest, my hesitation to return to Tituba has almost nothing to do with whatever contradictions I've come across in my time reading and thinking about the Salem Witch Trials and her activity during them. In truth, the reason this has been such a hard script for me to write is the same reason that Tituba remains one of, if not the most discussed, researched, considered figures in the trials. Namely, that reason is, I don't think we've gotten her story quite right yet. Not entirely. A cursory glance at the first few pages of Google's search engine return pages for the term Tituba returns no small number of articles claiming to have the quote true story on this still mysterious figure. And I too have been lured into this speculative web. I have written and rewritten this script because of my own gravitation toward this or that theory. I've come down on one side of history only to be upended by another. So what I'd like to do in this video is just do away with making a decision at all. Tituba was complicated, so I'm going to let her be complicated by not claiming to have any authoritative picture of who she was and why she did what she did or didn't do what she didn't do. Instead, I'm going to build a scaffolding out of what history we are relatively sure about, present what I find to be the most compelling arguments for why Tituba did or didn't take certain actions, and then leave it up to you to decide. Because if there's one certainty about Tituba, it's that much like during her own lifetime, her actions come across much differently depending on who or what you believe they served. Was she looking out for her family's interests or her master's? Was she possessed by a liberating spirit and therefore fueling the fires of hysteria to expedite her exit from Salem or perhaps from slavery itself? Was she caught up in the machinations of a much more powerful and cruel Puritan machine, the gears of which stretched all the way across the Atlantic Ocean? There's compelling evidence for each of these claims and more, and today we're going to have a look at much of that evidence, and as well as many of those claims. Because the more I've sat with it, the more I've come to believe that Tituba's story just might be the last crucial missing piece toward a comprehensive understanding of the Salem Witch Trials. Her motivations reframe how we might understand the entire affair. She was that central to the horrors that befell that burgeoning seaport. So now, with the appropriate gravity applied, let's jump in slightly before we left off in part 1, Tituba's arrival to the New World. While Tituba was most certainly enslaved before being forced to leave her Caribbean home, it's important to note here that the transition to American enslavement would have been an immensely harsh one. For starters, there was the weather. Tituba arrived with Samuel Parris in late 1680. For the last 3 months of 2019, the weather around the area that Tituba came from in the Caribbean averaged in the mid-80-degree Fahrenheit range at the high end. In Boston, that same range was in the 50s, and those are at the high ends. At night, Tituba would have been subjected to the infamous Boston winter, with temperatures plunging into the low teens as cold, moist, icy wind blew in off the coast of the Atlantic. The likelihood that Tituba had experienced weather anywhere remotely like that before this period in her life is pretty slim. But the weather wasn't the only immediate resistance Tituba faced upon her arrival to the New World. As covered in the last video, Tituba was perceived by the residents of Salem as an American Indian, as was her husband, John. Now this is crucially important to the rest of the story because at the time of their arrival with Samuel Parris, their owner, the entire Massachusetts Bay Colony and much of the rest of the New World was embroiled in a bitter war with the Native American inhabitants of the land. For some 6 decades prior to Tituba's arrival, a concerted military effort on the part of the settlers in present-day Massachusetts and Connecticut had been underway. This military union was undergone to battle a unified front of Native American tribes who were increasingly organized and effective. The tension between the native peoples and European settlers frequently erupted in open conflict, late-night raids, entire families being slaughtered or forced into slavery, and many more unspeakable horrors. This all culminated in what is still considered the bloodiest war per capita in United States history, a 14-month-long conflict known as King Philip's War. Throughout 1675, the leader of the Native Alliance, known as King Philip or Metacom, leader of the Wampanoag tribe, led the alliance to several effective and decisive victories. On both sides of the conflict, there were heavy losses, but King Philip had a particular knack for holding his alliance together, finding the weak points in the emergent colonies in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, and Rhode Island, and surgically attacking the colonists where it would hurt them the most. 1676, however, saw the alliance unravel, but not because of anything King Philip did or didn't do. The leader of one of the most crucial tribes to the effort, the Narragansett, was assassinated in April of that year. In May, the colonists' militia followed up that slaying by attacking the tribe and killing nearly 200 of its members. By that summer, the balance of the conflict had shifted. The colonists sided with other tribes, offering them peace. This and the rapid disintegration of one of the tribes most central to King Philip's War meant that by late summer, the natives were suddenly the ones on the run. Then, in August, an Indian English soldier shot and killed King Philip. His body was mutilated, his head placed on a spike outside the gates of the Plymouth colony for 2 decades. The following 2 years saw no end to this violence, only its formalized aspect. Nighttime raids were still commonplace, as was the interruption of cargo movement, often ending in multiple deaths on both sides and vital supplies for either camp being annihilated. It wasn't until 1678 that a formal peace treaty was signed between the colonists and the natives. Tituba got off the boat a mere 2 years later in the heart of the New World. Now you can imagine what she must have felt. The tension must have been absolutely insane. While her skin color certainly didn't help Tituba's odds of making it through her New England enslavement alive, it's worth noting here that racial tensions were just one of the many, many tensions at play at the time of her arrival. It would only be a few short years after she stepped foot in Boston that, due to a whole lot of political and economic one-upsmanship, the Massachusetts Bay Colony lost its charter with the Crown. Now, this essentially meant that the governing rules laid out by the Crown no longer applied, and until the Crown and the colony could come to an agreement about the nature of their relationship, the Massachusetts Bay's future was severely compromised. Around the time of the charter's revoking, the Crown was also dealing with 2 wars and the Great Plague and Great Fire of London. This meant that it took a full 2 years for the Crown to deliver its plans to the colonists, which amounted to a merger with Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island into a large royal colony. Now, as far as the Massachusetts colonists were concerned, this was very much not going to fly, as they had been, since their own charter was issued in 1629, a charter colony rather than a royal one. This distinction is important because in a charter colony, the administration of the colony is undertaken by elected officials within its ranks. Essentially, this amounted to self-governance with restrictions. Charter colonies also had to share some of their resources with the Crown, so being turned into basically an auxiliary of the Crown in this merger very much did not sit well with the colonists in and around Boston. This wouldn't be officially resolved until a year before the Salem Witch Trials erupted, but we'll get back to that period of time in just a moment. Around 1688, Samuel Parris took Tituba and her family to Salem. And here, too, Tituba was likely stepping into a wholly different place than the one she'd known in Boston or in the Caribbean before that. Salem was, and I don't even really know a way to say this without it sounding like an absurd understatement, Salem was messed up. Bad. Now, I won't go into too much of how exactly it got this messed up, since it ultimately doesn't have a lot to do with Tituba, but when I get to the Putnams, boy, are you in for a treat. For now, let's just say by the time Tituba arrived, Salem had literally split itself in 2. The rural agrarian residents outside the city center had decided to make a go of it themselves and were in the process of doing everything they could to distance themselves from the comparatively metropolitan residents of the urban center. This new place was called Salem Village, the city center, Salem Town. Now, part of the reason this split was wanted by the residents of Salem Village was that they thought themselves quite different from their kin in the city. There were economic and political reasons too, of course, but that doesn't have much to do with Tituba either. What did concern her was the decidedly fanatical bent of puritanical Christianity that was well entrenched by the time she arrived. Now, this accounted for part of the division between Salem Village and Salem Town, so as part of their ongoing efforts to both distance themselves from and royally piss off their urban kin, who they viewed as sinful, greedy, and opportunistic, the villagers decided to set up their own church. After a few ministers didn't quite work out for them, Samuel Parris became the minister of this still new congregation, which was, crucially, mostly filled with members of the Putnam family. I mention this because from here on out, you're going to hear a lot about how Samuel Parris was trying to seize and hold power. That involves his relationship with the Putnam, so it's important to know up front that the Putnam-Parris relationship is really the backbone of pretty much everything that's about to come. You know, the Salem Witch Trials was a really complicated time in history, but if you are looking for clear villains, you could do a lot worse than the Putnams and Samuel Parris. I'm honestly looking forward to the day that I can put on a red cape, crank up the motorhead, and write the script on Samuel Parris, but unfortunately, that day is not today. So what you need to know here is that upon his arrival, Samuel Parris was woefully unqualified for the job. His first years there saw him arguing with his new flock over his salary, something his forebears in the church had done as well. What was clear, I'm sure, to Parris and Tituba is that every single aspect of life in Salem Village was, in one way or another, connected to the church, and most of the members of the church could not stand each other. So these first few years in Salem saw Tituba engaged with cleaning and cooking. It's not known exactly when Tituba married John Indian, and now we've arrived at the first theory with which you're going to have to do whatever you see fit. There are some historians who argue that both Tituba and Samuel Parris's marriage, which had occurred shortly after he arrived in Boston, were done to obfuscate from the same truth. And that is that Tituba and Samuel Parris had been involved in some form of sexual relationship. There's even some evidence that Tituba might have had a child You see, both Tituba and her husband entered back into public life shortly after the trials concluded. We'll get to that, or at least Tituba's side of that, later in this episode. But in 1720, Samuel Parris left 30 pounds to a mysterious Indian woman named Violet. Now, based on that 30 pounds and the then market rate for slaves, some historians have estimated that at that time, Violet would have been around in her 30s, placing her birth in the 1690s. Some even speculate that this is ultimately the explanation for Tituba's behavior during the entire affair. Whether or not this particular speculation is true, what is above doubt is the pressure that the new reverend was under right from the beginning of his time in Salem. He argued with the leaders of his congregation over firewood, his salary, and the manner of the religious community in Salem. His sermons quickly took on a confrontational, hellfire and brimstone kind of tone, and in these sermons, Parris preached about Salem being under siege. He painted the atmosphere as one of constant stress and crisis. He claimed that evil had infiltrated the village and even connected a few of his new opponents, who were basically those people the most responsible for his perceived early slights in the community, as connected to Satan. It is absolutely certain that Tituba, her husband, and the children who were in the Parris home and who would go on to begin the hysteria heard these sermons. But it wasn't just Satan, the loss of the charter, and clashes with the Native American population that was contributing to the stress that Parris was preaching about. A drought in 1691 severely limited the food stores in Salem for the following year, and the winter of 1692 is infamously one of the worst on record. So by the time the events that would lead to the trials began, you can hardly imagine the sheer volume of pressure that was on every single person surrounding Tituba. No doubt every moment was electric, every morning made anxious by the constant and mounting threats encroaching on all sides. It's here that we arrive at another contentious issue in the story of Tituba that involves the use of ritualistic magic. Now, if you've seen The Crucible, Salem, or any number of other fictional representations of the events of the witch trials, the image of Tituba as a voodoo-wielding sorceress is likely pretty deep in your imagination. Unfortunately, as cool as it would be for this to be true, the real story is likely much less interesting. Yes, Tituba likely knew some rudimentary forms of ritual and practices that we might identify as magical or witchcraft, but she was not distinct in this way. Everyone in Salem knew such practices and employed them on a regular basis as remedies, wards, blessings, etc. So the idea that Tituba ever danced naked in the woods with the girls leading up to the fits taking hold is an absolute fiction. These reputations actually began in the 19th and 20th centuries, hundreds of years after Tituba's death and the conclusion of the trials. Likewise, the sort of picture of Satan that would be painted later in the trials wasn't really present in Tituba's earliest confessions. While there were some of the images of Satan that other Salem residents would claim to also have participated with in Tituba's confessions, there was a whole lot of other mythological, fantastical stuff that didn't come back up after Tituba left the stand. So Tituba's early confessions were far less sinister in nature than later confessions, and even her later confessions, which we'll get to in a minute. The turning point for Tituba's representation, and indeed the nature of the fits of the afflicted girls, seems to have been around the time of the infamous witch cake incident. Basically, at this point in the lead up to the trials, Betty Parris, that's Samuel Parris's daughter, had been displaying mild symptoms of witchcraft for some time, but they were becoming more severe and spreading out to other girls around the community. So an Old English test for witchcraft was conducted, whereby Betty's urine was baked into a cake, and then the cake was given to a dog. So this came to pass, and Tituba was instrumental in making the witch cake incident happen. So it's around this time in the record that Tituba begins to be referred to as a magician, conjurer, sorceress, and in league with the devil by other people around what will become the Salem Witch Trials. The girls suffering the fits start to begin to lump Tituba in with a cadre of other suspected witches, and their episodes become increasingly strange and violent, the fits of the girls. So these events all start unfolding during the earliest months of 1692. The first arrest warrants went out on the last day of February, and Tituba was among them, along with Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne. Now, what these three women shared was that neither had a particularly influential role in Salem's public affairs, and each was disliked for various reasons. For Tituba, it's pretty easy to see why she was targeted. She looked like the enemy, had spent tons of time around Betty Paris and the other children in and around the Paris household, like Abigail Williams for one, and the likelihood that some form of magical practice took place during that time is pretty high, but again, this wouldn't have distinguished Tituba on its own from any other woman of childbearing age in Salem. The witch cake, for instance, was actually Mary Sibley's recipe, European, white woman, but put alongside the increasingly fantastical accounts of the girls, Tituba's skin color and her uninfluential standing in the community, it does make total sense why she would have been seen as easy prey for the fanatical drivers of the accusations and ultimately the trials. So following her arrest and imprisonment, we don't hear from Tituba again until March 5th, when she makes her now infamous confession. The question of Samuel Parris's motivations in the days leading up to and directly after Tituba's arrest are crucial in order to begin to understand why Tituba made the stunning confession that she did. Now, the first thing to know is that Parris was not a stranger to witch trials. He, along with a bunch of other Salemites at the time, were intimately familiar with a famous trial conducted in Boston involving the Goodwin children in 1688. This trial, which saw the hanging of one Anne Glover, was in many ways the blueprint for what would come to pass in Salem. Anne was of lower caste, she was Irish, she was vehemently loathed by members of her community. Local religious and scientific thought leaders, the Mather family, Cotton and Increase, were very involved in that case and would go on to be involved in the Salem Witch Trials as well. The case was an absolute sensation at the time, and definitely something I'll cover more in depth as we examine other players in the Salem Witch Trials. For now, though, know that the sequence of events that played out in Anne Glover's march toward the gallows are very similar to the ones that played out in Salem, and that Samuel Parris most definitely knew how Anne's entire case went down is crucial to understand where his head was at in the lead up to Tituba's confession. Now, Samuel Parris wouldn't have been too thrilled about this whole witch cake thing. While many folk remedies that we might view as witchcraft now weren't necessarily seen that way in 1692, a witch cake would have been seen by Parris as venturing a little too close to the devil for comfort. Now, I'm not entirely convinced if he would have actually believed that, or if he would have just said that he believed it in order to preserve what little reputation he had in Salem Village at the time. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Regardless, when Parris found out about the witch cake incident, he beat the hell out of Tituba to torture her involvement in the affair out of her. So it's in these days, the ones where he's beating her, the post-witch cake and pre-arrest days, that I think that if there is some conspiratorial angle on why the witch trials began between Parris and Tituba, I believe it's here that such a scheme could have theoretically been hatched. Tituba became the focal point of Parris's wrath during this time, and he's been noted by historians of having seemed to be bent on proving Tituba's guilt. Now, there's a few ways you can interpret that, I suppose, considering what we've seen of Tituba and Parris's relationship, what that might have looked like behind closed doors. Regardless of which interpretation you rest on, what's clear is that Tituba's desire to confess was certainly solidified by the time she was arrested. It seems clear to me that Parris made it perfectly plain to her what would happen if she denied being a witch, knowledge which he would have had due to his awareness of the Boston trial in 1688, among others. So it's highly probable that by the time Tituba made her way into the first hearings, she knew exactly what was expected of her by her master. Tituba's confession is one of the most complicated affairs in the whole of the Salem Witch Trials, and if there is a single confession that is the most responsible for kicking off the horrors to come, this one is it. Over a week-long period, Tituba was questioned along with Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne. Unlike the others, Tituba readily admitted to being in league with the devil. She spoke of dreams, strangers in the night, and encounters with obscure Puritans who were actually members of the devil's party. But it is in these descriptions of the Puritans that we find the ultimate brilliance of Tituba's confession, because the figures she claims to have come in contact with, both spectrally and physically, were dressed well. They were large, powerful Puritans, leaders of their community. Tracking what she's doing here, a form of rebellion begins to emerge in Tituba's confession, because yes, on the one hand, she gave Paris exactly what he asked for, but she also went much, much further. Not only were the lowly thorns in the side of the Salem village elite implicated, the seeds were sown here for more prominent members to become accused later as well. Now, this would ultimately be what caused the trials to end, someone above the power hierarchy in Salem village being implicated, but it would be months before that would happen. It's in this seeding, in my opinion, that the most honest representation of Tituba as having taken some ethical stand against what was happening to her can be found. It was so clever, in fact, that its potential dangers were totally missed by the ones clamoring for the trials to advance into hangings, which they would shortly do with the death of Bridget Bishop only a month or so later. But not all historians agree with this interpretation of Tituba's confession. Some claim that the confession actually reveals someone clearly making things up on the spot for no other reason than to get out of being questioned. They claim that Tituba clearly simply wanted to escape. So I'm going to leave the interpretation up to you. You can find the full record of Tituba's day one confession in the description. It's not very long, so go give it a read and decide for yourself. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. So day one of her testimony ends with the girls in a hysterical fit. For the following week, Tituba expanded on her relationship with the devil in subsequent hearings. She would have been carted back and forth 10 miles each way to the prison in Ipswich where she was being held and the village meeting house where the hearings were happening. She claimed to have been in the devil's service for years. She described shadowy meetings with others in the devil's service that took place in Boston. Later, people in their confessions would make claims that such meetings had taken place in and around Salem Village. She was stripped and searched for a witch's mark, which was common amongst anyone who was accused of witchcraft. What's perhaps most notable about the nature of her later confessions in this week is just how fantastical they become. She contradicted herself, merged culturally disparate representations of witchcraft and the devil, and spun wild yarns, the likes of which remained distinct to Tituba as the trials progressed. Because she was Native American, her confession was actually viewed by upstanding community members like Reverend Hale as metaphorically rich and honest and peppered with the language of symbolism of her people. After all, how could someone such as her with such a feeble cognitive apparatus recall events with such rich detail if they were not telling the truth? This is what the Salem elites who viewed Tituba's confession and wanted things to progress into the trials believed about that confession. And this perception of Tituba's confession won out in the meeting house, and by the time she was moved to a Boston prison on March 7th, 1692, Tituba had escalated the trials into an absolute fervor. Now, there's obviously much, much more to say about the trials past this point, because this is really where they get started, but that's actually a story for another video in this series, because it's here that Tituba's direct involvement with the Salem Witch Trials concludes. She was relocated to the Salem jail in June, and there she remained imprisoned until the summer of 1693, well after the trials concluded. That makes her entire time in captivity a year and a few months. She remained in prison so long after the conclusion of the trials because she couldn't pay her own prison fines. Yes, you heard that correctly. If you were imprisoned during the time of the Salem Witch Trials, you had to pay for your own expenses while incarcerated, and if you couldn't, you couldn't leave. Now, it would have obviously been up to Samuel Parris as her owner to pay those fines for her, but he refused, likely hoping that she would, as many did, die in captivity. So ownership of Tituba would pass on to whomever could pay the fines for her release. And there was a very, very short list of people in and around Salem who would have been willing and able to do such a thing. So it's important to note here that one of the few records of Tituba's intentions came from this era of her imprisonment. During this time, Tituba reportedly claimed that her master had beaten her, abused her, and forced her to confess and accuse others in the community, and that he had done all of this for the sole purpose of using her confession against other members of the Salem community. So if you're looking for a clear representation of Tituba's intentions as spoken by the woman herself, this is the only place outside of the trials and the events directly connected to the trials that you're going to find it. But it is secondhand through a historian, so take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. These last records of Tituba's time in prison are some of the last we have of her historical record, period. Many historians believe that Tituba remained in the area for some years after her release from prison, but what exactly she did in that time and who paid the fines for her release are both still unknown to this day, although there is no shortage of speculation and fiction based on the later parts of Tituba's life. Some of it involves Samuel Parris, some of it her husband, John Indian, who also vanished after the trials. After all the reading and research I've done on Tituba, I'm still not sure exactly which side of the question I land on. Where I've kind of arrived is that the truth is that it's likely a bit of both, that Tituba was a reluctant pawn and a tactical genius. It's certainly true that Tituba's confession was coerced by Samuel Parris. I see absolutely no reason to doubt that, and 50 good reasons that support it. And it's also true that that confession had Parris's desired result. It escalated the trials. After that, it seems Parris's want of Tituba entirely vanished. Now, this might have been because Parris wanted to keep something that Tituba knew hidden, or it could simply be that Tituba had been stained by the mark of the devil. Again, I think it's a little bit of both. What makes sense to me is that Tituba was caught up in something larger than she anticipated. She was coerced into participating in it, but then in the act of participating, she realized what power she had to change the outcome of the hearings and ultimately the trials. Now, I'm not sure if Tituba necessarily wanted people dead, but I also wouldn't blame her one bit if she did. I mean, think about how emotionally traumatizing the events she had lived through up to the beginning of the trials must have been for her, and think about who the people were that dropped those horrors in her life. What did they all seem to look like, talk like, say about and to her? What did they believe about the nature of the universe, God, the devil? What did they seem to view her as? Where did they value her humanity positioned against their own? Viewed through this lens of someone who was ripped out of their homeworld, forced into a land that was brutal, surrounded by people who loathed her, it's easy to see why Tituba might have leaned in so hard during her confession. She, like the teenage accusers and her husband, were very much not used to being heard by the Puritan elite around them, and suddenly there's entire rooms of these people hanging on her every word. Suddenly they're returning day after day to hear her fantastical accounts of devils and bewitchments. To me, this explanation makes the most sense, and it clearly worked. Tituba is one of the few key players in the trials who didn't see their full horrors. She's one of the few of the early accused who escaped with their life, and based on what little evidence exists of her life post-imprisonment, she seems to be one of the few who made it through the Salem Witch Trials and went on to have some semblance of a life afterwards. It's for these reasons and more that Tituba continues to capture the imagination of historians, artists, and lovers of Salem to this very day. So what do you think about the life of Tituba? Why do you think she gave the confession she did? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, share this witchy goodness all around to make sure I get the love I need to keep this train going. Stay weird, witches. I'll see you next time.
Well, here we are, Casper.
and we got the whole day to play ball.
Gosh, well, I'm sorry, Spooky, but I have a date with Wendy.
Goyles! Bah! The joy killers!
Have a good time at the beach, Wendy. Thanks, Hazel. Have fun.
Hiya, Wendy. You all set to go?
Come on in, Casper. I'll be ready in a minute.
Anybody what plays with Goyles is a square.
Your chair, Miss Wendy.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Ah, crap, this romance, but good.
Why, Casper, how could you?
Gosh, I just can't understand it.
You take a dip, Casper, while I get lunch ready.
Okay, I'll be back in a jiffy. Gee, what happened, Wendy?
I don't think that's funny.
Oh, boy. I hope we get lots of shells for your collection. Oh! Wendy, it's me, Casper.
So, it was you again. I've had enough of your foolishness.
I've had enough of your foolishness.
Any more of your tricks and I'll go home. Casper, you take me home this minute. Help! Casper, I'll never speak to you again.
But Wendy! Wendy! I didn't do it! Spooky! So, it was you playing all those dirty tricks.
But gee, Cas, I only wanted to play baseball with you.
Honest, Wendy, it wasn't me. It was Spooky all the time.
Hey, Cas, come on out and play ball with me.
I'll play ball with you.
Hooray for Hazel!
Whoopee, that a girl!
joy killers.
Now, we all know Salem is the most celebrated Halloween destination in the United States. In fact, it frequently comes in second for Halloween tourism in the entire world, just behind Derry, Ireland. But how did this happen? For centuries, the town did everything it could to avoid discussing the witch trials at all. On a personal note, I've even had a conversation with a Salem shop owner who vividly detailed how all the way up until the day her grandmother died, she would barely talk about the witch hysteria. This is interesting because her grandmother both lived and died in Danvers, which is relevant because a lot of the activity of the Salem witch trials actually occurred in Danvers, not in present-day Salem. And when her grandmother did broach the subject, it was met with disdain, avoidance, and disgust at the burgeoning industry celebrating or maybe even glorifying the city's dark past. So what happened? How did we go from a Salem that avoided these discussions at all costs to one that hosts 500,000 people in October and has so adopted the symbols of its murderous past that they're literally plastered on police uniforms? The answers to those questions are fascinating. Let's begin, as all great things do, with television.
Hi, kids. Look at some delicious magic with the extra good chocolate-flavored syrup, Bosco.
To get started, let's talk about Bewitched. It may seem silly now, but this quirky little comedy was actually pretty groundbreaking for its day. The sitcom debuted in 1964 and followed the adventures of married couple Darren and Samantha Stevens. They were like many young American couples in the 60s, simple, raising a child, and trying to put up with a seemingly ever-present mother-in-law. Oh, and Samantha's a witch and the marriage is bispecial because apparently witches aren't human. This little sitcom went a long way toward transforming the popular culture of the day, and its ripples extend out far beyond the decades in which it aired. In my opinion, if you like Buffy or The Craft or Salem or The Witches of Eastwick or a whole host of other spooky, interestingly witchy media, you have Bewitched to thank for the cultural space in which such things were not only allowed, but celebrated. But for our purposes, Bewitched really succeeded in three ways, each of which helped to kick off the transition of Salem toward its present-day Halloween madness. These were, 1, it featured 2 very powerful and self-determined women, both of whom were generally treated as strong and independently minded members of society. 2, it glorified, celebrated, and even poked fun at the idea of witchcraft. And 3, in a very popular story arc, the show featured Salem itself. Now, before we talk more about Bewitched, if you're a Salem lover, there's likely one question in your head right now: what about the Crucible? Arthur Miller penned the brutal fictionalization of the Salem Witch Trials in 1952, and it was as much connected to his time as it was to the Puritans. And it's true that the play did begin to replant Salem in the social fabric of the American quilt, but Salem itself was still very much in their quiet place about the hysteria. When Miller visited Salem to research for the play, he even remarked, "You couldn't get anyone to say anything about it." And at the time of Miller's writing, Salem was not doing so hot. Its maritime industry was already dried up for the most part, and manufacturing wasn't going so great either. And then suddenly there was this play, which discussed on an international stage a part of its history that it was still very much ashamed of. One couldn't fault a 1950 Salemite for perhaps believing some long-tortured spirit was enacting centuries-old vengeance on the city for the evils of its past. Then, Bewitched came along in the 60s. After mentioning that the main character had witch ancestors in Salem, the show's writers decided to set a number of episodes there. Samantha and crew venture back in time to the days of the witch trials, where she's promptly accused of and admits to being a witch. Then, using her considerable guile and charms, she both escapes execution and levels the Salem villains by exclaiming, "The people you persecuted were guiltless. They were mortals, just like yourselves. You are the guilty." The Salem chapter of Bewitched was a massive success for the show, and the residents of the town would later realize, albeit with some opposition, because this is Salem after all, just how important it had been to their present-day successes. And this is in part why the Samantha Stevens statue was dedicated in Salem in 2005. It didn't take long before the influence of the show became commercialized in Salem, and the renewed cultural focus that Bewitched in many ways sparked had some unexpected benefits only a few years after the airing of the Salem storyline.
From here, there are two crucial components to the evolution of Salem between the 1960s and today. One, the American Halloween explosion, and two, the arrival of the real witches in Salem.
So, it's the 1970s. Up to this point, Salem has largely ignored its witch history. Sure, there have been a few forays into the Witch City tourism market, but nothing significant. 2 Salem-focused episodes of Bewitched have just aired and sparked renewed interest in the town's puritanical past. The 1970s would go on to be the pivotal decade for Halloween's explosion in Salem, but before we get into that, let's have a look at what Halloween was generally like at this time. In the post-World War I United States, money was sprinkled over what we now call the middle class like pixie dust, and this led to a lot of interesting developments, the Roaring Twenties, for example. It was also a significant turning point in the Western commercialization of holidays. It's around this time that Halloween, along with Christmas, Easter, and a few others, start transforming from cute little events you did with your neighbors to cultural signposts that represent us as a people. Salem was, for a long time, reluctant to join in this fun, as were a lot of other New England towns with deep-rooted puritanical belief structures. But eventually, Salem couldn't escape the joyous disintegration of societal norms for one blessed night. So by the time the 1970s rolled around, the soon-to-be-called Witch City was as interested in All Hallows Eve as the next town. While there was no formal citywide celebration of the holiday yet, you'd likely see trick-or-treaters, costumes, and decorations floating around on Samhain Eve. Crucially though, Salem was positioned uniquely to take up the mantle of Halloween Central for a few reasons. First, it was in the mid-1970s in the midst of totally revitalizing its downtown area. This changed a lot of the character of the town, transforming Salem's long-thriving Essex Street into a pedestrian walkway meant to encourage shopping and tourism. It failed at first to generate much of either. Second, and most significantly, as we touched on a little bit in the last video, Salem was on the brink of economic failure and had been for some time. Now, something that a lot of tourists don't really seem to understand about the Witch City is that the whole tourism trade is a really recent development. Up until this point in the 1970s, Salem's economic livelihood was provided by an array of industries, none of which were touristy. Some of these include international maritime trade, manufacturing, and a few more. And the remnants of these industries you can still check out in Salem today. I'm sure in time I'm going to have a look at all of these industries here on To Salem. That is yet another reason to subscribe. But for now, just know that by this point, they had pretty much all failed, and Salem was in a bit of an identity crisis. More or less, all it had going for it was the oncoming American Bicentennial celebration in 1976, a year-long tourism boom that many historic cities in New England especially enjoyed the benefits of. So in the early 1970s, Salem has the eyes of America upon it, due largely to The Crucible a couple decades prior and a recent Bewitched storyline. The economic situation is dire in town, with no prominent industries having yet emerged in the wake of the decline of others. Despite the hardship, Salem has geared its central area towards pedestrian foot traffic. Halloween is on the rise as much in Salem as it is everywhere else in America. And speaking of the rest of America, something that is happening there and in Salem is that the countercultural movements of the 1960s have been fully adopted into the fabric of the country at this point, which has led to a greater emphasis on individual fashion, sexuality, and religion, especially among those who were teenagers or in their 20s in that decade. The scene is now set for a huge shift in Salem's cultural, spiritual, and economic identity. Into this now simmering cauldron came the real witches, and what they brought with them would change Salem, Massachusetts forever. It was a small town, previously ashamed of its Puritan history, proud of its maritime contributions to the expansion of America as a global financial force, reeling from the failure of industry after industry, unsure of who it was or who it wanted to be. The pagans came in the early 70s, and in one fell broomstick-riding swoop, they shifted the popular cultural identity away from all of that. And it was at that point that Salem, Massachusetts officially became the Witch City. Halloween in Salem is the equivalent of Mardi Gras in New Orleans, Christmas in Bethlehem, Easter in Rome, or the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. But in all these cases except Salem's, ancient pagan or religious traditions link the place with the festival. There is no such link between Halloween and this Massachusetts town. These are the opening words to Hill's chapter, and I've got to say, they're actually a pretty decent encapsulation of the entire experience of Halloween in Salem. So let's begin, as Hill does, by looking at Salem as a modern pagan mecca, because that story and the story of how Salem became Halloween Central are actually one and the same once you get into the 1970s. Now, it's important to understand that the cultural linkage between Salem and witchcraft never really disappeared post-1692. The lack of clarity in the aftermath of the trials, due to pretty much everyone except the accused doing their level best to pretend like none of it ever happened, led to many concluding that there must have actually been witches in 1692 Salem. And I'm not just talking about Puritan-era America here either. You can draw a straight line between this perception that there were actually witches in 1692 Salem and that run of Bewitched episodes we talked about in part 1 of this series. You can draw an even straighter line between the beliefs that led to the trials occurring in the first place and the TV show Salem, or Sabrina, or Hocus Pocus, or American Horror Story. Each of these stipulate, or in some cases, goes so far as to be narratively dependent on the stipulation, that there were real practitioners of witchcraft in Salem in 1692. This popular perception eventually drew people to the town who claimed to be practitioners of the craft, and those people would go on to, at the very least commercially, change everything. But the pagans weren't the first to seize on the obvious commercial link between Salem and witchcraft. Prior to the 1970s, there were a handful of businesses who flirted with the idea of the Witch City moniker. These included companies from varying industries like fishing, jewelry, a popcorn factory, an oil firm. Even the Parker brothers, who created Monopoly and a bunch of other board games, had a board game called Ye Witchcraft, but they got rid of it when the citizens of Salem revolted. If only those citizens could see Salem now. But perhaps the first attraction in Salem that we would recognize as somewhat witchy was the home of Judge Jonathan Corwin, more commonly known as the Witch House. Now, this is still the only structure in Salem with any direct ties to the witch trials, as it belonged to one of its judges, Jonathan Corwin. But it wasn't really marketed as such until well into the 20th century. Again, quoting from Francis Hill here, in 1944, city plans necessitated either demolishing or moving the building. They relocated it by a few yards, restored the house, and opened it to the public. The organization renamed the building the Witch House to attract as many tourists as possible. So this happens in the mid-40s, and then about 2 to 3 decades later, just as that Bewitched Salem run is gearing up for release, the now infamous Witch City logo starts popping up on a bunch of different merchandising in town. But look, in truth, we can examine a whole host of elements in this fascinating history. We can talk about the witch trials, Bewitched, attempts to commercialize the tragedy that pop up here and there, the rise of Halloween in general, the Crucible. We can examine each of these things in depth and assign some minimal level of responsibility for the spookifying of Salem, Massachusetts. But at the end of the day, there is one person more responsible than any other for what Salem in October has become. Her name is Laurie Cabot. She's a practicing witch, and in 1971, she came to Salem, Massachusetts. She brought with her a small group and opened a witch shop. Now, the buzz around her and her coven was instant. Suddenly, not only were there real witches in Salem, but they were out and proud witches. Cabot went on to open more witch shops and was even declared the official witch of Salem after self-filing a petition to name her as such. Cabot's witch style was clearly influenced by her era and the works of people like Gerald Gardner, and would go on to be foundational stylistically and commercially for every single witch who has migrated to Salem since. When you go to Salem and you pass the 15th witch shop in a row and you're wondering how that happened,
Laurie Cabot is how. In 1972, which is 1 year after she moved to Salem, the Salem Witch Museum opened its doors, and you can learn more about how that happened by watching this video if you'd like. A decade later, the first Haunted Happenings celebration in Salem was launched by that same museum with the support and engagement of Cabot and her followers. Salem in the 70s and 80s proved to be the perfect cauldron in which to brew a total industry shift. Now, as we've already talked about, the industrial era in Salem was coming to a close. It was a city at this point without a real identity, and by the time the Haunted Happenings celebrations got extended from one night to a few days a week to a month-long affair, the Salem that was no more, and the town's new masters were covered in Aquanet and eyeliner. There was a backlash, of course, to the change in the city. It was so rapid and so all-encompassing. People spoke out. A debate began that still rages to this day in Salem. It's a debate about the value of historical diversity, honoring the lives of those who have been viciously murdered, and the preservation of authentic culture versus financial expansion, self-expression, and religious freedom. It's a debate about the nature of witchcraft itself and how it is presented in relation to the Puritans, the local pagans, and the tourists of Salem. It's a debate about outsiders and newcomers. It's a debate about the very soul of a place. And apart from the stalwart efforts of a few outstanding institutions like the Peabody Essex Museum, it sure seems to a fascinated observer that the witches won that debate. By many accounts, 1992 was really the last time the actual event of the Salem Witch Trials was treated with anything resembling absolute civic and cultural dignity. Now, that was the tercentenary, the 300-year anniversary of the trials. Arthur Miller came in, as well as Elie Wiesel, to speak. There were 2 memorials erected in somber remembrance. And later, about a decade and a half or so later, the site of the actual hangings themselves were confirmed, and it too was memorialized. Now, I wasn't there in 1992, but if you take a look at the memorial that was erected in downtown Salem and you look at pictures and you read accounts from that day, you really do get a sense that this was as respectful of a remembrance as it could possibly be toward the 20 people who were murdered during the Salem Witch Trials. Unfortunately, this sort of reverent tone didn't last long. In 1993, a new Office of Tourism and Cultural Affairs was founded, and although it initially tried to embrace historical diversity and a more dignified approach, it soon found itself promoting Halloween just as much as its more varied counterparts. Around this time, too, the Peabody Essex Museum had already sort of planted its flag in the sand and said, we are going to stand for something different, for a different culture, different history than that relating to Halloween and the 1692 witch trials. So that left a vacuum for other quote-unquote museums to step in and fill the void. We talk about these attractions a lot here on this channel. Some of them are incredible, some of them are not so incredible. But it's important here to understand that an institution like the Peabody Essex Museum is trying to strive for a higher goal than profit alone. And these smaller institutions may or may not be trying to do that same thing. But as of right now in Salem, still, these places can call themselves museums and sort of latch onto that culturally accepted idea of what a museum is without any sort of restriction. So by the mid-90s, you've got witch shops everywhere, you've got these attractions everywhere, you've got people selling shirts. The whole thing has really blown up. So if the 1970s was the beginning of the major events that led to Salem becoming Halloween Central, I think we can pretty comfortably say that the year after the tercentenary, which would be 1993, was the end. By this point, Salem was resembling, or on its way toward resembling, what it is today. Streets were crowded with attractions, Haunted Happenings has expanded well beyond its initial scope, and the tourism has become the central industry in Salem, Massachusetts. Today, Halloween is an absolute free-for-all in 2019. Current estimates claim that around half of Salem's annual tourism comes in the month of October. And I've also read in some places that half of that comes around Halloween itself. I know from my experience, the first time I visited the Witch City was around Halloween, and in truth, that was the entire reason I went. But now that I've seen that there's so much more beneath the surface, I do kind of wish I had known that before the first trip. I've been fortunate to go back to Salem many, many times, but I often do wonder about the 13-year-old girl from central Illinois who visits Salem with her parents on Halloween. With only a weekend on the Salem streets, what conclusions has she drawn as she winds her way back to the airport? Has she been enthralled with a deep, layered cultural history? Has she been enchanted with the sort of surface pizzazz of the whole thing? Has she found a place worth returning to? Or a grotesque amusement, as easily discarded as she gets into her teenage years and early adulthood as all the rest? Whatever side of these questions you ultimately come down on, one thing that cannot be argued is that Salem, Massachusetts is and has been for quite some time Halloween Central USA, and now you know how that happened.
Give me some bombs and a cannon for tools, I'll blow up everything. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Look at the fool with a throne for a stool and a clown when he should have a hat. In a very short time, believe me, I'm gonna murder the little rat.
Hear ye, by order of the Queen. The King will practice his music lesson, if you know what I mean. He's gonna practice. The King's gonna practice. He's gonna practice. The King's gonna practice.
He's gonna practice, eh?
He's gonna practice. The King's gonna practice. He's gonna practice. The King's gonna practice.
Oh, no, he's not.
Hello witches, welcome back to Salem. Today is Ostara, and if you're watching this channel, chances are you've at least heard of this pagan holiday. It's also known as the spring equinox. That's because we enjoy equal lengths of both daytime and nighttime. Ostara's roots lie in ancient festivals that mark this first day of spring. These are from cultures like Germanic cultures, Celtic, Norse traditions. Modern pagans might celebrate Ostara by decorating eggs, planting seeds in the ground, things that symbolize renewal and rebirth. But celebrating the first day of spring isn't always such a bright affair. So today, let's explore 5 darker tales from folklore and history involving the first day of spring. The transition from winter to spring is often personified by way of a mythic figure, and some of these figures are worshipped to this very day. So let's start with one of these, perhaps the best known, Baba Yaga. Now, in the rich tapestry of Slavic folklore, perhaps no figure is as well known and as enigmatic as Baba Yaga. This formidable entity straddles the line between benevolence and malevolence. She embodies simultaneously the death grip of winter and the renewal of spring. And her name actually exemplifies this perfectly. Baba is derived from Slavic languages, and it's basically a term of endearment for a grandmother, while Yaga roughly translates to evil woman or serpent. So this dichotomy at the core of her name reflects Baba Yaga's dual nature. She is simultaneously a child-devouring hag that would be horrific to see, and also the gatekeeper to profound wisdom and aid. And while we're on the subject of what it might be like to see Baba Yaga, let's talk a little bit about how she's often depicted in folklore. Generally, you find Baba Yaga residing in a hut that is peculiarly positioned on chicken legs. This hut is located deep in the forest, and that is the realm that she commands with unnerving authority. This hut is always spinning, it's always elusive, and it serves not only as her dwelling, but also as a portal between worlds. And this function as a portal between worlds is necessary to understand Baba Yaga's function as a gatekeeper between realms. She's a guardian of various thresholds, and she's often seen flying through the night in a giant mortar, wielding a pestle, sweeping up her tracks behind her with a broom. The very image of this in the mind evokes to me witchcraft, the arcane mastery over the elements. Her appearance is said to be completely nightmarish. She's a gaunt figure, she has iron teeth, she has a nose that sometimes touches the ceiling when she sleeps, and she has a voracious appetite for the flesh of the unsuspecting. But what does all this have to do with the first day of spring? Well, the lore surrounding Baba Yaga gains particular significance around this time of year. A little flavor I really like in the Baba Yaga tales, and when we talk about the oncoming spring and we plant seeds in the soil, something that you don't really think about unless you have your hands actually in that soil, is that the earth itself is thawing. This would especially be true in the Slavic cultures from which the legend of Baba Yaga comes. And the feeling of the earth thawing after a long frost is one of breathing, of being alive, suddenly being able to sink your fingers into the earth. And a lot of the folklore surrounding Baba Yaga and the first day of spring has to do with this feeling of life stirring. This is a period of transition, and if it's unpredictable, it might not exactly be a nice transition. For if you don't do what Baba Yaga wants you to do, she just might extend her icy grip and push winter out even farther. Tales depict her wandering through the forest, snatching unaware souls, and ushering cold snaps in her wake to remind everyone just who really has the power in this transition. So what do we do about the figure of Baba Yaga roaming in the last days of winter and the first day of spring? We defeat her. Baba Yaga's defeat, the last day of winter and the first day of spring, or her appeasement, is seen as something that is essential in order for spring to fully emerge. This struggle, whether symbolic or literal, represents the ongoing cyclical relationship of death and life, of birth and decay. Oftentimes in legends surrounding Baba Yaga and the first day of spring, a hero, must emerge in the tale whose cleverness will thwart her advances and usher in the first day of spring. This highlights our connection as humans to the cycles of the earth. Now, this may all sound terrible and bleak, but Baba Yaga is actually somewhat of a study in contrast, which is a theme we're going to be coming up against a lot in this video. She's not purely evil. There are many tales in which she is willing to grant aid to anyone who is brave or courageous enough to seek her out. This aid could be knowledge, it could be magical gifts, it could be crucial assistance in a time of need. And if you're looking for a modern pagan analog to align with Baba Yaga, it would definitely be, in this respect, the crone. This is a woman who you do not want to cross, but if who you get on their good side, can grant you great wisdom. Baba Yaga has complete mastery over the mundane, and she can help you have it too. Her domain in the forest, in the skies, in relationship with the people in the forest, the creatures in the forest, all of these really cement her status as a personification of nature itself. She is wild, she is untamed, she is dangerous, she is unforgiving, but she is also integral to the cycle of life itself. To me, this is the most inspirational aspect of Baba Yaga's appearance on the first day of spring. It's a reminder that what is born will die, and what has died will be born again. Through her folklore, Baba Yaga encapsulates a cyclical nature in both the natural world and in our own lives. And on this first day of spring, what Baba Yaga reminds me is that nature has the power to both create and destroy. So be careful what seeds you put in the ground, because you will reap what you sow. But Baba Yaga is by no means the only figure in folklore who represents the dual nature of winter leading to spring. Another can be found in the alpine folklore of Frau Perchta. Frau Perchta is terrifying. She again embodies a dual nature, but this time it's of winter itself. On the one hand, she is benevolent, she awards prosperous gifts. On the other, she's merciless, cruel, and will destroy anyone who defies the traditions and taboos of winter. The Perchtan, or her followers, are said to be basically demonic. They descend onto the Alps with the onset of Yuletide, and their presence alone is enough to instill fear, but it's actually Frau Perchta's appearance in this story that brings the true terror. If you thought coal in the stocking was a little bit cruel for naughty children, check this out. If you happen to be a naughty child in the Alps, when Frau Perchta comes to visit, you can expect such wonderful gifts as having your entrails removed and then having your now empty torso filled with straw and rocks and human refuse. So if you're a child in the Alps, not working as hard as you should be working in the harsh winter months, not following your parents' orders, obeying the traditions of your local community, you can expect Frau Perchta to make you pay for it. Another really fascinating aspect of Frau Perchta is her development over time. Frau Perchta was initially viewed as a beautiful goddess, and this is where we see her placement in the first day of spring. Initially, this beautiful version of Frau Perchta oversaw this transition, but as the centuries rolled on, this more nightmarish appearance of Perchta began to appear in folklore. And a lot of this has to do with a story that we've heard many times here in the West, the Christianization of pagan mythology. The blending of these cultures and the resulting myths that came from it ultimately led Frau Perchta to be known as the Christmas Witch. And while her role may on its surface sort of sound like a Krampus figure, her association with the wild hunt actually makes her more complicated. Frau Perchta is kind of peculiarly connected to geese and swans. What I found really fascinating about her association with geese and swans is that it really reveals how the people who initially revered her legend saw her. Geese and swan are really connected with beauty and loyalty, and all of these things really contrast pretty significantly with how we look at Frau Perchta in folklore today. All of this really suggests to me a kind of largely forgotten benevolence where what was really great and beautiful about a pagan god form was turned into something terrible and horrifying to scare children when it was Christianized. Pretty sure I've heard that story elsewhere. Perchta is also viewed as the leader in the wild hunt, which is basically a ghostly procession through the night. And here we see something that is emerging as a theme in these dark tales, and we will come up against it again, a guardianship over the thresholds between realms, specifically life and death. Now, thankfully, recent academic and cultural interest in Frau Perchta is starting to dispel this idea that she's a figure to be purely feared. In that region, there is a traditional parade called the Perchtenlauf. Apologies for pronunciation on that. Everything before this and everything after this. And this parade features figures wearing masks representing the followers of Frau Perchta. And this to me indicates that in that region at least, there is a growing appreciation for Frau Perchta's dual nature as the Christianized figure of terror and the pagan figure of beauty. And what better dichotomy to take into the first day of spring? The terrors of winter are ending and the beauty of spring is coming. What I'm carrying forward from the legend of Frau Perchta this first day of spring is a reminder that it is important to pay attention to tradition and the way things are done. It's equally important to recognize that traditions change over time for good reason. Her darker aspect inspires in me a reminder of the virtue of hard work and the hesitation toward venturing totally in the dark off the beaten path without at least some idea of where you're going. We've talked a lot about dark and light thus far. Now let's explore a legend that's filled with a little bit more color. I remember very fondly my first exposure to Hindu mythology as an undergrad in a religious studies class. I was captivated, entirely captivated, by the folklore that I saw represented in the pages of a textbook, colorful illustrations, vibrant celebrations, and an ever-present mix of the mystical with the moral. Even in this complicated tableau of mythology, Holika stands out. The legend of Holika is really interwoven with the celebration of Holi. This is a vibrant festival and it is celebrated with the onset of spring. It's known as the Festival of Colors, but like a few other traditions we've encountered around this time of year, there's some darkness at its core. A story that predates the colorful revelry by centuries carries with it a lesson of morality, faith, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. So let's talk about this figure who, from this point forward, I am going to endeavor to pronounce Holika. Holika is the sister of a demon king. And this demon king had a boon that made him virtually indestructible. Of course, he grew arrogant. He began to demand that everyone worship only him. Now his son becomes a fervent devotee of Vishnu and refuses to worship his father. So then the demon king begins to try and kill his own son. Many times. He fails over and over again because the son is actually protected by this unwavering devotion to Vishnu. Now, in his final attempt to kill his son, the demon king enlists the help of his sister Holika. Now, something that's really important about him enlisting her is that she was actually immune to fire due to a boon that she had received. So the plan was for Holika to carry the son down into a fire, exploit her immunity to this element, and burn the son alive. However, when Holika descended into the flames, they burned her because she had used the boon for malicious intent. As a result, she was completely engulfed by the flames and the sun emerged unscathed. The moral undertones of this myth have to do with the victory of good over evil, but also crucially, the terrifying lengths to which evil will go to assert dominance no matter who gets hurt in the process. So the burning of Holika is commemorized on Holi's Eve, and this event is connected with the idea of burning away evil. The next day, once this evil has been burnt away, people celebrate by smearing each other in colors, and this symbolizes the virtues of life, the joy of life, and the ultimate winning of the good. In a lot of Hindu cultures, it's a day in which the norms of society are inverted. For one brief moment, rigid structures of caste, of gender, of status, of age, all of these things are completely dissolved in the name of festivity. People throw colored water, they throw powders, they engage in playful banter. So on the surface, this celebration doesn't look dark, but when you dive into its underbelly, there's some messed up stuff down there. Now, Holi's alignment with the first day of spring is not a coincidence. It marks a time of renewal, spring does, where nature itself seems to transition from the death of winter to the life of spring. This cyclical regeneration, which is a story we are by now very familiar with, depicts the triumph of life over death in spring, of good over evil, of the burning away of the dark. And the festival's timing with the spring equinox underscores this theme, because now the dark is literally equivalent to the light, and tomorrow the light's gonna be a little bit stronger. If you entertain the mythology on face value for a second, the legend of Holika and her demon king brother and his son is pretty freaking terrifying. It's filled with family betrayal, attempted murder, divine intervention to stop a great evil from occurring to an innocent person. And so to me, when I look at this legend on the first day of spring, what I'm reminded of is the ever-going struggle between good and evil, light and dark, warmth and cold, not just in the world, but in our own hearts. The legend of Holika reminds me that there is really only one way to have true resilience in the face of abject evil, and that's faith. Faith in the triumph of virtue, faith in devotion to ideals that we feel are higher than ourselves. And all of this is beautifully wrapped in the guise of a festival filled with colors and brightness and the temporary ceasing of societal norms. And frankly, I think we could all do with a little bit more of the ceasing of society's norms and standards. From the earthly concerns of family and betrayal, we now venture higher into the tree of life and lower into stranger realms. This is the Sumerian tale of the descent of Inanna. The ancient Sumerian poem, The Descent of Inanna, is a wildly vivid narrative. It begins with the central figure Inanna's decision to leave her celestial abode and venture into the underworld. This journey is compelled by something that I relate to very, very strongly. It's an almost mysterious, inexplicable draw toward the great below, indicating an irresistible impulse to explore and confront the darker aspects of existence. The initiation of her descent is marked with preparation. It involves adornment with symbols of divine authority. Yet, as she approaches the gates of the underworld, she's forced to relinquish these one by one. This happens at each of the 7 gates that she passes through. And when we talk about the power of myth and these old stories to inform our present, this next bit is just something that I feel is so resonant to modern life. This stripping away of each of these adornments as she descends farther and farther through these gates signifies not only the removal of her symbols of power, but also a profound stripping away of her ego and her identity. This leads to her having to confront the unknown, confront the darkness, confront the void, purely vulnerable and purely mortal. At each encounter, at each gate, she is compelled to surrender possessions. And you could look at this as a sort of initiatory trial, or you could have the interpretation that I've got, which is really that there's a metaphorical undertone going on here involving the stripping away of the ego and the will in order to face one's deepest fears. And the terrifying conclusion of that analysis is that it is only through surrendering to forces beyond our control, accepting our own finiteness, our own weaknesses, our own vulnerabilities, that we can truly face our own death, the underworld, the unknown, the void, what have you. So the tale goes on. And upon entering the throne room, now naked and bowed, Inanna's confrontation with death is immediate and visceral. The Queen of the Dead enacts a death sentence on Inanna and turns her into a corpse. This moment, this full descent now into death itself, Inanna's utter annihilation, represents a point where her power seems to have been completely diminished, where her light has been extinguished. Yet, it is from this point of utter annihilation, utter darkness, utter void, that rebirth is finally possible. This death moment in the narrative can be seen as the darkest point before the dawn, and that is emblematic of the winter solstice leading into the spring equinox. And the themes in this story of death and life, of the cycles of ego and transcendence, all of these to me speak to the first day of spring, the moments that came right before it and the ones that come after it. What actually leads us to change? Is it waking up one day and deciding we want to be different? If it actually worked like that, I don't think the self-help industry would be doing as well as it's doing. No. The truth is, and we all know this, I think, on some fundamental level, is that if you want to dramatically change who you are, you got to go into the dark. You have to allow for the death of the things that led you to become who and what you are now in order to be reborn as something new. The old you has to die. And on this first day of spring, to embrace the spirit of Inanna, what do you need to wander into the dark to discover? What is at the core of the things that you want to change about yourself? Is your relationship the problem, or are the aspects of yourself that got you into that relationship in the first place the problem? Is your job the problem, or is the way that you view yourself that would allow yourself to accept that job in the first place the problem? Inanna reminds me that there is always a darker space in which the truth dwells hidden, and that at any moment, with enough bravery and courage and support from the people around me, I can venture into that dark and find what's there. It'll probably hurt. I'll probably discover things about myself I wish I didn't know, but it's only through that discovery that I can do anything about those things. So I say, on this day and in this spring, Inanna would have us embrace our fears, descend into the unknown, and come back better for it. Descending from the light-bound realms to the dark, life, death, warmth, cold, the story of the first day of spring is emerging as a whiplash of contrasts. And the best of these tales thus far have reminded us of the ephemeral nature of it all, the seasons, the flora, the weather, and even our very lives. Our final tale reminds us of these things as well. This is from Welsh mythology. This is the tragedy of Blodeuwedd. Imagine yourself nested in the lush landscape of medieval Wales. There's a story here found in a revered collection of mythological tales, a story which unfurls every spring, and it whispers warnings of beauty's fleeting nature and the shadows that are cast by betrayal. This is the tale of Blodeuwedd, and again, apologies for pronunciation. Blodeuwedd is a woman not born of a woman, but born of flowers. She's created by a magician in order to be a wife of another figure in the story. And again, she is another figure like others on this list who represents the beauty yet perilousness of this time of year. This is Snowdonia National Park. Just looking at this landscape to me evokes a sense of nature whispering ancient secrets, stories held in the very stones. Our story begins with a figure who I will call Lugh. Lugh is cursed by his mother to never marry a human. In defiance, a magician conjures a wife for Lugh, drawn from the very nature of spring itself. This all gives life to Blodeuwedd, whose beauty is meant to mirror the splendor of spring. As seasons change, though, so does the heart. Blodeuwedd's eyes begin to wander in this story to a figure named Gron, and Gron is a warrior of the land. Now, their love ignites a tale which ultimately spells doom for Lugh. The new lovers scheme to rid themselves of Lugh. And diverting from the story for just a second, this is the first bullet point into the meaning of this story in connection to spring. The great power behind the season that has this general feeling of creation also harbors destruction. An example of this would be April showers bring May flowers. Well, April showers also sometimes have tornadoes in them and everybody loses their homes. But there's more to this story than a reminder that the energy behind spring is used both for creation and destruction by the natural world. There's also a really dark reminder that oftentimes the roots of treachery lie in desire. Okay, bullet point over, let's get back to the story. So the tale reaches its climax when Lugh, who has been betrayed at this point, transforms into an eagle and soars away. What about Blodeuwedd? Well, her fate was to become an owl. Now, you might at first raise an eyebrow at that, but let's for a second think about what an owl's existence is like. Owls are shunned by the daylight. For a creature who is literally made from spring daylight and flowers, that's a pretty harsh punishment. They're also shunned by other birds. They're solitary creatures. And so this all really represents the transformation of Blodeuwedd from a creature of the day to a creature of the night. As for Lou, he becomes a human again and reclaims his lands. Now, the moral version of this story might first appear to be woman wants other man, woman gets punished for wanting other man. But I think it's actually more complicated than that, because at the heart of this story, there's really a death of innocence more than anything else. What is beneath your desire? We've talked about dissolving the ego in favor of going into the darkness to find something that is as of yet unknown, but might actually allow you to be free. But consider for a moment what you want in the first place and why you might actually want it. What would happen if you actually got it? Would the very nature of attaining the thing you want transform you into something you're not? Spring is a time for growth and beauty, to be sure, but it's also a time for flowering desires that will carry us through to Samhain or the end of the pagan year. But where did these desires come from? What might they make us into if we were to have them? And why do you want them in the first place? This story and this time of year remind me to question things, because it very well may be that the thing that seems made of flowers and spring today, the desire which calls you, is the very same thing that will make you into something you never wanted to be. Thanks so much for checking out this video. My name's Joel. If you like what you see here, please let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Leave a comment below, perhaps your favorite spring myth or tradition surrounding Ostara, some ritual that you like to do. Stay weird, witches. I'll see you next time.
In 2023, a man who is now the acting secretary of the United States Navy told a podcaster that witches had taken over a city in California, specifically Monterey. His name is Hung Kao, and the podcast he was on happens to be hosted by a Christian nationalist activist. And what's really interesting to me here is not so much the fact that Hung Kao said it, it's more that the word witch is being used to accomplish the exact same political ends that it did in Salem in 1692. All right, quick crash course here on the Salem Witch Trials. The Salem Witch Trials were about land acquisition, they were about fears from First Nation peoples, they were about mental illness, they were about a lot of things. They weren't actually about witchcraft. It began with a single accusation from a slave named Tituba. She accuses one person of witchcraft. A few months later, 20 people have been executed by the state. Now, basically every single politician since the Salem Witch Trials in the United States has known that you can't say witch hunt or witch trials in this country without striking a very specific chord in the hearts of the citizens. In 2023, Hung Kao goes on this Christian nationalist podcast. He says, quote, "A lot of witchcraft and the Wiccan community has really taken over." He's talking about Monterey, California. And his evidence is that a beach called Lover's Point used to have a Christian name. I'm not going to say anything else. That's it. That was his proof. Hung Kao then lost the Senate race next year. Sorry about it. Maybe he should have prayed harder. Unfortunately, he's now in charge of the United States Navy. So here's one of the things that Salem teaches us, and I feel like it teaches us this lesson every century or so. The accusation of witchcraft coming from people in positions of political power is never, ever, ever about people doing actual magic. It is always, always, always about who is in a position to hold power, maintain power, and who is not. That is it. End of story. Period. To a politician, the witch is the woman, capital D, capital woman, meaning not the man, capital D, capital man, aka the one who's in a position to hold power in the patriarchy. The woman is a dissenter. She is an outsider. She is the inconvenient one if you are trying to maintain political power. So how do you weaponize the specter of womanhood? You call it a witch so that you can disregard it. For a politician to call someone a witch is to clear the road of them. And that road is, of course, the road to power. To all of my Christian brothers and sisters out there in the United States, please recognize this for what it is and stop falling for the same trick they have been pulling on you since before the country was even founded. Stay weird, witches, and you know what? Stay weird, Christians too.
Morning.
Oscar?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone called?
No one at all.
Has the maid returned yet?
No, she won't get here until 8 tonight.
Take my car to the mechanic. Have them check the brakes and the steering. Better wait for them to finish.
I'll do that right away.
infidel. Gerda, what are you doing here?
I came to punish you.
To punish me?
We are angry with what you did.
Listen, Gerda, you're completely wrong. Let me explain.
You can explain when we get there. Let's go. T.T.'s hiding.
Gerda? Gerda!
It was all because of that stupid cat of yours.
Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Gerda, please wait. You're mistaken.
I'm not mistaken at all. I had strict orders to take you to the others. T.T. T.T. T.T., where are you hiding?
Please. Give me just 2 days. You can't deny me that. I beg of you. Wait a minute, Gerda. Please wait. Please. Listen to me a second, Gerda.
How could you live with that revolting animal? Now I can't find T.T. anywhere.
Gerda.
Maybe she's in the garage. You know, she just loves cars. T.T., where are you? We're in a hurry. That old cat won't bother you anymore. I killed him. Look, there she is. Poor T.T. She's all upset. Calm down, my little one. We're going now. Carla's going to take us in her beautiful car. How could that cat frighten you? Calm down. We're leaving right away. You know what, Carla? T.T. loves the smell of gasoline. Isn't that marvelous?
Carla, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you.
How did you get in?
I still have a key.
No, that's impossible. I didn't know myself that I'd be coming back today.
Well, I wanted to see you, and I kind of guessed you'd be coming back. Are you that surprised to see me? You don't love me any longer?
Don't be ridiculous, Carla. Tell me why you come here.
Because I love you, that's why.
You know you're forcing me to be disagreeable.
It's just that you haven't gotten over the surprise of seeing me. You can't be serious.
I've never been more serious in my life.
Another woman?
Don't be silly. You know perfectly well we can't live together. Have you forgotten?
Mario, listen to me.
Come on, Carla. Let's forget about it. End of conversation.
Sit down, would you please? I guess it was a mistake to come by without calling first. I wanted to surprise you, darling. Mario, 2 plane tickets for Brazil. I knew you were going to take a vacation, and I thought we might spend it together, you and I. I need you now, more than ever.
Kramer Publishing? This is Mario Valdor calling. Give me the head of photography. Is that you, Dan? Doing okay. Just now, I have something important to tell you. I don't want a vacation. No, your hearing's not going bad. Give me any assignment you want. No, I'm not drunk. You want me to do what? Am I hearing you right? All right. I'll do whatever you say. I'll leave tomorrow. So long.
You'll be sorry for that, you hear?
You shouldn't be so melodramatic. I'll see you to the door.
Don't bother. I know my way out.
Nice place. A lot of privacy, too.
I thought the same thing, but I see I was mistaken.
Can I stay a while?
You take a picture of me?
Several.
What was the object?
I just like beauty. You see, I'm an artist. I'm sorry if I bothered you.
I don't mind. Photograph me as much as you wish. But give the negatives to me.
You shall have them. And as punishment for my impertinence, I'll invite you to lunch.
All right. It's not a bad idea.
What are we waiting for? Excuse my asking, but are you from around here?
No, I came to work here.
What do you do?
I'm a writer.
Very interesting. Have you been here very long?
Almost 3 months.
Do you know where the mountain is?
No.
I have an assignment up around the lakes. Would you like to come with me?
Thanks, but I can't.
Are you married?
No. And you?